Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here, back again with another brand new video. So today I will be no damaging main ops 0 through 15 in the Phantom Pain. And I say 0 because this first mission, which I'm doing right here, is the prologue, and they don't count it as like number 1. It's not mission number 1, it's just, well, the prologue. So when logging these missions, like, I don't know, usually when people do these kind of like no damage videos, like they start at number 1 because it's actually like a gameplay mission, because the one I'm doing right now is pretty much just an extended tutorial with a bunch of cutscenes and all that, which is a little bit of a shame to see, especially since like most previous Metal Gear games kind of start off with like very direct gameplay, but here we're slowly crawling, and like, I mean, it's kind of cool in like an atmosphere sense, but I want some gameplay. I don't know why this couldn't just be a cutscene. I guess that's like the big issue with it, is that, you know, like the whole idea of like Snake slowly crawling for his life as like, you know, like the drugs start to kick in. I mean, that's a great little concept, a great little opener, but I don't really want to be playing it. Like, I don't really know what the advantage is of like having the player hold the stick forward while this happens. Like, this could have easily just been a cutscene, and while the Phantom Pain does go to great lengths to kind of cut down on like the busy work of certain cutscene exposition stuff in like the previous games, I don't know, like, if moments like this are really very effective at doing that, because you don't really gain anything from this, like having us like control Snake as he slowly crawls around here. I just don't see the point of it. Like, the other things the game does to kind of cut down on exposition I think are pretty good, though, to be fair. In this video specifically, I'm not going to get too in depth with the story analysis because, well, as you can see, I'm only going to be doing main ops 0 through 15. I don't know, as I get confused with 16, because the way I'm like noting down each mission is that I count this as mission 1, and then, you know, mission 2, 3, 4, but in the game they don't count it like that. And since there's like 51 main ops, I believe, in this game, and I've only done like 15/16 of them, and this video is 4 hours and 36 minutes. And the reason it's so long is because I'm going to be planning on doing all the objectives and S-ranking each mission, though there's a few exceptions here and there. I didn't exactly do all the objectives for all the missions, and I will be explaining why later. But yeah, that's kind of like what I'm trying to go for, which is why the length of this video is so long. If I only went for the main objective, this video would actually be quite a lot shorter. Like, honestly, I could probably do all 50 missions in this same amount of time if I only did the main objective, but that's no fun. And hell, I mean, the extra objectives this game has is a very unique feature which none of the other Metal Gear games have, so might as well kind of show it off in action while also doing this no damage S-rank run. Oh yeah, but since I'm talking about these extra objectives, this mission, despite being a tutorial, this mission does have some extra objectives, and I would like to go over them. So your primary objective is just escape the hospital, which is, well, what we're doing right now, but just slowly making our way through this place. And the secondary objectives are complete the mission without triggering reflex mode. So yeah, this game introduces this thing called reflex mode, where if an enemy catches you, like, time will slow down, so you can get like more time to like aim your shot and like fire so that they don't notice, or like, you know, deal with it. But the way that you pretty much don't trigger reflex mode is by turning it off. And when you turn off reflex mode, or more likely if you never trigger reflex mode, it will make it that you'll get more points at the end of the mission, and the more points you have, the better chance you'll get an S rank. Though, to be fair, I'm also going to be doing perfect stealth for each mission, because, well, if you don't do perfect stealth, then you're practically not going to get the S rank unless you like really rush it, and just, I want to be sneaky here. I mean, you know, taking no damage, like, I mean, perfect stealth is just the way to go, because getting into action encounters, like, it's going to be a lot harder to not take damage from that. And the other objective is to never let the man on fire attack you. And that objective is really weird, and I'll get to it once we get to like that part of the mission, but like, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that I like actually completed that objective, because I could have sworn that I got hit a few times, though I guess the game doesn't count it. We'll talk about that once we get to that point. So yeah, here we're just hiding from the helicopter, and, you know, more cinematic stuff. You can fail this section, so I guess it is gameplay, but there's really not much to fail here. I mean, you either do it or you don't, and frankly, if you do fail it, what are you doing? You know? Like, I don't know, this isn't really what Metal Gear was about, though. To be fair, the previous games start off with super long cutscenes. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking back to like Guns of the Patriots, where you like crawl for like 30 seconds and then boom, immediately like a 4 to 5 minute cutscene happens. Well, that's even being generous. It was more like 7 or 8, then another 30 seconds of gameplay, and then boom, back to like 20 to 30 minutes of cutscenes. So I mean, if you're for a first time playthrough, like that could be a little annoying. Though I guess the advantage of like what Guns of the Patriots did is that, on replays you could just skip those cutscenes and just go through the game again and play all the parts which are gameplay. But here you can't exactly skip this now, can you? You kind of have to go through this very long, very extended, and just rather dry prologue chapter. I mean, I say dry, though the situation is very intense. Like, there's a lot of really brutal imagery. It's just like, it's a really great setting. Honestly, I would have loved this to be like an actual level, because it's such a cool level. It's just that it's just a tutorial, and it never shows up again. And honestly, this isn't the first time this game does this, where like there's a previous location which honestly could have made a great like setting to revisit, but they just never do. And I guess I'll get into that later, because I don't know, there's a lot of things I want to talk about with like future plot points and whatnot. But with the amount of like gameplay which I've covered here, I'm not exactly at the point where if you're going through this game and only do the first 16 missions, you wouldn't know about the plot points which I want to talk about. So it's like, ah. So I don't really know how to pace myself with this video and how to talk about future plot points. Oh yeah, so here you could fail this section if you borderline go out of your way to fail it, but just kind of hide under the beds and you're good. Like, it's really self-explanatory. Like, there really is not much to talk about with this besides story stuff, I guess. But I don't know, I guess I'll talk about, like, I don't know, I was there on release day for this game. Like, I was one of those people who was super hyped for this game. Like, I don't know, I mean, and to say, when I say I got on release day, it's more like I pre-ordered the game. So I got Ground Zeroes for free, and I rushed through Ground Zeroes at like, what, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., like on a school night or something. And then I immediately played through the Phantom Pain. I went through this whole section, and then I did chapter 1. It was like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Like, it was a very ecstatic moment. I was like, whoa, this is gonna be amazing. And to be fair, the one thing that convinced me to actually pick up this game is one of the trailers, like the one that like has Skullface like monologuing. There's this awesome licensed song by, I don't know how to pronounce this name, LG, I don't know. But like that trailer like convinced me to pick up the game. I'm like, yo, this is gonna be the best thing ever. Like, I gotta try it. And by this point in like my timeline, I actually don't know if I've played the other Metal Gear Solid games. Like, I'm pretty sure I've definitely played 2 and 3. I'm a little unsure if and also Peace Walker, but I'm a little unsure if I've played 1 and 4, because I started off like playing these games on the Xbox 360, and they did not have Metal Gear Solid 1 or Portable Ops. To be fair, the only thing that has Portable Ops is the PSP, so shame on that one. But yeah, like the Xbox 360 didn't have Metal Gear Solid 1 and 4, sadly. But I was able to borrow a friend's PS3 to play 1 and 4, and I don't know, I'm still using that PS3 to this day. So I mean, the PS3 has done a lot of great things for me. I was able to play the Yakuza games, play Kenzin, which has still stuck on PS3 and also still stuck in Japanese. So yeah, here just kind of lay still. Though to be fair, I think in some of my previous playthroughs, which are probably like 3 or 4 years ago, I've actually managed to fail this section. Maybe I got a little too impatient standing still, but yeah, just kind of crawled and stand still at this point. Just wait for these guys to approach my location. Like, I don't know, even to this day, like the Metal Gear Solid 5 trailers are just absolutely like genius. Like, even if like you don't think the game matches like the hype those trailers had, like those trailers were just they're beautiful to see to this day. Though I guess one issue with those trailers is that they maybe showed a little too much, and maybe a little too much which the game just wasn't interested in like actually having inside of it. Like, I don't know, like on it, the trailer should have kept a few more secrets, and that's probably the reason why I avoided seeing many of the Death Stranding's trailers, because I heard that it was kind of the same thing where they just talked way too much about the game and like kind of spoiled certain plot points. So I kind of went into Death Stranding with a fresh mind, And, well, I liked it, though I'm very mixed on the story. Like, there's a lot of awkward things about the way it presents itself, but I guess that's another video for another time. Oh, goodness, I hope I'm not going to attempt a Death Stranding no damage. That game is too long. Oh, dear. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess there's a few things I've been doing here, because I kind of already know where the soldiers are going to show up, so I just kind of run to, like, the point of the stairs where, like, you know, I'm going to wait for, like, my boy Ishmael here to, like, actually arrive on time. Because now Ishmael's doing, like, this whole cinematic, like, gameplay thing where he's, like, running somewhere, but then, ooh, there's enemies there, he's going to run back, but I'm just going to be at the place he's going to run back to and just kind of save on the busy work. Oh, yeah, also, I'm going to not be killing anyone, so, you know, perfect stealth, no kills. And, I mean, the way the game kind of presents, like, this first mission, you may think you actually have to kill this guy, which will be coming up. Like, there'll be a point where, like, I don't know, Ishmael here is like, you know, you take the one on the left, I'll take the one on the right, or something to that effect. And you don't really have to shoot the guy. You could just wait it out, and Ishmael will just shoot both of them, and then he'll be like, why are you being such a baby? But, you know, like, if you want that no-kill run, then that's how you do it. I mean, there was like a good majority of my life that was like around Metal Gear, and I guess that's still true to this day, though I guess I kind of moved on more towards Yakuza. Like, I don't know, Yakuza has kind of become like the main defining image for my channel to this day, even though I haven't really made that many videos about Yakuza in months. But to be fair, that's because I did a video on every single Yakuza game. I mean, I'll definitely be picking up Lost Judgment soon. Oh yeah, so this is the part I was talking about. Just don't do anything, just hide behind this wall, and Ishmael, sooner or later, will take both of them out. But yeah, like, I mean, there was just a big point in my life where, like, Metal Gear was just the thing I played. Like, I replayed Snake Eater and Sons of Liberty, like, 5 or 6 times each. Same thing with 4 eventually. And, like, I mean, I also had a Vita, and I played the hell out of the Vita ports of 2 and 3. And I also did play 1, Peace Walker, Portable Ops on the Vita as well. Like, the Vita is a great console to play some, like, Metal Gear on. But, I don't know, I wasn't that big into 1 or Peace Walker or Portable Ops that much, so I was more of a just playing 2 and 3 non-stop, and I guess 4 as well. Just 4 is a very mixed bag. I did make a video on 4 if you want to check that out. Like, my video where I no damage the entirety of 4 is actually shorter than this video, so, you know, if you have the time to watch this one, you could probably have the time to watch my Metal Gear Solid 4 video. But yeah, now you can pick up this gun, which I'm never going to use because I am not going to fire a lethal weapon at a combatant because I don't want to kill anyone. And, you know, right now we're very limited with our approach, so we pretty much have to, like, adopt a ghosting, like, method for, like, all the stealth parts. And here is, like, the one section of gameplay. Yeah, like, I don't know, I mean, it's one thing to, like, you know, start off the areas very easy. Like, okay, not too much sneaking, kind of like how Snake Eater does it, where you enter an area and there's barely, like, anyone to sneak past until, like, the final area. But, like, this is just, you have, like, a bunch of tutorial stuff that's pretty much just really scripted, and then you have, you know, an actual gameplay part here, but it's, like, really not enough to, like, justify this level. Like, I don't know, they really should have, like, upped the cutscenes a bit more and just focused more on the parts which would actually be gameplay centric. I don't know, maybe let go of the hand holding, because, you know, after this mission, like, they do let go of the hand holding. Like, you know, Phantom Limbs, like, I mean, it tells you, you know, the basics, and it does have some good tutorial stuff. I guess I'll talk about that more when we get to that level, but, like, I don't know, that level is the right way to kind of lead the player into, you know, how to play this game, but this is not it. This is just, like, tedious, and it's just pointless. Like, the Phantom Limbs level pretty much gets across everything, like, a new player would need to know, while also not holding your hand. So, but, like, it's just kind of weird that we have this section that's so hand-holdy when the rest of the game is less so. So it's like, aw, come on, man. I don't know, the strategy here, okay, I will say, I don't know, for these videos I tend to watch other walkthroughs for help, but, like, the one YouTuber who, like, has been the most helpful for, like, I don't know, just kind of learning self strategies and whatnot is Mike Benencourt. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but, like, he has made this great, like, Metal Gear Solid 5, like, series where he no damages all the missions, S ranks all of them, and also does all the objectives. So that I'm pretty much going to be following the same kind of ideas and stuff. Just all objectives, S rank, no damage, except for one mission in this video, and I'll talk, I mean, I put in the description, like, which mission I did not do all the objectives, because I only put, like, S rank to it, not all objectives. So, yeah. But, yeah, like, one thing which I'm not exactly going to be aiming for is no traces. Now, no traces is a hidden objective, where pretty much, like, I don't know all the requirements to get no traces, but it pretty much means that you complete the mission without, like, leaving any trace that you were there. Like, you never fire a gun, I don't know, you're never caught, you never raise an alert status, yada yada. So anyways, here's the part I was talking about, the man on fire. So the objective is to not get hit. However, sometimes, like, there'll be fire and I'll run through it. But like, I don't know, the way you deal with this, like, objective, like, I don't know, to my knowledge, is pretty much, like, fire at him when he's, like, pretty close to you, or, like, when he's about to do an attack, but don't fire at him all the time. Though, to be fair, like, the way I'm doing it, it doesn't seem like I'm being very cautious, but it worked out pretty well for me. Like, did you see that? Like, I mean, I'm on fire, but I guess the game didn't count that as a hit, because, I don't know, you don't have a health bar in this game. You have regenerating health, but whenever you get hit, like, I mean, on the left or right side of the screen, there'll be words that pop up that say, you know, like, you know, hit once, or, like, you know, one hit taken, or something like that. So, like, that's how you know you got hit and stuff. But I guess here, those things don't count. So when it says don't get hit by this dude, I guess, like, being surrounded by flames doesn't count. You know, I guess that doesn't count. I guess it only counts if he gets really close and, like, punches you or something, or, like, shoots a machine gun at you. I don't know. Like, those are the attacks that count as hits, but just being engulfed in flames, I guess that doesn't count. And to be fair, every time I'm engulfed in flames, like the effect of taking damage doesn't appear. I don't know, usually when you take damage, like, the screen gets a little bit more red, like a little bit of film grain appears. Apparently, like, this game was gonna have a thing where the more damage you took, like, the more this film grain yeah, that thing. So if you keep shooting at him, like, that attack won't hit you. Like, it'll, like, go off base, or, like, it'll just shoot past you. So you have to, like, keep shooting him when he, like, prepares to do that attack. And yeah, also at this point, just kind of aim at the side, because that's where he's going to pop out from, and he's going to be right in your face. You have to, like, barrage him with a bunch of bullets right here. Like, you know, just be on the prowl. Just boom, 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 you know, just like that. But yeah, there's going to be, like, a film grain effect, but I guess they got rid of it because it would have been too taxing on the game. Like, I don't know, like, it's just, like, the frame rate will go way down, and I don't know, this is definitely, like, a really good-looking game for how smooth it runs. Like, I mean, on PS4, this must have run amazingly, but when I first played it, I played it on a really crappy laptop, and it ran at, like, 24 frames. But I still thought it was, like, smooth. It's just, like, the game runs that nicely, so I probably would have enjoyed playing the PS3 version. Though I do hear the PS3 port of this game wasn't too bad. It wasn't like a Shadow of Mordor type situation. Like, oh dear. So yeah, I got an S rank there, and the way you know that I did all the objectives is that on the left side, the right side of the screen, like, there's, like, all these bonus objectives, and, like, the 2 bonus objectives, like, they're right there. If you don't do it, like, there'll be, like, a little dashes, little lines there that just show you that you didn't do that objective. So the objectives you have to do for this mission, the first big mission of the game, is, well, you have to figure out where Kazuhiro Miller is, which I'm assuming is just get the intel where his location is, which is at a certain location. Then you have to extract Kazuhiro Miller. Okay, cool, whatever. The secondary objectives is extract the commander from Waxing Barracks, which is one of the locations in our little mission area. Like, the Phantom Pain has this big open world, but, you know, it's like a locked off section for each main mission. Another objective is to complete the mission without being seen by the skulls. You have to secure the rough diamonds, which I just found right now. And also, this area which I'm running around in is also a little tutorial area. Like, there's, like, cover which you can take, you know, you can, like, get into cover, see how that works, climb around. Like, you know, like, if you stay around and, like, actually listen to, like, Ocelot here telling you to, you know, why don't you refresh your memory a bit with some of the basics or whatnot, you could just do that. And it's a natural little tutorial area which you can tackle at your own pace. I think that's a really cool design decision. Like, I mean, that's, like, a nice, subtle little way to, you know, teach the player how to, you know, play the game if they're a little unsure. And then once they're done, they can go straight to the objective, which I'm going to right now. But then the next objective, like the final secondary objective, is to extract the transport truck driver who will be at the location I'm pulling up to right now. Now, this transport, like, driver mission, well, this, like, objective, it can get really complicated if you let the guy get away, because then you'll have to chase him all across the map. It's best to, like, get him down at, like, the location which he spawns in before, you know, he starts running away from you, you know? One thing which is definitely going to make this video a lot longer than my previous ones is just the Phantom Pain's, like, I don't know, structure in general. Like, you have all this, like, empty space between missions, which sometimes can kind of be a neat thing, because, I don't know, one thing which also dictates whether you get an S rank or not is time. So if you spend too much time in a location, you're gonna, you know, not get enough points to get an S rank. So this empty terrain is kind of a nice way for the player to go, you have to rush now, like, don't waste time, you have to run to your location, you know, like, don't, like, waste time picking flowers or whatnot, though sometimes like that's me being very positive with just the empty terrain in this game. It's just, man, like if you're gonna go open world, why not have more interesting things to do in this open world? Like, I don't know, I feel you could have stitched together like these separate outposts in a more concise manner than just having all this empty terrain, which I'm sure is very graphically impressive even still to this day. But it's like, oh man, come on. So yeah, here, I mean, they changed this in Ground Zeroes as well, but now we have a new way to pretty much kind of sneak around enemies, and that's to pretty much mark them, and then you can see them through walls. So we're adopting Far Cry 3 levels of stealth, though to be fair, I forget which game kind of had this whole mark enemies like gimmick. I don't know, it's like the first historical, like first game to have something like this. So, but the Phantom Pain has it too, and it's very useful in the Phantom Pain because, well, the camera is very close to Snake, especially when you crouch, it gets closer. Like, I don't know, you have like a really, like, you have a very large like frontal terrain in front of you. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, you can see like way off into the distance, but behind Snake, you can't see much of anything because the camera is really centered on Snake, and that's kind of just to give him like a very strong visceral feel to his momentum. Like I really love, like, this game controls amazingly. Like, I don't mean, just like it has all the right stops and starts to like his momentum. Like when he starts running, like the camera shaking when he starts running is a little much, but in short bursts, I think it's a really great like just way to like get your heart pumping. And also, like, do you see that little like camera dive that happened when I dived as well? Just like the previous games really didn't have this kind of like just fast momentum. Like, I don't know, some of the movement could be a little, I don't know how to describe it, but it's not like this. This just feels very in the moment, very energized. Just I think it's a really great camera system. And though I guess the only real issue could be that it's a little too close, so you'll have a hard time seeing the enemy. So it's best to mark them. Though I don't know, one thing which I never really liked about like this kind of system where you just mark enemies to see them through walls is that you're never really going to mark everyone when you enter a base, because I don't know, there's always going to be one guy who's maybe in a building or who's just hidden in a weird like section of terrain which you just can't see him. And especially when like during night missions, it becomes even harder to spot enemies. So it's just like, I don't know, you're never gonna have like a full plan when entering a base. So either you just get, like, you know, you're either just really careful when walking around, or you already know all the placements beforehand and already have a strategy that works. So it's just kind of, I mean, I do really appreciate the marking system, and thankfully this game has a new addition which kind of makes this whole marking like things people through scope thing like just like useless. And I'm happy for this new addition, though that new addition does not show up in this mission because you are forced to use D-Horse. I'll elaborate on that later. Yeah, right now I'm using the tried and true tranquilizer pistol to take out these enemies, which would disqualify me from a no like trank objective, which, you know, whatever. But another thing which makes these missions longer is that even though I am somewhat following a strategy from like a YouTuber, these missions are very prone to like improvisation, because like there's just a good chance that the enemies aren't going to act the same way as the enemies do like in like certain YouTubers like walkthrough or whatnot. And there's a lot of factors which manipulate this, you know, like time of day, I don't know, like whether you activate an alert state or not, whether an enemy gets cautious of you, or if they go shoo to your horse or dog, or if they have shields or helmets on them, because I am doing this from like a replay. So far, like, I mean, in this walkthrough, at least in this save file, I have done like pretty much the first chapter of the game, and I have not touched the second chapter because there comes a certain point in the second chapter where they start killing off your like kind of your mother base members, and I think that's going to like kind of complicate my replay of this chapter 1 thing here. So I decided to kind of avoid that for now until I get to chapter 2. And yeah, but even at this point, if you replay a mission, like there's a point in the game where enemies will start adopting helmets, start adopting shields, gas masks, etc. You know, they'll have security cameras sometimes in places. Oh yeah, I just completed my first objective. The second objective. I transported a truck driver. So yeah, this is the truck driver which you need to transport. So yeah, pretty much just kind of approach them, extract them, and then boom, you're good to go. And now in this little house here is another objective, though to be fair, I'm not sure if it's actually an objective, but I'm just going to do it anyways because it makes the mission easier. Like at the top of this house thing here, there's an intel file which you can read, and then you pretty much can go rescue Miller from there and then avoid the skulls. And that's no, there's another objective. You have to extract that one commander from the Waxing barracks, and that adds a lot of time to this mission because it's pretty much like on the other side of the map of the main objective. Like, I don't know, when like judging whether this game is padded out or not, I don't know how to judge it because I'm replaying this game doing all the objectives, but is the game really designed to be judged by like an optional objective thing? Because like the optional objective thing is just there to add more replay value to the game, while I guess the main objective is how the game's designed. So when I say that these missions lack variety, I mean, am I talking about the main objectives or just that every single optional objective adds saving the hostage in every single situation, and that like drags out the mission by like 10 or 20 minutes each? It's hard, man, but you know what? I'm just going to decide to judge it by doing all the optional objectives because they're here, I'm doing them, and if they get padded out, I'm going to bring it up. Though, to be fair, right now, I'm actually have some pretty positive impressions about the game on this replay. Though, to be fair, I'm only like a third of the way through the main ops, so, I mean, not even, but, you know, like, practically, I'm like a third of the way through the main ops, no damage-wise. So, like, I mean, I don't know how I'm going to feel about this game for the next 2/3, because, I mean, it's kind of in the later half where the game kind of starts dropping in quality somewhat, but, like, that's from memory, because, I don't know, I was going to do this no damage video a lot, oh yeah, so here I'm kind of hiding out in this little room because I heard an enemy say, huh, what was that? Though, to be fair, they're not speaking English, but I heard someone be suspicious of me, so I have a feeling that they're going to approach my situation, so I'm just kind of hiding out in this little box here in case they do enter the room. Because if I exit the room right now, I don't know where that enemy is. He's right there. Oh my, that's just so lucky. I did not plan this at all, but I'm just really lucky that I walked right where the door blocked the enemy's like field of vision so that he didn't see me. So here I'm just gonna wait the enemy out. That's what I'm saying here. Like, improvisation is like so key to this game if like your plan goes off the rails, but you can still like adapt to that situation just like that. You can just adapt to the situation and overcome it, but it adds a lot more playtime to the game because like when you're improvising like in a very dicey situation, it also means that like, you know, you're going to be sneaking around a lot slower. Like, I'm not adopting speedrun strategies. I didn't exactly look at a speedrun for this video, unlike my Ground Zeroes video where I did adopt more speedrun methods for that game. So like that video is like 50 minutes while this one is 4 hours and it's only 16 missions. Oh man, I think I'm gonna keep repeating that 16 missions thing like a broken record. Also, I will mention that I do have a riot shield on me, but it has 0 use in this mission. You don't really need the riot shield. Also, I am using the sneaking suit, so yeah. I mean, I'm replaying the mission, so like on a first run through, maybe you won't have you're not gonna have access to the sneaking suit. What the sneaking suit does is that it makes like your crouch walk completely silent. Because like when you're wearing like a normal suit, your crouch walk is not completely silent. Like if you're just like full crouch walking towards an enemy, like in like your desert gear, like they're gonna hear you. So instead, you have to like walk slowly, even if crouched. So that's the one thing to keep in mind. So the sneaking suit pretty much gets rid of that whole like middle ground completely. Gets rid of that whole middle ground completely. You're just completely silent. So it's a very useful thing to have. But this riot shield serves no purpose in this mission. Though I guess like since I played Peace Walker not too long before, like the riot shield was like one of the most useful things for no damage. So I guess I decided to just bring it back here as a memento, and maybe in some future missions I will actually have to use the riot shield to avoid damage, but who knows? To be fair, in like this 4-hour video, there was no need for the riot shield in any mission boss fight whatsoever. So, though maybe there's like a unique use for the riot shield which I haven't exploited yet, which was also true of Peace Walker, because I didn't exactly see anyone using the riot shield in Peace Walker, even though it did have some great uses. So we'll just have to wait and see. And one fun thing about the open world in Phantom Pain is all the animals around. Now, like the animal system, I think is a little underdeveloped because it's kind of like collecting the animals is really funny. Like, I don't know, you'll go up to like a goat, you put a balloon on it, boom, it goes away. And then with the bears, you kind of have like a semi-boss fight of sorts. And then boom, you like collect the bear, and then bye-bye bear. And then you have like a little zoo, and you can go check them out at your base. But that's kind of about it. Like, they're pretty much just collectibles. And like they're collectibles that give you money, but they don't really give that much money compared to like the missions and excuse me. They don't give that much money compared to like the missions and whatnot. So it's just kind of like whatever. So, you know, I mean, by itself, it's like a fun little thing. Like, oh, it's a funny thing. I put a balloon on the bear, and the bear goes bye-bye. But then it gets really frustrating when you get to like the hidden animals, which you need to get like the capture cages from, and like that stuff is really frustrating because like you can't even see the animals you capture. Like you'll like capture some sort of gerbil in like a cage, and the game will tell you that you captured that gerbil or a sukimono, but you can't actually see those animals in your zoo. It's like, what? Then what's the point then? Like it doesn't give me that much money, so it's like, man, come on. So anyways, here I am at the Woksing barracks, and like I don't know. I mean, I want to explain my strategies and how I sneak around places, but a lot of it is improvisation. Like here, I'm going to get so lucky that like the commander is just at the exact right place at the exact right time that I can just knock him out, get him, and then leave. And also that no enemy spots me, and also that my suppressor doesn't run out immediately, though my suppressor will run out. So for these missions, like you can get supply drops to like refill your ammo and suppressor, though I'm going to try to avoid doing that. Like I mean, I will do that sometimes, but I don't know, for the most part I don't want to rely on like just using my suppressed weapon and then getting a supply drop to like refill my suppressor, unless it's like for a very specific strategy I'm trying to do or whatnot. So yeah, like I mean, once my suppressor runs out, I'm going to try to rely on more like unique strategies involving more ghosting, more hand-to-hand CQC stuff. So yeah, here I'm just kind of sneaking around this base, and so yeah, you can enter. So this game has like a weather and like night and day system, so you can enter missions at day or night, and there's certain advantages and disadvantages to like entering a mission at day or night, and most of the time it's advantageous to enter at night. So yeah, here there's a bunch of enemies like right in front of me, but thankfully I'm just hiding from them. And like, it's kind of dark, so I can't see them that well, but here I'm just sneaking here, and to my luck, the commander is right over there. In fact, he's the man who just spots me right now. There he is. That's the commander. That's our objective. So we have to pretty much get him out of here, so I'm just going to throw a bunch of tranquilizer darts at him. And this is a really, really messy way to do this. But yeah, here I have like 4, 5, 6 enemies on my left, like a couple more on the right, and now they just noticed that I knocked out the commander, so they're going to go like wake him up. And I'm just going to tranquilize each one that shows up there. And then at one point, my tranquilizer darts are going to run out, and then I'm going to leave. But not after extracting every single enemy here. And oh yeah, so you can extract enemies in this game. So if you played Peace Walker, you just attach a balloon to the guy, and he goes away. And unlike Peace Walker, you can actually carry bodies in this game, which is a great thing to see back in action. And also, they made carrying bodies like actually fun this time around. I don't know, like in Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid 4, like carrying bodies was a very slow and tedious process. And to be fair, the way you approach those games, there's really no need to carry bodies most of the time, so you just kind of avoid it. But here, you just kind of huck them on your back, like a fireman carry out, I assume it's called. And then you can like run and walk at like the normal speed you can normally like run and walk at, like when you're just normally running and walking. I think it's a really great addition. So yeah, here I knocked out a lot of the enemies, and I noticed that one of those enemies is calling radio and was kind of stunned and also just out of the vision. So yeah, if you hear that noise, you didn't exactly get caught yet. Yeah, like I mean, even if you turn the reflex mode off, you do have a very brief chance to kind of recover your situation, just like the previous Metal Gear Solid games. You know, like 1, 2, 3. I mean, if you have like you kind of have like a bit of a split second to do it, but you do have a chance to do it. And my suppressor has just run out, so now I'm a little screwed, and I think I just extracted the commander, or I haven't, I don't know. And once I do that, we're pretty much on to our main objective from there. And I'm just really glad that things turned out as lucky as they did, and that I can make such a smooth exit afterwards. Well, not exactly the smoothest exit, but at the very least, the enemy isn't like right in front of me. I can kind of just crawl away from them, and I'm just good to go. So yeah, I don't really know like how to explain this situation if the commander doesn't show up immediately there, and if you don't do the exact thing I do, and also if you don't get caught by anything else in the level. So here I'm just making my escape. This game came out in like 2013, 2015, like, man, how long has it been since like this game came out? Like 5, 6, 7 years? Like, oh my goodness, I don't know. I just want to mention a certain YouTuber who made like this, probably one of the best analysis videos I've seen of this game. I'm gonna pronounce this wrong. Kevy Reviews Things. I don't know, it's like this channel deserves way more subs for like the amount of effort they put into like their like review videos. Like this dude only has like 786 subs. Like he needs a lot more. And pretty much like he did like this like pretty much 2 hour and 21-minute like analysis video on like just Metal Gear Solid 5 and why he thinks it's an amazing game with probably the best story in the series, and pretty much just going to huge detail on like a lot of myths. Well, he considers it myths about like this game's like discourse and whatnot. And I don't exactly agree with 100% of the things he says, but he makes a very convincing argument because he goes into very specific detail. Like he talks about the exact mission structures, like the objective structures. Like I don't know, there's like this thing which happens with like discourse around this game, which is like, oh, the game world is very empty. Oh, nothing happens in the story, but no one really elaborates on what any of those things means. And I was part of that crowd because the very first video on this channel is a 2-minute and 10-second like Phantom Pain review, where it's mostly just filled with a lot of cliches about the discourse of this game. And I still agree with some of the things I said in that video, but not most of the things. Like I don't know, it was a pretty shallow like review of the game. And well, I mean, it's not like having a 2-minute review video is bad. Honestly, like I could probably benefit from like a shorter length sometimes, because here we are, 4 hours later. Well, I mean, not yet. We'll get to 4 hours later, but yeah, here I am with like a over 4 hour long video about this game. I guess I'm finally doing like it's come full circle. Like I'm doing a no damage video on the first game I've ever reviewed on this channel. So yeah, let's go on that. But yeah, Kevin reviews things, like he goes into such specific detail about like the story structure, about characters. Like it's hard not to be like compelled by his arguments. And his video is just very well edited, very entertaining. Just like, I mean, for a 2 hour long video, it's very brief for the amount of content that it covers. Like to give an example of how brief like his points are is that his intro is only like 5 seconds long, and then boom, he's immediately talking about gameplay analysis. Like, I mean, I would never like to intro that short, but like it's kind of like a unique thing he does, and I really appreciate it. I definitely recommend it. I don't know, his video is called like Phantom Pain, a messy masterpiece, which, you know, that title might put you off maybe, but it really is a great video. It's probably the best like review video of the Phantom Pain. And I don't know, a funny thing about that video is that he kind of has a hate boner for like Super Bunny Hop. Because, I don't know, he just disagrees with a lot of things like Bunny Hop has said about the Metal Gear Solid series. But, you know, whatever. I still like Bunny Hop quite a bit. Like, I don't know, his videos on 1, 2, 3, 5 are still, like, pretty entertaining. Like interesting videos to watch. Though his video on Metal Gear Solid 4 kind of left something to be desired. I don't know, like Metal Gear Solid 4 is like Super Bunny Hop's like least favorite game in the series. I'm assuming, so he just wasn't that motivated to like talk about its flaws. It was mostly filled with a lot of like cliches about discussions about that game. I don't know, like they're really, I don't know, a good analysis video of like Metal Gear Solid 4 is probably Matthew Matosis, but Matthew Matosis is always killing it with his videos. Like, what a great reviewer that guy is. So yeah, here I'm pretty much just scanning the area, and I don't know, there's a bit of a strategy here. You pretty much want to approach this area from the right side, because there's like going to be a nice little opening for us to like kind of ghost our way past the other enemies. Yeah, just kind of go through here, and then we're going to just sneak our way through here. And there's going to come a point where we're going to crawl and like put ourselves against the wall. I don't know how to describe it well. It's pretty, I don't know, like you have to see it to believe it, but like there's gonna go a point where we're gonna climb a wall, then we're gonna hide behind a wall, we're gonna mark like a few other enemies, and then we're just gonna make our way past there. Now the escape of this area is a lot more challenging than I thought it'd be. However, I actually did this mission on my first go. But it was a lot of improvisation, a lot of like, you know, just kind of good luck pretty much. But it was very thrilling. It was very thrilling, especially since like this mission is like 36 minutes, at least like my attempt of it. Though to be fair, a good chunk of that length is because of a certain section of this mission. Though to be fair, like it's been like 19 minutes already, so it's already a very long mission. Like, I don't know, some of my previous stealth videos, I would rely on like some quick saves here and there, some checkpoints. Like, I don't know, check out my conviction video to get more context about what I mean. But since I'm trying to go for S rank, I can't rely on checkpoints that much. That doesn't mean that I can't always rely on them, because I could definitely like reload a checkpoint once and still get an S rank. I do it in this video. You'll see what I mean later on. No, it actually happened in the very first mission, the prologue. I reloaded a checkpoint when fighting the man on fire, and I still got an S rank, which, you know, is very informative. So yeah, that was the part where I hid behind a wall, and then I marked these enemies, and now I guess I'm going to wait for them to finish their conversation so that they move out of the way so I can just go in, get Miller, and get out. But yeah, the way that you'll know that I reloaded a checkpoint is that on the scoring screen, like the points for like no retries, there will be 0 points because I did retry once. Like, I mean, like most of the time I'll like just press the restart mission button, but you know, if the mission's like really long and I can get away with it, I'll reload a single checkpoint and it'll pretty much work out for me. Because now some of these missions can be 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you know, sometimes I kind of need that checkpoint, man. So yeah, here I'm going to knock this guy out and I'm not going to extract him because if I extract him right now, it'll make noise and it'll alert the other guards, which I don't think that was a gameplay mechanic in Peace Walker. To be fair, the levels were like so short that, you know, usually if you knock out one guard, you knocked out the rest of them. While here we have like, what, 10, 12, 14 guards, and we have like a little bit more tighter spaces, and also guard sight lines are way bigger than like the Peace Walker, so you have to keep a farther distance from enemies to like not be seen by them. It's a much more challenging game, stealth-wise. And just level design-wise, you know, everything. So yeah, here I'm just glad this guy's facing here, and I can just knock him out right now. Very, very nice. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover every single point I made in like my 2-minute little Phantom Pain video, but one point that stood out to me is when I said that like a lot of the characters are laughably bad, which I don't know, in hindsight maybe it was I was maybe a little peer pressured by like all the popular opinions of the game, because I don't know, I implied that Huey and Eli were bad characters in the game, and I don't really agree with that point with Huey. Huey's probably one of the best characters in this game. I still agree about that with Eli, though. Eli is one of the worst characters in this game, and I guess I'll talk about that later, because like in this video specifically, I haven't done the mission where I fight him, but Eli is such a downer in this game. Like, I don't know, like Liquid's a little bit of one of the lesser villains in the series, even though he is very iconic, he has a great voice and all that. But just like the interesting things which he implies about his past in Metal Gear Solid 1, this game just kind of completely glosses over, instead for a more, here's a dumb little brat who does dumb little brat things. And beyond that, Eli in this game in general just kind of takes the focus away from more interesting characters. And yeah, that is a point which Kevy Reviews things brought up, but I did think that Eli sucked before that video. So, you know, I'm not being manipulated. I have free will. You know, I have rights. You know, I'm like channeling Raiden over here. You know, I got Raiden vibes. So yeah, here I mean, I'm trying to get Kaz out of here, but then like I got spotted by that one enemy, and then they got spotted by like an enemy from like across the other side of the map. So instead, I went through like the back entrance of like that room I was in, and now I'm here. But then this guy noted, like, I guess he heard me dropping Kaz like off that building. And also like the enemies by the campfire also heard me, but I guess they didn't go investigate, which is very lucky for me. And now, thankfully, I'm making my smooth exit out of the building. So yeah, I mean, like, this mission so far has been like, what, 26 minutes long, 25 minutes long? The thing which like kind of pushes this mission to like the 30-minute length is this next section, which is going to be coming up. Also, here we have an enemy just kind of patrolling. So you kind of have guards which like are inside the little outposts and whatnot, which like are patrolling that place. And then you have these guys who just kind of walk around the map, kind of like the outer edges of like the level which you explore. And they're just kind of there. So here I'm going to distract them with a nice little decoy, and I'm going to run up and knock them out. Can't just leave him there. You're going to be seeing those decoys a lot more throughout this playthrough, so be ready for that. So yeah, like my 2-minute Phantom Pain review, it was originally going to be a much longer video where I compare Snake Eater and the Phantom Pain, but I kind of ditched it because I kind of got tired of voicing that video, and I think I came to the realization that I didn't exactly agree with everything I wrote down in like that Phantom Pain and Snake Eater like script. And now it's happened again. I don't exactly agree with that video, the 2-minute video I made about the Phantom Pain. I don't know, like, this is not a new thing. It's kind of happened with the Kiwami review in certain aspects, because I've explored those games more as with these no damage videos. So there's like a few things I would like to clarify about the Kiwami rant, but the thing is, I don't know, an important thing about life is that sometimes you gotta move on. Like, some things are just gonna be a product of their time, and that's fine. really. Like, I don't know, just... It's better to make new things than to constantly, like, remake old things, which might have one or two flaws, but you're still mostly proud of. And that's pretty much just my situation with, like, the Kiwami rant. So I'm not ever going to make, like, a Kiwami rant 2 unless Kenzen Kiwami comes out or something. I don't know. But, yeah, that video is probably just going to stay the same as it is. And I'm just going to leave the Phantom Pain 2-minute video up just as a little, you know, history. So, yeah, here, the strategy is to pretty much just wait these guys out and... Yeah, pretty much just wait these guys out until they walk past you, and then just you walk past them. But it is a very slow and tedious process, and there are ways to speed it up. In fact, I just did one of those ways, like up on that bridge there, where I kind of like got the attention of one of those skulls, and then they ran past me. That kind of sped up like their whole little animation thing. And now here, I thought I'd be clever and like do something different and try to crawl past this guy, but I just end up not succeeding well at this. Like, I'm trying to distract this guy with a decoy, and honestly, there might be a faster way to distract this. The decoy might be a useful way to distract these guys, but I'm doing it all wrong. Like, he doesn't care. I don't know, one unique thing about like the skull's patterns here is that they don't really have exclamation points which show up on their face. Like, I don't know, usually when you distract an enemy, like a normal enemy, like an exclamation mark will pop up on their head and they'll go, whoa! While here, like, there'll be subtle not that subtle body language, there'll be body language that indicates that, you know, they're shocked, but there won't be an exclamation point on their head. I don't know why. I guess it makes them more mysterious, you know, harder to read. Ooh. So I tried to get past there, but it just did not end up working out. So instead, I'm just going to go to the strategy which the YouTuber was doing, which is to pretty much wait for these guys to walk past you. However, what I just did here is that I invited this... I don't know, like, the AI of the skulls here is pretty interesting because, like, they're always going to be honing in on your, like, position, but they don't exactly know where you are. They're just always going to be honing in into, like, your approximate position. Now, what I did just there is by climbing up on that bridge is that I manipulated that guy to pretty much walk down faster to this point, and it kind of screws me over because... Like, I mean, the danger here is these two guys up front. I'm trying to walk past them, but now we have this guy on the right. Like, I thought I was screwed at this point, but I improvised. I dealt with it. Because now it's not just like it's not just that I have to walk past these guys. I have to do it without this guy noticing me, but he's right over there. So it's like, what are we gonna do? So here I'm just gonna start throwing a bunch of decoys in his direction, but sometimes he doesn't care about the decoys. Sometimes he does care about the decoys. And the thing about the decoys is that they don't exactly like slowly walk over to the decoys. They're very fast about dealing with them. Like, look at this guy. Well, I mean, I'm gonna look. He's gonna look at the decoy for a bit, and then he's just gonna, boom, he's gonna teleport, he's gonna kill it. Like, whoa! And now, like, I thought I could walk past him, but no, I do not have the chance to do that. Though, to be fair, the thing is, with smarter strategizing, there might be a way to use the decoys to run past these guys way faster than I do here. Like, I don't think you exactly have to wait by this rock for, like, 5 or 6 minutes for these guys to walk past. There's probably a way to use the decoys in a very smart fashion that just allows you to do what I just attempted to do, but I just didn't have the guts, or which I didn't have the guts to do, or just frankly wasn't going to work. So yeah, it's a very patient stealth thing. So yeah, technically this is the game's first boss fight. This game's boss fights are such a mixed bag, and I don't think they're as good as some of the stuff in like 2 or 3. Man, I don't know. I have to like continue playing this game and see how it goes. But like, this is the first boss fight, and like, you know, it's a stealth boss fight. It doesn't have to be. You could just run away on your horse, and then it becomes like this insane chase sequence. Or you could just fight them head on. Which, well, to be fair, if you're playing this on a new game, I don't think you have the equipment to deal with them head on. But since it is also the first mission, I'm sure that there's like, I'm sure they like balanced it out that it isn't like horrible to fight them head on. But you know, I'm trying to go for perfect stealth here, so when I can, and when the optional objectives... I'm trying to go for perfect stealth here, and if the optional objective doesn't require me to, like, kill these guys, I'm not going to kill these guys. And, well, to be fair, one of the optional objectives is to sneak past these guys. So, like, I mean, if you're trying to, like, do all the objectives here, it's mandatory that you stealth past these guys. And, yeah, there we go. We have snuck past these guys. Oh, yeah, I actually did something very clever here. So, D-Horse, you can put bodies on the back of D-Horse. Thing is, D-Horse is kind of like a magical horse, so you can kind of like call him whenever you want, and he'll just teleport behind you. So, if we put the body of Kaz on the horse, then we're more free to kind of crawl around and be more sneaky with the skulls over there. If we're carrying like Miller, it means that we can't crawl, and crawling makes you like less visible to the enemy, and it's a very important thing to like have when you're trying to sneak past the skulls. So what do? Are you gonna put like Miller down and try to sneak past the skulls? Okay, you snuck past the skulls, now you need to go back and get Miller's body. Like, what? So instead of doing all that, just put him on D-Horse and then call D-Horse, and then boom, there's Master Miller. Very nice. Like, I don't know, it's just like this game has a lot of thought put into like, it's like, I don't know how to describe the gameplay term. I mean, people keep saying sandbox, though when I think of sandbox, I think of Minecraft, and I don't think this thing is really like that. But yeah, whatever, sandbox type design. There's a lot of different tools, like they interact with each other in a lot of really interesting ways. Just like, you know, you can carry bodies here. Like, you know, D-Horse can teleport pretty much anywhere, so just kind of put a body there, call him when you need him, and then boom, he's there. Such a nice strategy. Such a nice, clever thing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
So here we have a much more straightforward and a much more brief tutorial mission, which isn't trying to pretend that it's some epic gameplay set piece thing, but instead is just a character going, okay, here's how things work. You should know that. It's a little bit of a downer, but it doesn't go on for too long, so you just, you know, you do it, you learn how base management works, which is a massive part of this game, and then you move on to whatever's the next mission, pretty much. Now there are hidden objectives, though they aren't exactly that hidden per se. Like pretty much what you have to do is complete the Fulton extraction training. Well, I mean the main objective is just the stuff which this dude is going to teach you about. But the secondary objectives is to complete resistance training and complete strike training. No, restraint training. What that means is, like, once he tells you to leave, don't leave yet. Just kind of wait around for more soldiers to show up, and you'll be like, oh, if you want to practice more CQC, then here you go. And you pretty much just do that, and you should do that pretty much. And I'm not sure if this is an objective per se, but if you shoot a tranquilizer dart at Ocelot, he'll start talking about the la, le, lu, le, lo. So you can do that too, and I think that's pretty neat. So when it comes to like story discussion, I think I'm going to keep, I mean I mentioned in the beginning of this video, but I think I'm going to keep that a little bit on the down low because I haven't exactly listened through all the cassette tapes, and the cassette tapes do play a big part of like this game's story and like kind of narrative and lore and whatnot. But the reason I'm going to keep that on the down low is because, well, when I say keep it on the down low, it means that I haven't exactly went back and re-listened to those cassette tapes or re-watched cutscenes, because I don't know, usually when I'm doing these no damage videos, if it's a new game, I've probably already replayed it through it once normally, but I've already replayed through the Phantom Pain. I already had like 100 hours into it, so like I didn't feel like going through all the cutscenes again on like a normal playthrough. Well, to be fair, like this video I think I talked about it before, but I was planning on releasing this video a lot sooner than now. But I had the opinion that I should like kind of replay the other like Metal Gear Solid games, like, you know, do no damage videos on the other ones before tackling this one, so I would have more to say, because I don't know, doing these no damage videos on the Metal Gear Solid games have kind of taught me more about what works in those games, what doesn't work in those games, and kind of like refresh my opinions on them in a sense, because I'm not just playing through them normally, I'm trying to sneak through them, you know, do no damage and just stealth, you know. So I've learned more about the gameplay systems, and I thought I'd probably have more to say once I get to Metal Gear Solid 5, and I would need more to say because it's going to be one of my longest videos ever. So yeah, here we are, and I was correct about that. This is going to be one of my longest videos ever, and I'm very happy that I did kind of take the time to do the other games, because it was fun to do the other games, and now I think I'll have a more productive like commentary track for this video. Though I'll still probably talk about a lot of really miscellaneous things just to fill time. But yeah, the cassette tapes in this game. So I have not really re-listened to any cassette tapes to get more context or talk about more story events. I'm gonna save that for future videos because that's usually around the time where the more big reveals come in, and also just I don't know, just I'll do more research when it comes to like my next commentary like videos. You know, main ops like 16 through 31 or main ops like chapter 2 in general. I don't know, like the way I'm planning on like releasing these videos is, okay, I have this video. The next video I plan on doing main ops 16 through 31, pretty much just finishing up chapter 1. And then my final Phantom Pain video, I plan on just doing all of chapter 2 because it's like, what, 16, 18 missions left? Look, I mean, that'll be around the length of this one, which will be very long, but I'm kind of doing like a nice little compromise between like my previous videos and the idea of like one massive Phantom Pain video. So instead of having a 12-hour video, I'll just have like a 12-hour video that's cut up into 3 chunks, kind of like how my Yakuza 0 video, my Yakuza 0 story summary video, I kind of put that into chunks. Though to be fair, that video is like 5 hours 30 minutes. This is like 4 hours 36 minutes. It isn't that far from being as long as my entire Yakuza 0 story summary video. The CQC in this game has some nice little quirks to it. Like, there's a certain combo you can do where you can steal an enemy's weapon, but that guy did not have any weapon, so when I slowed down there, I stole nothing from him. But yeah, like, I mean, you can do like a 5 or 6 hit combo just by smashing the CQC button and standing still. Or you could like do that combo and then hold like the draw weapon button, and then you'll steal their weapon. And then there's like a lot of other things that you can do, counters when an enemy like tries to attack you with a knife or like tries to shoot you with a gun or something. Like some things which even I don't know how to do, frankly. But yeah, there's a lot. Like this game CQC, like, I mean, I think it's fair to say it probably has the best CQC. Like, I mean, the punches just have way more impact. Like, on the previous games, it kind of look a little cartoony with the way CQC stuff works, or it just doesn't like flow as naturally as just this one. Because you know you have this 5-hit punch, you got like this nice little throws where you just slam them to the ground. It's just like a lot of really great animation work. Just that, like this game took like 5 or 6 years to make, and like it just shows. And to be fair, I mean, a lot of these assets were also in Ground Zeroes. So, I mean, we kind of got a nice first taste of how this game would like look and flow in that game. Though there's been a lot of improvements in this game. For example, like, I don't know, in Ground Zeroes, if you did like a dive, you would dive and then you would immediately get up. You wouldn't like stay prone. While in this game, when you dive, you stay prone, and it's just a much smoother experience. Because I don't know, like in Ground Zeroes, like there's kind of like an awkward, like, you know, get up period where, you know, you go prone, you do like a dive, a dolphin dive, let's call it. I don't know, the only time I've heard the term dolphin dive is in Black Ops 1, because if you hold down the crouch button, you did a dolphin dive. So I'm assuming it's still called a dolphin dive here. But in Ground Zeroes, when you did a dolphin dive, you got up. Like, the game just automatically made you get up to a crouching position, while here you stay like laying down, and I like that a lot. Very nice. I'm gonna say very nice a lot of the time, just as buffer words. Like, I don't know, I mean, just buffer words and conversations and speech are just plentiful, especially if you don't script stuff, and especially if you just go with the flow like I do with these commentary videos. Like, these videos are not scripted, though I do kind of have an outline for things, though a little bit of a shocker, my outline for this video doesn't have much of anything on it, because I'm not fully done with this game yet. Like, I'll probably have more on that outline once I, you know, actually listen to those cassette tapes and rewatch all the cutscenes and stuff. Though, like, the thing with the cassette tapes is that they like appear to you in a very like specific manner. You know, like in certain chapters, like the cassette tapes will appear to you. Like in certain, if you complete certain objectives, those cassette tapes will appear to you. Like, it's a very hard thing to judge like how good the story of the cassette tapes are when I don't exactly know when they appear. Whatnot. Like, listening to all the cassette tapes in one go is not how you experience them in the game. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking about that and instead talk about the objectives in this mission. So yeah, our primary objective here is eliminate the Spetsnaz commander. However, our secondary objectives pretty much kind of force us to eliminate him in a very specific manner. We pretty much have to like neutralize the commander, pretty much either kill or put him to sleep from a distance of 100 meters or so, and this makes the mission way more complicated than it has any right to. In fact, honestly, I think it's a bit of a stupid objective. Like, it kind of limits the way you can approach the mission. And another secondary objective is to extract the Spetsnaz commander. So instead of killing him or just putting him to sleep, you actually have to like bring him to Mother Base. Okay, cool. You have to pick a Hauma flower in the desert between Shago Village and Spugme Keep. I might be mispronouncing those things. and I have to secure process materials from Shago Village. So here are our objectives, and honestly, quite a few of these objectives are a little like problematic. So yeah, here we're just kind of running to the base, and here I have D-Dog, because D-Dog has a special ability of marking every single enemy that is close to you, which pretty much negates any reason to use a scope, and I love D-Dog for that. In fact, for every single mission, I'm going to try to use D-Dog, even if it requires me to run a lot more, because I don't know, you can run pretty fast in this game if you have the right upgrades, so it doesn't make D-Horse useless. In fact, there is still a lot of uses for D-Horse, especially for some longer missions, but I'm going to try to stick to D-Dog, because I just love him too much. Like, it pretty much makes stealth a lot more fun for me, and also allows me to improvise more on the fly, because I'll actually know if an enemy's approaching me or not. So, you know, very nice, very nice. Also, I brought a non-lethal, like, silent sniper rifle with me, and we are definitely going to be using it for the lovely takedown of the Spetsnaz commander from 100 meters or so. Also, like, I didn't intend to do this, but I'm going to end up clearing out this entire base. Like, you can capture outposts, like, to be fair, you can never like, it'll give you extra points or whatnot, but it doesn't really have any gameplay benefit in the sense that, you know, the next mission, that outpost is still going to be there, because, you know, there's going to be future missions that require you to return to that place and whatnot, so, you know, whatever. But, you know, outpost captured, you know, you have a nice little ding, you know, like the robot lady will say, outpost captured. It's like, whoa, very nice, very nice. So yeah, so I can do stuff like this in the Phantom Pain. I can't exactly do stuff like this in Ground Zeroes. Maybe there's probably a plan on how to do it in Ground Zeroes, but you don't exactly have the balloon to extract everyone, because extracting people pretty much gets rid of the need to hide bodies, though you can still hide bodies in this game. I mean, there's dumpsters, there's bathrooms you can put them in, and they'll pretty much put them out of commission. It's pretty much this game's version of the lockers in Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, 4, etc., etc. And I think that's cool. So yeah, I want to get back to the objectives which this mission has, because, okay, the 100 meters or so, it pretty much, like, forces you to snipe the guy, and I don't like that. Or maybe the rocket punch. Like, I mean, I would have preferred if they just got rid of that objective or had something else, because, I mean, it gets rid of, like, you know, sneaking up behind the commander, you know, choking him out, you know, like, you have to take him out from 100 meters or so. Like, it's a pretty limiting of, like, secondary objective. I don't like it. Now, extracting the commander, I don't know, I mean, that's pretty, like, standard if you're doing a perfect stealth, no kills. Like, alright, let's do that. Now, the flower objective. This game has a really weird tendency where with these, like, flower objectives, that if you collect that flower in a previous attempt and then you fail that attempt and you try to redo the mission, that flower will be gone. And it almost happened to me in this mission, but thankfully there's 2 Hamoa flowers in, like, that specific desert section, so I was able to get, like, the second flower, which I hadn't picked yet, because the first one, which I did pick in a previous practice attempt, was gone. It was so annoying, and this happens in future missions too. Like, sometimes I'll, like, get a material container, and then, like, that attempt I can't use in the video, so then that material container is just gone. I can't complete that objective at this exact moment, so it's like, am I just supposed to wait for them to reload in the mission? I have no idea what manipulates it. It's really, really annoying. However, the materials in this mission specifically, I will be able to collect. So yeah, I've been ignoring my strategy this entire time, but yeah, like I said, I'm going to be trying to clear out the entire base, and I'm going to do it in a very sloppy and messy manner. Like, I don't know, here's mistake 1 here. Like, I'm just missing all these shots, and every shot which I do land, it, like, hits, like, his helmet or, like, a armor piece. Like, I don't know. Enemies can wear, like, some type of body armor, like, I don't know, like a green vest or something. And I believe that, like, that pretty much makes your non-lethal bullets, like, immune. And also there's these riot suits, which I believe are pretty much maybe completely immune to your tranquilizer darts, because I'm going to shoot this guy with, like, pretty much my whole clip, and I'm going to, like, pretty much kill my silencer completely just by trying to take this guy out. And it's like, look at this. Look at this, dude. It's so depressing to see. Though somehow, despite the fact that I pretty much make my pistol completely useless for this film, for like this mission, I still find a way to clear out the entire base except the commander, so I can just have the commander, which I like strategize to take him out from like a very long distance. Thankfully, since this dude's calling his radio and causing an alert state, it gives me a bit of time to kind of get behind him and knock him out with CQC. But yeah, I think the reason like I'm doing this so sloppily is, well, 1, I'm just shooting way too many non-lethal darts at people who are just not going to be affected by it. And 2, I didn't exactly enter this mission with the mindset of clearing out the entire base. Because if I did enter this mission with like that in mind, I would extract the people which I sniped at the beginning. Like, I don't know, there's some people in high places, like, I don't know, those little like high buildings. which if I kind of sniped them, I put them to sleep, I would have gone up to those buildings and I would have extracted those guys if I was trying to take everyone out. But here, I'm improvising a lot. Like, there's really no solid plan here. And here, nice little chain CQC, like, throw down here, but there's still some guys over there. It's like, oh my goodness. And, like, trying to extract everyone at this point is really complicated because we have these people who are really close by. And when they're really close by, they can shoot down the balloons, which you try to extract people with. And honestly, I should have taken better advantage of my doggy here. Because, like, I mean, in later missions, I will be doing that. Where you can, like, order this dog to... Oh, I think that's a good reason I'm not. Is because you have to unlock a certain stun knife for the dog to have. And then he can stun people. I don't think I have this have it unlocked at this point. So, like, I mean, I can only make the dog kill people. I can't make him stun people. Yeah, there we go. I almost got caught, but I stunned him before he called an alert phase. And oh yeah, here's another thing which can happen. You have to be careful because sometimes, like, when you stun enemies, it will not, like, they'll get up really quickly. I don't know, I think this happens when, you know, you stun them by, like, punching them kind of hard. It won't, like, knock them out that long. Like, the 5-hit combo will knock them out for quite a long time, but like the simple little throw on the ground, like, they're gonna wake up at some point. Same thing with a rocket punch. Like, there's this weapon you can use in the game which you just shoot your hand like a rocket and you just punch people from, like, across the map. Like, they wake up really fast from that. So, like, if you do that, you have to be ready to run to them and, like, kind of take care of the situation. Now, there's another way you can kind of keep enemies, like, you know, still, and that way is by pretty much having them be awake, but you can have them be awake, but you, like, hold them up and you, like, you pretty much force them to get on the ground. Like, they'll just stay there forever unless, like, a full-on, like, combat alert is started, like, if they, like, see you and stuff. But if that doesn't happen, they'll just be on the ground completely immobile until, like, someone helps them or until the entire base goes on alert. So yeah, you just do that, and you can, like, capture entire outposts just by doing that, by holding everyone up, but I don't think I end up doing that in the video. So yeah, here's it's an entire mess. So, like, there's multiple stages of, like, suspicion which, like, entire bases can go on. Like, there's just them chilling, and then there's the one where, like, one guard might investigate something, and then there's the ones where, like, people call in the radio and they'll be like, I'm gonna check this thing out. It's like, okay, go check that out, you know, increase security. And then there's, like, the one where it's like, if you knock out an enemy before they're done talking with, like, the person they're on, like, who's on the other side of the radio, like, they'll be like, oh, what did you say? What did you say? You know, like, oh, base, go into full alert. And that makes the enemies, like, way more unpredictable and, like, just way more, like, jumpy. And that can make things harder, though sometimes it can be a bit of an advantage when everyone starts approaching your position like this, and you can just kind of run around, throw some smoke grenades, and just start knocking them out one by one. Oh yeah, smoke grenades are very, very useful, though sometimes you can't spam them because enemies might be a little too used to smoke grenades, but they have a great use, and it's also a very nice clutch weapon. So, you know, just like what happened right now, I mean, I'm trying to, like, get the drop on the enemy. I just throw a couple smoke grenades. It kind of stuns them a bit. It kind of forces them to kind of get out of their cover position, and it just gives me the advantage to just kind of walk around the mobility. Now, this guy's waking up. I'm going to hold him up right there just so that he knows his place there. I will still be extracting him, though, because might as well. But I'm going to stun him because I think they make more noise if you extract them while they're still awake than if they're stunned. Like, they still make quite a bit of noise when you're extracting them regardless, but I don't know specifically, but I think they make more noise if you extract them while they're awake. And now here, oh nope, there's still another enemy which I need to take care of. Oh, 2 of them actually. 3 of them actually. Like, I gotta be sure that the rest of this base is for real empty. I don't know, one advantage of causing, like, a somewhat alert state is that all the guards which are kind of standing on those high vantage points or whatever are now approaching my position. So instead of having to run over there and knock them out, I could just wait for them to approach me here and knock them out here, though. And knock them out here, though, to be fair, I did not plan that. That is just a happy accident of, like, everything going off the rails. Alright, I believe now I'm all alone. And now what I have to do is just... Oh, no. There's still some guards which I stunned, which I still need to extract. Because if I don't extract them, they'll wake up and then there'll be a whole problem there. And here's the guy which kind of caused it all. Just that one guy who called in that alert and caused everyone to be really angsty. So yeah, trying to get the drop on this guy is really hard because, like, 100 meters is quite a long distance and you gotta be approaching him from the right angle. Like, you know, I'm trying to get him, like, you know, through the window, but I just fail at that. So instead, I try to, like, draw him out of that room into like an open area, and then I try to snipe him. And also the silencer on my sniper is like about to run out, so if I miss a shot and it's not silenced, like then that guy will probably notice me, and then that'll ruin this entire run, and that'd be so frustrating, you know, because I just spent like this entire mission like pretty much clutching everything, you know. Like, and if I fail right now, like all my clutch efforts would have been for nothing, and it would have been really, really sad. But yeah, pretty much like the objective pretty much just revolves around the whole 100 meters thing with this commander, collect a certain material around this area, and then collect a certain flower in a desert that's way off in the distance. And that objective is weird because it doesn't really relate to like this mission in general. It's a really weird objective. And also I have issues with how it'll disappear after a certain while. Like this game has a tendency where, I don't know, for the most part, this game has a lot of great design choices which make it like very replayable. Like how I'm approaching all these main ops, and there's like these extra objectives which only like show up after you beat the mission once. I mean, you can still do all the extra objectives on your first try, but you won't exactly know what those objectives are until you beat the mission for the first time. So, you know, then you can play it for a second time and you'll have all these new things to do. It's like, whoa, that's really nice. It makes it really replayable, and also the way like this game has a bit of an adaptive difficulty where, you know, enemies will start getting helmets. It makes like old missions into new missions because, you know, how you'll have in a sense you'll have new enemy types to deal with, and also just which will require new strategies and whatnot. And sometimes bases might have more people in them in general, or sometimes they'll place claymores around the area. Like you gotta stay on your toes here. So it's, you know, it's a very nice like replayable game. But then they have things like how you can't replay side ops. Like what? To be fair, there's like 150 of them, and most of them are very like copy and paste, like very pad the game out to 200 hours. Oh goodness, I hate this. But like there's still some pretty neat stuff. Like there's certain like, you know, unique boss fights in some of the side ops which you just can't replay after you do them once, and it's like, what? And there's certain moments in this game where you have to do a certain side op to like unlock a main mission. So you'll do the side op, then it'll immediately go into the main mission, which is probably some of the most memorable stuff in the game, and you can't replay those side ops. So it's like, what? So if you're only doing the main ops, like there's gonna be sometimes like a drastic jump where it's like, hey, how did I get here? Because there's certain missions which you don't enter through helicopter. So yeah, I turned off the power, and now it's going to draw this guy out here, and I'm pretty much going to snipe him from way over here, and that's pretty much going to capture the outpost. But yeah, it's kind of like the Hellbound mission, for example. You kind of start out in this area, which I'm assuming in a side op you actually have to sneak through that area, but since I'm not doing side ops, like I'm only doing the main ops, it's kind of like a weird jump, like, oh, I guess we're just here now. So to be fair, I do really like that mission because I don't have to sit through like a helicopter thing where it's just I'm just sitting there waiting to get down to the ground. Like that's like this game's gameplay honestly is probably the best in the series. Still not my favorite game, and for a couple reasons. I guess we'll get into it as we go along. But like gameplay wise, this is definitely a peak. But it has a lot of really like a lot of annoyances that build up over time, and one of those annoyances is just I believe that's where the process materials are. So, you know, just pick that up. Also, I'm not extracting the commander right now because the desert where we have to pick up this plant is outside of the red zone. So there comes a certain point where you complete a main objective and like you'll be like, okay, you need to exfiltrate the hot zone. Thing is, if you like do that main objective, like the plant we have to pick up is outside the hot zone. So once we try to go to get that plant, we're just going to end the mission and we're not going to have that plant. So instead of exfiltrating this guy, we're instead just going to carry him all the way to the desert. Then we're going to carry him all the way to the desert. We're going to pick up the plant. Then I'm going to extract him there, and then I'm going to be outside of the hot zone immediately. So that's pretty much how we do this. And yeah, if you have D-Horse, you can get to the plant way faster. And to be fair, you could switch up buddies on the fly, but I just was not feeling that vibe. I'd rather just stick with D-Dog for the entire mission, though. To be fair, for certain future missions, not in this video, but like for certain future missions, I will definitely be doing that. Oh. I mean, I could just exfiltrate him, like, I could just, like, extract them, like, in the desert, but I guess I'm just gonna call the helicopter, because I'll get the flower and then run to the helicopter, though that kind of wastes some time. Huh, strange. I was talking about something beforehand. Oh yeah, the helicopter. So for pretty much almost every single like mission beginning, you so yeah, here like D-Dog noticed that there was a second flower, which was also the homo, so I just picked that one up and boom, we're done with the objective. So now we're just going to go to the helicopter and extract from there. But yeah, the helicopter rides at the beginning of every single mission. It's just like you're just sitting there, you have your objective being told to you, and then you wait to get off, and it's like a 1 to 2 minute process every single time, sometimes longer, and it's just kind of like, I just want to be on the ground. Like, I just want to start the mission and do it. But no, we have to sit through the helicopter ride every single time. Like, it's not a skippable cutscene. That's kind of what bothers me. So it's kind of like, aw, come on, man. And then there's, like, waiting for the helicopter to show up. Like, that's another thing. And now here, I encountered an enemy, so I'm just going to slowly sneak past him. So it's kind of, I'm honestly wasting quite a bit of time, like, ending this mission by not, like, putting him into a balloon, you know? Whatever. I guess I felt smart, like, calling the helicopter, like, ahead of time before I completed all the objectives, but it really wasn't as smart as I thought it was. Like, okay, when I said that I was going to release this video a lot earlier, what I meant by that is I pretty much did, like, the prologue, pretty much main ops 1, main ops 2, main ops 3, main ops 4, and main ops 5, and then I stopped at that point and then went and did all the other Metal Gear games, because I knew it was going to be one of my longest videos ever, because by that point, my video was already, like, an hour and 49 minutes. So yeah, we're at an hour 15 minutes, so yeah, be ready for that, because that's pretty much like the portion where I was no damaging this game before doing all the other Metal Gear games. And I don't really know at what point I was like doing that. I think it was like after I did my Metal Gear Solid 2 video, or after like the video I did after that one, like the Ground Zeroes one. I thought, hey, I'm gonna do Phantom Pain, but then I was like, no, I'm not gonna do Phantom Pain. I'm instead going to do the other games. But yeah, that pretty much ends this mission here, and now we're just going to continue with the before portion. But now, like, the after portion, which pretty much like the portion I did now, is like main ops, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Those are the ones which I've pretty much done, like, in now. It's pretty much like the time I spent playing this game after I did my Fast and Furious video. So yeah, be ready for that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
So here is the mission where I don't complete one of the objectives because my objective kind of disappeared from me. However, technically I could have still completed this objective, because in the area where I got the material container, like in my previous attempt, like I got an A rank and I was so pissed, but I had to do it again. And then when I did it for the S rank run, that container was just gone, so I couldn't extract that container specifically. But there was another container in that same map which I could have extracted, but you know, honestly, I'm so pissed with the fact that the game just disappears the container when I'm trying to replay this game. Like, come on, don't do me like this. That I'm not redoing this. And frankly, like, I mean, if the container was still there, I could have extracted it. So yeah, the objectives for this mission is to pretty much, okay, hold up, let me just pull it up real quick. Yeah, the objectives for this mission is to pretty much identify the communication equipment at the Eastern Communication Post, destroy that equipment, secure the rough diamonds hidden near the ECP. That's like pretty much like near the objective. I'll tell you when I get it. Destroy the transmitter at the ECP. I don't know about that one. I don't know about the transmitter. Extract the 2 prisoners from Dawalo village. So we'll be doing that while on the way, I think. And also extract the material container from the ECP. I don't know what... Oh, wait. The ECP is just an abbreviation for Eastern Communication Post. Okay, I don't know. Like, the way this dude, like, outlined the objectives, like, it's just weird. So, yeah. Since I don't want to use D-Horse, I decided to experiment a bit and use the car. And look at that. What a horrible mess of a vehicle. Like, man, I've driven a car in real life, though. Like, they're not this bad. Though, to be fair, I have not exactly tried to drive one while bouncing all over cliffs and whatnot. So maybe I don't exactly have the experience to speak here. But usually when I turn a car, the thing turns. It doesn't just stay, like, stuck there. Like, come on, man. Come on, like, what is this? Like, it's so loose and slippery. Like, I hate it. Though, to be fair, I've also never driven in like an environment like this, so maybe the cars do handle like this, but I hate it, and it's just a horrible thing. D-Horse is a much better thing to, like, you know, handle during this long-term traversal, but I didn't exactly want to be running through all this, because I mean, running through all this not only takes a while, but like the shaking and bobbing of the camera kind of is a bit like nauseous, especially for long periods of time. So it's like, man, come on. So yeah, we pretty much reached the objective where you have to rescue the prisoners. And oh yeah, I mentioned that this game has a weather system, a day and night system as well. And I've already mentioned that pretty much you can decide whether you want to go to missions like at daytime or nighttime. Though for certain missions you can't do that. Like for the Phantom Limbs, the weather's controlled by the mission itself. You can't decide whether to go at day or night. You're pretty much forced at a certain time. But for this mission, and for most missions in this game, I went for nighttime, and nighttime in this mission makes it a lot easier because there's not going to be any guards really guarding these prisoners. So you can kind of just step in, get them out, and it's very nice. Well, I think the reason I'm pissed that like the one run I did of this mission where I got an A rank is because I got really lucky that a desert storm came, like a sandstorm came through, because I was able to run into this area like really fast and escort everyone without like the enemy noticing me, and it was like really nice. But I couldn't use that attempt because it was an A rank, so I was like, aw, come on. So yeah, thankfully since we're at night, there's not really any guards around. You can just kind of walk into the place, get the guy, get the two guys, and then dip. Oh yeah, when it comes to nighttime, you have three options when you're entering an objective. You can go in ASAP, which is kind of just enter at the time and weather and daytime place. I don't know how to describe it. Like pretty much enter at the time which is currently like in your game right now, or you could enter at 0600, which I'm assuming that's military time, which is pretty much like 6 a.m. I believe so. And or you could enter at 18 like 00, which I'm assuming is 6 p.m., which is more nighttime. You know, it's darker, like guard positions are switching, yada yada. Very nice. So yeah, we've pretty much completed that objective, and now we're just going to go to the Eastern Communication Post and just deal with the difficulty of driving this whack-ass car.
Marker placed. Clouds approaching.
So like, I can kind of appreciate the open world in the sense that you can't really waste time. You gotta really go through this terrain, but man, I also just don't like going through this terrain. Like, I mean, it's a little bit fun doing it with the car because you have to figure things out in a really clunky, dumbass manner. But if you're just running to a place or just going on D-Horse, it's pretty much just, there's nothing to do here. Because to be fair, the gameplay here is with the stealth. And that's kind of why I appreciate Death Stranding, because they pretty much made this stuff like actually engaging. You know, you have to like manage how you go up mountains. It's not just, oh, you can't go up that mountain. It's more you can't go up that mountain because like the amount of weight you're carrying is going to make you fall over, you know, yada yada. There's a lot of like variables to consider. Like, I don't know, the way I see Death Stranding is that it's kind of like a AAA version of like that Octodad game, and I just appreciate that. Though, like, I mean, yeah, like Death Stranding has a much clunkier control style than the Phantom Pain, but on the flip side, like that clunky control style has a lot of little quirks to learn and master, and then once you actually do like learn how to master all those little quirks and also just take advantage of your terrain, take advantage of the online system. To be fair, when I say take advantage of the online system, that's mostly just making zip lines. But you know, whatever. Like, there's a lot to do in that game. That's just like really fun. However, when it wants you to do more conventional gameplay stuff like sneak past enemies, that's kind of shit. Not gonna lie. I mean, there's still fun to be had with the sneaking, but like when you have such a clunky control setup, like it just does not translate well to like normal shooting and sneaking. But I guess if I ever do a Death Stranding video, which I don't plan on doing anytime soon, I'll talk about it more in that video. But yeah, talking about something that actually relates to the Phantom Pain. So like these extra objectives, like, you know, besides any issue with like kind of bloating the game or like padding it out, I just want to say that I think the idea of these like optional objectives is just genius, because like it just makes me rethink how I approach each of these missions. Because, you know, I'll be doing the main objective, but also I'll have to consider all these other optional objectives. I'll have to like plan kind of a roadmap. You know, okay, I'm gonna go here, then I'm gonna go there. Like, it's just so much to think about at one time that it's just like it engages you with the game's mechanics and whatnot. You're like planning things out. Like, okay, I'm gonna go here, and then after I do that, I'm gonna go infiltrate this like base from here, or maybe I'll like take out everyone in the base. It's a lot to consider. Like, I mean, when the optional objectives are like, you know, designed well, and are like, they add a really fun like just extra weight and challenge and strategy to the game. Though sometimes there's a certain mission that goes overboard with it, which means I'm going to ignore the optional objectives just because the game asks simply too much of you, frankly. But yeah, like when they're done well, they're really fun and just add a lot more like spice and just depth to these missions. and they also make them way longer. Because honestly, I could probably complete a lot of these missions in like 10 minutes or less. Not all of them though. Some of them are still quite long. And now here I don't know why I think at this point I abandoned the car, because we're going to take a path where we climb up a mountain to pretty much get to the ECP, the Eastern Communication Post. And the diamond which we need to get for the optional objective is going to be up this cliff. And also there's going to be some wolves. So I forget exactly how I'm going to take them out. I think I'm going to shoot like my non-lethal assault rifle, which doesn't have a silencer, sadly. Like I don't know if you can get an assault rifle with a silencer. I think you can only get like an SMG, like a submachine gun with a silencer, like a non-lethal submachine gun with a silencer. But at that point, you might as well just use the pistol or the sniper rifle. Oh, I'm just gonna take him out with a tranquilizer. Okay, cool. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go to my little zoo at Mother Base. So like, I mean, I mentioned before that like this animal preservation thing is kind of underdeveloped, but one thing that's kind of neat about it is that it kind of, you know, it's a nice way to make interacting with animals, like, you know, I don't know, I mean, some people might not be so like gung-ho about slaughtering animals to like increase their inventory like in Far Cry 3. So here we have a non-lethal way to interact with animals in a fun little way. So it's kind of like, it's nice that Metal Gear is giving players like a non-lethal way to interact with animals that isn't just you need to kill and skin all these innocent animals just to have a bigger pouch or, you know, whatnot. I mean, I don't mind that, but you know, for those who do mind it, it's kind of nice that Metal Gear has something for those like players. And there's the diamond, so that's one of the objectives. I got it. Also, if we're gonna, so there's a claymore there. I mean, on your first playthrough, maybe it won't be there, but it is there now, so you just gotta be careful with that. But yeah, since I'm mentioning Far Cry so much, I just want to thank Metal Gear Solid 5 for making every single enemy like markable, because Far Cry 4 has this horrible idea where there's like there's a certain enemy type which you just cannot mark, and it's like, what? Like, Far Cry's stealth system is pretty shallow. You do not have the tools to deal with not being able to mark a certain enemy. Like, that is, who thought of that? That is such a stupid, like, backwards idea. I hate it so much. Like whoever designed that was stupid. That was dumb. Don't ever do that again. I have not played Far Cry 5, so I do not know if that enemy type returns, but that is a horrible idea. Don't repeat it. Stupid, bad. So yeah, I marked some of the communication equipment here, so that's that objective done, and now I'm just gonna slowly make my way around this area and blow stuff up. Also, if you blew stuff up before entering this mission area, like, I don't know, you blew stuff up like while exploring this area and then you revisit it, like, there's gonna be less stuff to blow up if you already blew it up in the past, because some of that stuff is gonna stay blown up. Like this thing right here, I blew it up once and now it's just destroyed, but I'm gonna put a C4 here anyways, just for cinematic effect. And yeah, there will be a container right around here, but it's gone. Now, there's a container, like, right across from me, but, you know, like I said, screw this mission, screw the fact that containers disappear on, like, replays for some reason. I don't like that whatsoever. Dumb, stupid, stinky, dumb. And now I don't exactly know what I'm planning on doing. I think I'm going to blow stuff up. Like, I'm going to get to this, I'm trying to, like, exit the area. Like, I'm going to exit it by exfiltrating the hot zone. So here I think I'm just going to take this guy out. Some enemies are going to get suspicious of me taking this guy out. Boom, there we go. They're suspicious right now. But I'm going to just draw away their attention by blowing something up. And then boom, they're not going to see it coming. Yeah, now I can just get out of the area all nice and safe.
Mission info has been updated. Marker placed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone.
Destination.
No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Alright, now here are the objectives for this next mission. Over the fence. So the objectives are, well, we have to extract the engineer who made the robot arm. And our secondary objectives is to extract that engineer through a hole in the basement ceiling. We have to extract the prisoner plotting to escape from the Waxing barracks. We have to extract 4WD vehicles patrolling between outposts. I actually kind of forget how I did that one. I guess watching my footage I'll learn again. I guess that was probably like going to a certain base and getting the vehicle before it went anywhere suspicious. And I have to secure the blueprint at Waxing barracks. I have to do all these things for this mission. And well, I guess one advantage of these long helicopter rides is that it gives me enough time to kind of list out the game plan of sorts, like all the objectives that I have to complete for this mission without like wasting any time when I'm actually doing the mission. So it kind of gives me more time to talk about strategy. Like right now I entered at a certain so when you're dropping down like in these missions, you can choose like which place you want to drop down to most of the time. I actually forgot which exact place I dropped down to, like the helicopter dropped me off at, but you have to be dropped off at this place specifically. Then you drop a decoy here. This is a truck. This is how I got it. You drop a decoy here to like stop the truck from moving, and then once you stop the truck from moving, you can just kind of get behind it and just take this guy out. Actually, I don't know if that's a truck. Oh, it's one of the vehicles. Yeah. Boom, just take that guy out. Now we're going to take this guy and his vehicle. So that's how you get the vehicle. Actually, let's see if the objective like clicks once I collect that vehicle. Let's see. Let's go. Yep, that was the vehicle, indeed. And I got the driver. So yeah, I guess that's how I got the vehicle. I guess that answered my question very quickly. So now we just have to go to the Waxing barracks, which is over there. And we've been to the Waxing barracks before thanks to the optional objective in the Phantom Limbs mission, like the first mission of the game. So yeah, here we are. So I don't know, I think one thing which kind of makes this game feel a lot more empty or more like the story, like nothing happens in the story, is because it's probably this mission structure. Like on all the previous Metal Gear Solid games, like they kind of have this structure where it's like one continuous journey where you're just going through, suffering through everything. Like I don't know, like I mean, you have Snake Eater, the Virtuous mission, that's like one solid chunk. Then the Snake Eater section was just this one solid adventure, you know? Like there's no stops, there's no like leaving the area, you're just always on the grind. And that was the same thing with Metal Gear Solid 1, same thing with Metal Gear Solid 2, same thing with Peace Walker, same thing with, oh, actually no, 4 has like five big chunks of gameplay. So yeah, here, this is where the document is. We have to scan this for one of the objectives. Very nice. And this animation is super cool. Like, yeah, having a bunch of futuristic technology in the 80s makes zero sense. But, you know, whatever. This looks sick, so I don't really care. But, yeah. So, yeah, 4 kind of had the same structure. Peace Walker, I mean, even though it adopted the mission structure, it's also like one continuous journey as well. Like, until you get to Chapter 5, you know, whatever. And then there's like Ghost Babel, which I have not played yet. Oh yeah, and also the original games, Metal Gear 1 and 2, kind of same, you know, continuous journey just all the way through. So now we reach the Phantom Pain, and it's more like you do a mission, you leave the area, you go back to base, and then you pretty much re-enter, exit the area, re-enter, exit the area. So it's not really like this one continuous journey. It's just like a bunch of like, you know, just re-entering this area, then exiting this area. Like it's not continuous. So that kind of structure is like a little off-putting when you're compared to the more story-based games of like, well, the previous games. So it's just kind of like, yo, what's going on here? And also that a lot of these main missions, like a lot of the objectives are pretty pedestrian. Like you're mostly doing busy work for like other people. It doesn't really feel like you're affecting the plot in a big way. And it's, oh, look at that. That was ridiculous. I was trying to climb the terrain and I just kept slipping off. Even when I like successfully climbed the terrain, I still slipped off. Like, what is that? But yeah, so like, I mean, even if there's like important lore or maybe like some subtle world building going on in some of these missions, like this rocket scientist here, it's just, it doesn't really feel like you're doing much of anything. Because in the previous games, you're constantly moving forward. But that's the thing though. In the previous games, your objectives were pretty simple. Like it's, you gotta sneak past these enemies, and you do that by pretty much sneaking to a certain place. Like you just go through the game pretty much. Like you go from point A to point B, and that's pretty much every single objective with like a few like variants, but they're very few. Like, I don't know, the bomb disposal stuff in like Metal Gear Solid 2 was kind of a change of pace, and it's also one of my favorite sections in that game. But most of the time it's point A to point B. While here you have all these separate objectives, and it's not just point A to point B. You're also constantly entering, exiting and re-entering areas and all that. And most of the time it's because you took a contract from a certain worker and it's like, okay, we're dogs of war, whatever. So like that stuff can kind of drag the story down, but it's not like nothing happens in every single one of these missions. And to be fair, I'm not exactly ready to analyze whether or not like which missions are pointless and which missions are not. I think I'll do that in like the next video when I have more of an idea of all the missions I know damage, because I'm not even done with all the missions yet. I've only done like missions like I mentioned 0 through 15. So I don't know why I'm trying to extract this guy. Oh wait, no, I think it's because in this room right here, this specific room is the blueprints which we need to like. Okay, so there's like intel which you can gather by doing the cool little animation thing with the like your futuristic glow stick device or whatever, like I don't know, your little radio, or you no, and there's blueprints which are just things you can grab like the same way you can grab the materials in this game. So I tried to like attract the attention to this guard like by doing a little hand thing here, but he just looks over the window, so he doesn't really like go outside of this room. So that was a mistake. So instead I alerted him by making noise over there, and now he's gonna get out of the room finally. Thank you. So now we're just gonna wait him out and knock him out. I guess we're just gonna go in a little, or not, I guess we'll just get him out here, risk the alert, or I think I'm just gonna wait for him to turn around and then I'll get him. So yeah, like the Phantom Pain's like structure wise honestly has the most in common with Portable Ops, because in Portable Ops you enter an area, then you exit the area, and then you go back to your truck. However, in Portable Ops that structure was kind of flawed because like you never had to make an exit plan in Portable Ops. You literally went to the objective and then the game would automatically like just boot you out. Like, and it's really, you can do some really funny stuff in Portable Ops because you don't have to plan an exit strategies. You can like make the most like dumbass decisions, or like, you know, in a split second an enemy's gonna notice you, but since you completed the objective, bada bing bada boom, you're out of there completely safe. Like, you know, I mean, just like the game leaves it up to your imagination how you made it out pretty much. So yeah, at least in the Phantom Pain here you actually do have to plan an exit strategy of sorts, which definitely adds a lot to the gameplay, I think. Though in Portable Ops' case, that was on the PSP, and honestly kind of fiddling around with like that game's control setup, I guess having to also plan an exit strategy with a pretty clunky control setup would have been pretty annoying, but it would have made that game a lot more complicated. It would have made it a lot more enjoyable, because like Portable Ops has probably some of the best sneaking out of the portable games. I don't know, I really like, I've no damaged Portable Ops. You can see my video for more context about what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's what I'm saying here. If I didn't like replay those like previous games for like these no damage videos, I wouldn't be talking about this. So it was a really good choice to do that before tackling the beast that is the Phantom Pain. Though I still have not done Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 no damages, and I haven't played Ghost Babel, and I haven't done the Acid games. I'm not doing those. And I haven't played the fan game, like the one with like Metal Gear Santa, which looked pretty funny and fun. I should probably try that someday. It'd be nice. So yeah, here like I have to get the rocket scientist over there, and I'm just pretty much shooting the tranquilizer pistol at everyone around like this area just so I can get in, get out. Very nice, very nice.
Boss, you've entered a building. Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors. If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run.
You know, like I think Portable Ops had very similar dialogue to that, but you never actually had to plan an escape route. It was just like lore, I guess. It was never important to the gameplay. Just, man, Portable Ops. Well, pretty good game, I'd say. But do watch my video on that. So now we have to go to like the little hole in the wall, pretty much extract him from there, and yada yada. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, actually, I do know how I'm going to talk more in like my future videos, because I'm actually going to look at the lore or whatnot, kind of do some research, some Metal Gear research. So here I'm going to extract this guy through the hole in the wall, but he's actually going to clip straight through the wall. So I don't know, just weird little thing there. Or maybe I will say like my graphic settings for this game are a little weird, because like my display monitor is also rather strange. Like on my display on my laptop is 2880 by like 18,000. So like my version of like 1920 by 1080 for games is like 1650 by like 1050, and it's just really weird and strange, and I don't like it. Oh yeah, so before we exit this area, I have to get the other prisoner who's up there. Thank you, D-Dog, for pointing out that prisoner there. And once we get that prisoner, I believe we can exit. Though, to be fair, maybe I'm forgetting one objective or something. I don't know. So, yeah, we got this guy over here. I'm just going to take him out CQC. So, yeah. That's why there's, like, black bars on the side of this video. Is because I'm, like, recording at a rather weird frame rate. No, I'm recording at a rather weird resolution. I don't know. I recorded, like, 1728 by 1080 or 1050, so I can have 1080p footage, even though, like, I don't know, like, my resolution in game isn't exactly 1080p. It's closer to 720p. And I had to, like, downscale some of the graphical options, so this game may not look as good as it should. And also, OBS has this really weird thing where, like, with darkness, like, I don't know, you might have noticed it in some of my, like, previous missions, but, like, when during nighttime, like, just some parts are just way too dark for their own good. Like, it does not look like that in game. Like, I don't know, I mean, watch some of my Splinter Cell videos, and, like, my Pandora Tomorrow video is, like, practically, like, you can't see what I'm doing because it's so dark. And I hate that about OBS, and I don't know what OBS is doing to make it look that dark, because it makes the footage look way darker than it actually is when I'm actually playing the game. I hate that, just utterly despise that. So yeah, here we extracted the prisoner, and I already called the helicopter to make a quick escape out of here, and now I'm just gonna dip.
Okay, subject is in.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
I love exiting buildings while they're, like, going on full alert, because it's just like, you know, I'm done there. I'm not going to be doing anything in that area. But, you know, like, they're all stressed, like, well, we have an intruder. Oh, we got to stay on real big alert. But, you know, it's literally a non-issue for me. Oh, yeah, usually when an enemy, like, kind of catches a glimpse of you and you have that little, like, Ubisoft, like, white line seeing you, you can just crawl away, and usually it'll go away. Or sometimes, like, crawl away to, like, a piece of cover, like, just kind of so the enemy doesn't see you, and it usually works, unless you're, like, in a really dicey situation. So yeah, those enemies are just distracted by that one guard I knocked out, so now I can just run all the way over to where that helicopter is. And I believe I called the helicopter in the same exact place where I entered the mission, so I might be seeing that decoy again. Or there might actually be enemies over there which get distracted by the decoy, or not. I don't know, let's see. Where is that decoy? Yes, there it is, way over there. Nice, nice. Yeah, like, what comes around comes around. Oh.
Gaining altitude.
Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
So here we're going to have a more plot important mission. Like, it's going to be a big climactic thing, and it kind of makes me wonder why I was even doing the previous missions, frankly. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird that Chapter 1 has all these, like, filler missions, when Chapter 2 is kind of, like, the point to have those filler missions. Like, this game really should have had a shorter Chapter 1 and put some of the more extra content in Chapter 2, because, like, I don't know, having some filler missions which, like, you know, have more fun objectives and more stealth gameplay isn't exactly a horrible thing, but I don't know. If Chapter 1 is supposed to be like the Act 1, 2, 3 structure thing, and, you know, Chapter 2 is more an epilogue, then you know, why not have these, like, the more miscellaneous stuff in Chapter 2? Anyways, the objectives for this mission. This is going to be a longer mission. I mean, it's a more plot important one, and it also requires you to, like, travel through, like, much longer stretches of terrain. So we have to secure the honeybee weapon. We have to eliminate the skulls. And eliminating the skulls, you can kill them with lethal weapons, and it doesn't count as a kill because they don't technically die. Very nice, very nice. We have to secure the honeybee with its ammunition intact, so if we're going to fight these skulls, we can't use the honeybee. And we have to extract the prisoner who cannot speak, who is at the mountain relay base, so we'll get him there. And we have to extract 2 snipers from that mountain relay base. And we have to eliminate a gunship which shows up after we, like, traverse the mountain relay base. Those are our objectives, and I will be completing those. So yeah, this is like a mission which you really want D-Horse for, but I am very stubborn, so I'm just going to run throughout this entire terrain. And the one big advantage of D-Horse is that you can kind of hide behind D-Horse, you know, like kind of hide on the side of him, so you can kind of traverse these like little nothing camps, you know, just by laying on the side of D-Horse, and D-Horse has a pretty nice brisk pace to it when it's like kind of jogging, walking. But here, since I don't have D-Horse, I have to, you know, crouch, take it slow, and I waste a lot of time. Same way I'm wasting a lot of time just by running through these places. Like, wow, man. Wow. Here, I accidentally alerted the attention of an enemy, and something really funny is going to happen. Like, okay, I'm going to try to sneak past him while he's going over there, and I accidentally a little pop up, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care. It's all good. Like, the sightlines for these enemies are still pretty dumb. Like, Metal Gear Solid 5 can have some pretty dumb enemy AI, but it's still much harder to deal with than the previous games. Well, maybe not Snake Eater in, like, 4. Those games... Okay, in 4, like, enemies do not care about, like, living or dying. So, like, if you just stay out in the open and shoot them, like, they really won't do much of anything to you. I mean, they'll shoot you back, but... If you're not going for a sneaking route, Metal Gear Solid 4 can turn into a very easy game, but... I don't know, I mean, I mean, sightlines are like on the level of like 3 and 4, maybe even more than those games, but they're still pretty dumb. I mean, I think like the almost 2 hours of like gameplay you've seen so far, you can kind of like notice that enemies are kind of dumb, which is funny because when I was playing Death Stranding, like enemy AI is like way more like sharp in that game, which can make this stuff a lot more annoying. Honestly, when I say that the enemy AI is kind of dumb, that's not really a negative because it's fun to mess around with them. Because if they're a little too smart, like then your options kind of shrink a bit. So yeah, it's like the Metal Gear Solid has always had kind of a cartoon version of stealth. So like guards being kind of dumb is part of the charm at this point, especially when it comes to experimenting and just improvisation. But yeah, like they can see from pretty far away, and also when you're sprinting, they can see even farther. So it's just something to keep in mind. I do kind of miss the camo system from 3 and 4, though I can kind of understand why they got rid of it, because, well, you can't exactly do what 4 did, because it's not the future. So if you had a sort of octo camo system like in 4, it would pretty much break the entire timeline, and you can't really do it like 3, because it would pretty much interrupt the moment-to-moment gameplay too much. Like, I mean, I have a huge charm for, like, 3, but going into menus every time I have to change camo was kind of eh. So, you know, we can kind of have the benefits of crawling stealth without needing the camo. But it's kind of sad, though, because I do really like the camo system. So yeah, here we're going to pretty much crawl under the relay base, pretty much run to this crack in the wall. We're going to climb up, and on our right, there's going to be a normal enemy and one of the snipers, which we need to extract. Well, almost on my right. I'm going to climb up here. I'm going to run through here. And then I'm going to kind of take it a little slow. On the right, yeah, like on our right here, there's going to be pretty much one of our targets. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just take it slow, but since one of these dudes is behind a wall, two of them, I'm just gonna stand up and kind of get a little bit of faster momentum going. So yeah, this guy right here, boom, sniper. And you can tell he's a sniper because he's wearing different clothing. He's kind of got like a red cap, some more gray, like outfit going on, some like blue, some white stripes, whatever, some camo there. It's like, I mean, look at that guy's outfit and look at this guy's outfit. Honestly, you can barely look at their outfits because it's so dark. But they're different. I think it's the red cap. That's what gives them away. Oh yeah, so in Snake Eater, you could like slam enemies to the ground and they would still be conscious. So we'd actually have to hold them up very fast before they woke up and before they got up and caused an alert. While here, slamming enemies to the ground, they're knocked out immediately. However, you can kick them again and they'll immediately wake them up, which you cannot say the same about Snake Eater. and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Leave the rest to us.
But you could wake enemies up faster in 4 and Peace Walker though, so there's that. So after I do that, we now have to rescue this prisoner here. And we're not going to wait for them to go to the base to rescue him. We're going to rescue him now, and the way I do that is by throwing a bunch of sleeping grenades around these enemies and then trying to knock out the rest of the enemies. And once we do this, it's going to alert the other sniper to our location here, because like the other sniper is like more over there to the left, like all the way to the left. But once like one of these guards here calls in an alert, like yeah, that guy, oh, I knocked out the guy which is trying to call in an alert, and it's going to cause like a big kind of alert panic thing. And it's going to draw the sniper from the other side of the field to this side of the field. That makes things a lot easier for me. So yeah, I'm just pretty much relying on my little pistol here, trying to knock everyone out. But I did use some sleeper grenades, so I wouldn't like wear out the durability of like my suppressor on the pistol. And also, I can't really bring a sniper with me, like the non-lethal sniper, because I brought a rocket launcher and also a grenade launcher. We're gonna need both. Like the rocket launcher is for the helicopter, which we'll be encountering after this area, and the grenade launcher is to fight the skulls, because I don't know, once we collect the honeybee, it pretty much replaces the rocket launcher weapon I brought into the field with me, and I can't use the honeybee because I need all its ammunition to get the most amount of points.
Is he mute? He knows about it. This is our chance.
Oh yeah, I should probably mention that this is the first mission which I attempted to no damage pretty much after like the whole months and months of like Metal Gear like no damages. So this is like my first time picking up the game in quite a while, I'd say. So I actually forgot how to skip cutscenes, because I'm pretty sure I could have skipped that cutscene. I don't know, I thought like you could skip cutscenes with like the start button or like with the PS4 trackpad, but no, it's the select button. And I did not know that, so I just let that cutscene play out even though I could have skipped it. Because I thought, oh, maybe this is a mandatory thing I have to view, which is weird, because usually when there's like black bars on like the top and right bottom of the screen, you know, when it adopts letterbox mode, usually it lets you skip it, but I guess not this one. But no, I was just pressing the wrong buttons. And I did say PS4 controller, though I am once again playing on PC like my Metal Gear Rising video. And well, I don't know, PC has this weird thing which like I guess they were only expecting you to play with an Xbox controller, so you only get Xbox prompts even if you're playing on a PlayStation, even if you're playing with a PlayStation controller, so it's like, aw. So I don't know if that's just like me not adjusting the Steam controller layout correctly, or if that's just a problem with the Phantom Pain which you would need to mod to fix or something. But yeah, we're playing on PC with Xbox prompts, but with a PS4 controller. And now I'm going to steal their truck to pretty much get to my objective faster without calling D-Horse. And this truck controls like this car controls like absolute ass. I hate it so much. Oh my goodness, look at it's so slippery. It's constantly crashing into walls. Like I don't know. Usually when I turn my wheel all the way to the right, I turn to the right. I don't do this nonsense though. To be fair, I mean there's a lot of sand here. I guess it's slipping on the sand maybe. A little bit of that. So yeah, here I'm going to take a little bit of shortcut so that the enemies don't see me over there. I don't know, it's kind of annoying to sneak past like enemy camps when you're in a car compared to like a horse and whatnot. Like, oh my goodness. When it comes to like games deliberately making stuff unsatisfying, there's always like this weird conversation with them, because I don't know, it's like, oh, you know, like you really shouldn't complain about this because it's kind of a very intentional part of the meta narrative and whatnot. I don't know, No More Heroes 2 did something kind of like that. I didn't really like it much in No More Heroes 2, and it just kind of felt like the game was being like insisting a little too hard on it. Anyways, here I'm gonna abandon the car because I don't know, just the enemies there, it just wouldn't work. So I'm just gonna run the rest of the way. But yeah, anyways. So like, No More Heroes 2, like I don't know, sometimes like it would make the violence like tedious in order to like establish a point about the violence, but it was a little ham-fisted, no lie. And then there's stuff like Metal Gear Solid 2 where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to repeat tutorial messages to, like, you know, remind you of Metal Gear Solid 1 and also to kind of talk about the derivative nature of sequels in the industry. Like, it's an allegorical narrative. Oh, okay. And now here in Metal Gear Solid 5, it's like, oh yeah, we deliberately make certain parts like unsatisfying or pad things out to talk about war or about, you know, to establish feelings of phantom pain and whatnot, yada yada yada, you know, stuff like that. But also, like, in specifics with like Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 5, like, you know, they're kind of like, you know, certain sections are shit on purpose, but the games are also masterpieces of the genre. So it's just kind of, you know, which one is it at that point? I don't really have anything that profound to say about the topic. I just think like that divide is weird because, like, you know, it's like people will say Metal Gear Solid 5 is like an amazing, fantastic game, but also that, oh, certain parts are just intentionally bad. You just have to go with it. And it's like, what? Like, it can't be both. Like, you know, I don't know. I feel like I'll revisit this topic when I have more information, when I've no damaged more of this game. I make Venom Snake run so much, even though I myself am not that good of a runner. I used to do a cross country, but my best time was 28:45. It was horrible. Though I have managed to get 24, but only when put under like extreme pressure. So it's just like my time is still 28:45. So I'm gonna have to improve that someday. Probably could be a nice connecting moment so I can relate better to Venom Snake. And now Venom Snake as a character, so I don't know. Venom Snake is like, he has all the makings to be a really great protagonist, and maybe in some aspects he's a pretty interesting one, but man, I think like the Achilles heel that just kind of kills him a bit is that he really doesn't have anyone to bounce off of. Like, I don't know, I mean, his internal dilemma is really interesting. I don't know, I guess spoiler alert, he's not the real Big Boss. He's a body double, which Big Boss like forced to be his double, so that pretty much like, so that Big Boss can kind of hide out, and so that Venom Snake can take all the blame for this rather selfish and just kind of like, there's a word for this, but like, I don't know, the original Big Boss isn't that like great of a hero. A lot of his achievements are just people saving his ass, and well, now that Venom Snakes exist, there's a good like chance that the Big Boss legend may be mostly carved from Venom Snake's exploits, which is part of this game's meta narrative, because I don't know, this game also implies that Venom Snake and the player are one and the same. Oh yeah, if you saw me destroy that helicopter, that was one of the objectives. So yeah, just keep that in mind. You know, bring a rocket launcher, destroy the helicopter, yada yada. So, you know, like the way that this game has a more freeform style, you know, like a sandbox stealth style, that you create your own narrative in the same way that you create the Big Boss legend, which then Big Boss takes advantage of so that he can seem more like a hero thanks to you. Like, it makes him, that's pretty much like, this game said that, you know, men become demons, and like that's pretty much like the part where men becomes demons. Like, it's Big Boss taking advantage of, like, you know, his body double, which is you. And also the same way that you have kind of perpetrated the legend of like his games, like Kojima's games, in a sense. There's a deeper way to talk about it, but that's pretty much like how the ending goes. And yeah, there's good and bad to the ending, but that's just, I guess that's how it goes. I'll talk about it more later when I actually take a deep dive and research what the, like all the cassette tapes and cutscenes and all that, yada yada yada. But yeah, Venom Snake, like, he has a lot of really good characteristics. Like, I don't know, I mean, a lot of the most interesting things about him are just his differences from Big Boss. Like, one, he's not a massive dork. Like, he doesn't like calm over guns. He tends to be a lot less like comedical than Big Boss, which, I mean, people have also said that just makes him more boring. But there's like interesting aspects to him because he also has like this kindness. Here I reloaded a checkpoint because I got caught during this section. So yeah, here, like, it's a pretty confusing area to navigate, and there's like a lot of enemies in close quarters, so this can be pretty challenging to do. But like, just, you know, walk around, you'll eventually get to the place with the honeybee. But yeah, Venom Snake has like this kindness that's kind of lost in Big Boss. I mean, Big Boss, I mean, in his games is seen as a pretty fun guy, though in Peace Walker, a lot of that is kind of the game's tone, tricking you into thinking that Big Boss is not a villain when he does some pretty villainous stuff in Peace Walker. I don't know. I mean, like the way Venom Snake like treats his soldiers, like the only times he gives speeches, like, you know, it's like very inspiring. Like, I don't know, Venom Snake really doesn't like talk down to people. He tends to like view them on a pretty equal playing field, which definitely makes him pretty charming whenever he actually does speak. And that's another thing, he barely speaks, which is kind of a shame. And to be fair, a lot of Metal Gear protagonists, I mean, I'm going to take a point from Kevy reviews things, where a lot of Metal Gear protagonists like dialogue, including Big Boss, is just them asking pointless questions. But even then, honestly, I kind of would have wanted Venom to maybe ask a few more pointless questions, at least do more than what he does in this game. And all, it's just like, there's a lot of times where you could really speak up, I don't know, during really important scenes. And I guess a big reason why he doesn't speak that much is because he doesn't really have anyone to work off of. I mean, Kaz is very angry and he goes, Snake, give it back! But, Snake is just kind of, pretty chill about it. Like, yeah, I understand. Ocelot's kind of a wet noodle in this game. As in, he's rather boring compared to his other parts. And, there's an understandable reason why he's a little more boring in this game, but I don't like it. I guess I'll talk about him a little later. Huey? I don't know. Huey, everyone just hates him. Venom barely speaks with him. Venom doesn't really have much of a connection to anyone in this game. Eli just kind of goes, he's just pissed at Venom for no reason besides, I don't know, just ruining his little boy squad. And I've talked about Liquid before. I just don't like that. Liquid's father hated me, father treated me like trash, but nothing in this game really would inspire that kind of talk in Liquid. It just makes Liquid into this one-dimensional brat for the whole series, because nothing which he talks about Big Boss in this game really, in Metal Gear Solid 1, really occurs in the Phantom Pain. It's just man, what? I don't know, to be fair, the Phantom Pain doesn't really need to answer big series questions to be a good story, because Metal Gear Solid 4 already did that. So we're not really here to get a big reveal for some hidden secret in this series. You don't really need that. And to be fair, a lot of the insistence on answering all these dying questions in 4 kind of ruined that game. So it's probably better that Phantom Pain doesn't insist on that. But if you're gonna bring back characters which are gonna appear in future entries, do something interesting with them. Don't I hate just seeing this bratty version of Liquid. It just kind of, it's so boring, frankly, and it also takes focus away from other interesting characters. So it's aw, come on, man. Quiet. That is not one of the more interesting characters. Quiet sucks. And Quiet has this semi-romance with Venom Snake, which sounds cool on paper. Oh yeah, here's the honeybee, cool. I don't know, Quiet has this cool on paper romance with oh, here's a completely silent film type romance. None of the characters can speak to each other. It reinforces the themes of the games about how language, English language, yada yada yada, but they can still communicate, still form a strong romantic bond. But Quiet is such a wet noodle as well, besides the whole being completely naked thing. Yeah, we're gonna fight her later on in this video, but man, since we're gonna fight her later on in this video, I think I'll just talk more about her there. But the only way they can suggest that Quiet is romantically interested in Venom is by just blatant objectification. Though to be fair, I'm not exactly a strong feminist or whatever, but the reason I bring it up is because, man, it's her outfit is so out there and garish that that you just can't look past it. It's practically just Kojima jerking off at that point. There's no good reason why she had to be wearing a bikini top for the whole game. It doesn't really inform her character. It's just there because Kojima was that looks pretty hot, I guess, or maybe it's just something lost in concept or whatnot. But a lot of things in this game and from its promotional material, and also there's the whole here where if I have the skulls, we're gonna have to run up all the way over here before they shoot us. And now once we enter this building, the skulls are never going to teleport inside, so we can kind of just take pot shots at them with the grenade launcher, and we're pretty good. Though I do take a little bit longer than I need to take pot shots at the skulls, but it's all good. But yeah, I mean, I don't really think Quiet has an interesting build up, but it's just Oh yeah, I was gonna get back. So like Kojima, when he was tweeting about the game before it came out, he said that like, you know, you would feel ashamed for like talking about like Quiet's wardrobe. Then you get to the game and like that was just a vague ass empty promise in the end. So it's like, what? Like there was nothing to be ashamed. It's a stupid outfit, and it should be called stupid. But yeah, I guess I'll talk more about Quiet when we get to just non-lethally beating her up. So yeah, we're just taking pot shots here at these dudes. I should probably mention that I'm talking more about like the relationship with these characters have with Venom. Which, I mean, there's also a lot to be said about like their arcs, and it's kind of weird that Quiet is probably one of the only characters with like an arc to her, even though it still sucks. But we'll get into that later. But yeah, another character which like just doesn't really have much to work with against Venom, or which Venom doesn't really work with much, is Skullface. Like, there's positive things to be said about Skullface, but oh my goodness, like, why does Venom have like nothing with him? Like, there's no dynamic, there's no like anger, there's no like, they don't work off each other at all. It just feels like the perfect character for like Venom to like get a little bit more emotional, you know, get a little bit more invested, like actually start saying more than like 3 lines of dialogue. But no. And also there's the infamous like Jeep scene, which is just like, I'll talk about that more when I actually do, when we're actually like in that mission. No, not in that mission, but more like in the next video, just because, man, there's so much to be said about that dumbass Jeep scene. But like, I mean, Venom says nothing throughout all that. He's not surprised, he's not like angry, he's not bored, he's not like, you know, like tired of it. He's just there. Like, massive missed opportunity. Just like horrible. So yeah, thankfully, like there's like this nice cheap way to deal with the skulls, and I don't have to use the bulletproof shield, like the riot shield or whatever. I can just kind of take pots. Oh yeah, there is a strategy to this somewhat. So you kind of like peek out from here. You take one pot shot and then you like exit and like go to another section of this pot shot thing, because like once you shoot them once, they'll start targeting that location which you shot from. And since you don't want to get hit, just kind of switch it up a bit, you know? Like shoot from that side, then exit, shoot from this side, then like immediately get out so you don't get shot in like the leg or whatever, and just kind of like rinse and repeat. And also like it's probably for the best that you try to mark all like the skulls before taking them on, because I only marked 2 of them, and now I'm trying to find like the last 2, but I don't have them marked, so it's kind of hard to see them. So it's like owie. So yeah, here I'm being very careful trying to like see them, but also, you know, not get shot. Another complication is that sometimes like if you're too slow with shooting, they'll teleport away to a different location, which is pretty sad. So now for the future missions where I have to fight these skulls, I sure do hope I don't have to fight them with non-lethal weapons. That would be I wouldn't like that. So yeah, I'm just gonna call the helicopter ahead of time, and we're gonna have to do a lot of running. Though to be fair, there is a faster way to exit this area. Like you could destroy the communications equipment like here and then call the helicopter here. However, I'm too lazy to do that, so instead I'm just gonna call the helicopter over there and just take the long road down. But yeah, so that was what this game's second boss fight, and yeah, it's honestly, when it comes to this game's boss fights, I think I only really dislike one. And it's not in this like video, but it does revolve around the skulls. Because to be fair, like 80% of the game's boss fights revolve around a certain skull type of sorts. But yeah, I don't really know. I don't really fight that many boss fights in this video, so I can't really go into depth on them. But I don't know. Usually when you're fighting these boss fights, you're kind of put into the open world, so you have like a lot more space to like maneuver around. But it doesn't have like the unique kind of like level design that maybe some of the other boss fights. Again, there really isn't any boss fight like the Fury in this game. You know, you're just stuck in like these little corridors, or like Vulcan Raven. Yeah, like something like that. Though there is some sneaking to be done with these boss fights, but mostly the sneaking is just skipping them. It's not exactly like you're fighting against them. It's not like stealthily doing this boss fight in a stealthy manner. Well, not this boss fight, because this boss fight I actually had to eliminate them because it was one of the objectives, which, you know, gotta follow the other objectives, you know. But like for that first like boss fight or whatever, I literally just skipped that fight. But to be fair, Metal Gear, this isn't the first time Metal Gear has allowed you to skip a fight. Like, I mean, the end boss fight in Snake Eater, you could skip it by killing him earlier on, which is pretty funny. Or by waiting 2 weeks and he just dies of old age, which is also funny. But yeah, we're just here. Though, I guess, like, overall, they're probably better than Peace Walker's boss fights. So to be fair, I mean, everyone like talks shit about Peace Walker's boss fights because they have a lot of health. Though on replays, when you have like stronger equipment and like those boss fights don't die in like what 20 minutes, they can be pretty fun. Like they're pretty well designed robot fights. Though to be fair, Metal Gear usually saves the robot fights for like the final parts of the game and instead has more unique human enemies. So overall, I'd probably say this game's boss fights are better. Though I don't think I'd say this game's boss fights are better than like 2 or 3. Okay, 1 has a lot of really bad like bosses. 4 has a lot of tedious boss fights which are just bullet sponges. So yeah.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Portable Ops has a lot of boss fights which kind of devolve into bullet sponges and also really easy to cheese. And really, I only really like the final boss fight of that game. And yeah, Ground Zeroes has no boss fights because it's a paid demo. Oh, yeah, so Ground Zeroes, honestly, like, I pre-ordered it and got it for free, so I'm not too mad at that game, but that game cost $20. You know what else costs $20 in the current day? The Phantom Pain. Like, that is such a ripoff. Ground Zeroes should be $5, frankly. Like, what a stupid thing. Them selling a full-ass, like, demo for $40. Yeah. If my memory serves me right, Ground Zeroes is also free if you buy, like, the Game of the Year edition of Metal Gear Solid 5, so that's also cool, so... Like, yeah, I mean, I'm glad I have Ground Zeroes because it is a fun game, but if I actually had to pay money for it, because it's like, it's not that it's short, it's just that it's lacking in content. Like, it's just like one area, and then after you're done with that one mission, like, you just have a bunch of missions in the same area that play pretty much almost exactly the same, or are just novelty missions which don't really have much fun gameplay at all, so it's like, ah, come on, man. So yeah, I better talk about the objectives for this mission, Red Brass. Alright, so the objectives for Red Brass is we have to eliminate the commander of the company stationed at Wallow Village, eliminate the commander of the company stationed at Shago Village, eliminate the commander of the company stationed at Waxing Barracks, and the secondary objectives is to extract the commander and the soldiers riding in his vehicle, extract the 3 commanders, listen to the end of the 3 commanders' conversations, and extract the prisoners held at Guande Town. I'll be honest, I've honestly kind of forgot exactly how I tackled this mission. Oh, no, I remember. This is one of the more complicated missions because, honestly, any conversation where you have to listen to people talk is always going to be complicated. So, yeah, there were some mines there, but I ran past them, so... No, actually, I barely remember this mission. Oh, wait, no. I think I remember this mission now. So what I'm going to do is, I'm pretty much just going to quickly clear out as much of the base as possible so that I can listen to the people's conversation without them, like, being alerted or whatnot. So, yeah, quickly I walk in, I, like, snipe that one guy, I punch this guy, and now I'm going to go to the guy who sniped there, I'm going to take him out, and now I'm going to take out 2 more guys, but I'm going to go a little more calm. So I'm just going to go through this little hole here, I'm going to step back a bit, because there's going to be 2 guys I'm going to knock out. And, well, there they are right now. Well, there's one there, I'm going to wait for the other one to show up, I got the sniper rifle right here. Just slowly waiting. And you got to take them out in quick succession, because you do not want any sort of alarm to happen, or I'm pretty sure, like, the conversation gets bugged and you can't hear it. So it's just, you can't take any chances. To be fair though, there is another mission where like I trigger a sort of alarm phase, but I'm still able to hear the conversation. But it's just that, like, this is one of those like extra objectives which are a little buggy and honestly a little bit untested, where it's just like you have to listen to a certain conversation, but if you cause any sort of disturbance in the area, if you don't like perfect stealth, then the scripts get a little messed up and you just don't want to deal with that. So yeah, like one of the commanders who we have to listen to is inside that house right now. And now we're just waiting for 2 other commanders to show up to this house right now. And then once like all 3 of them show up and have the little conversation, I'm just going to take all 3 of them out at the same time. And that's how we handle this mission. So yeah, like I mentioned that it's like, oh, the commander of this place, the commander of this place, the commander of this place. Though to be fair, they're all going to be here. So all those places really don't mean much of anything. I'm just waiting for them to show up here. There we go. That's one of them showing up in that car right now. Very nice.
That's one of the targets.
So yeah, I'm just taking out a bunch of people while waiting for all 3 of these commander dudes to show up at this one house. And now I'm going to take the time to take out this guy all the way over there. Also, I believe that in the first couple missions, I didn't know you could zoom in the scope, so that's kind of a shame. Also, I did get a better sniping, like, non-lethal weapon here with a better scope, so that's very nice. Though I haven't exactly messed around too much with weapon customization, just because I don't have that many weapons. I mean, I have quite a few weapons. I mean, I have a silent sniper rifle, that's fantastic, though. I could always get more weapons and get a little bit more crazy with customization. Though, one thing I don't like about customization is that once you unlock, like, a better level of sniper rifle, you then have to re-customize like that better level sniper rifle, or at least to my knowledge. I might be missing something. So yeah, here, once I take out that one guy, I return to this house, get into the box, because now I'm going to take that guy out. So I'm just going to wait for that guy to be looking a little bit away from me, and then we're going to take him out, but slowly. I don't want to make any noise because the commander's right there. And like the other commander's just pulling up very soon. And also the third guy, I can hear his car right now, and well, D-Dog's already noticed them. And also I'm carrying these bodies away from the house because I just don't want these commanders to hear any noise. I actually forget if I screw up like this, because I remember I might have extracted one guy a little too close to the house. That might have been one of the failed attempts. So yeah, it's just really important to clear out this base just to make my life easier. And then once everyone shows up, then... Oh yeah, that guy over there, we don't really have to worry about him because he's going to show up on our right soon enough anyways, and he'll be easy to take out. In fact, taking him out is actually part of my strategy on taking out these 3 commanders, because like once that guy shows up on the right there and guards that place, I'll take him out, then the 3 commanders in there will be like, huh? What's he doing there? And then... yeah, the 3 commanders will be like, huh? What's he doing there? And then while they're all confused there and like go and check it out, I'll throw like a sleep grenade to knock out a couple of these guys, and then the other guys who aren't knocked out, I'll just go around the building and knock them out there. But before we can do all that, I'm going to listen to their conversation. And also, they're like, I'm hiding behind like a piece of rock, so you might be like, hey, why doesn't the guy on the right see you? Because, well, he's not even looking in my direction, and I'm hiding behind a piece of rock for extra safety. So I don't really know whether I want to talk more or just let this conversation play out.
Я тоже. Радиопереговоры может послужить кто угодно.
Да, это так. Кроме того, слухи о шпионах и кротах на пустом месте не возникают. Противник обставил нас по всем статьям, а мы даже не знаем, где он прячется. Самый важный вопрос на повестке дня – рапорты о пропавших бойцах.
Вы думали, что они дезертируют?
Нет, пока это только теория, но, скорее всего, солдат похищают душман.
Чтобы выпытывать из них информацию.
Это зверье.
Если это будет продолжаться, боевой дух сильно упадет.
Психологическая война.
Я хочу ударить по их главной базе. Но пока мы можем только латать дыры подкреплениями.
Значит, к нам перебрасывают подкрепление из России?
Точно так. Нашему батальону отдадут приоритет при распределении новобранцев. Ваши аванпосты тоже усилят. Вы сможете ударить по врагу гораздо сильнее, когда ваши люди его обнаружат.
Это воодушевляет, капитан.
Остается вопрос. Как противнику удалось похитить стольких солдат и не засветиться?
Мне доложили о том, что как один солдат дал. Его привязали к воздушному шару.
Воздушный шар? Это какое-то новое оружие Запада?
Не придавайте большого значения слуху. Факты помогут нам найти решение.
Товарищ капитан, разрешите внести предложение?
Разрешаю.
Это ни в коем случае не решит нашу проблему, но я бы установил мины на наименее защищенных отрезках периметра. Это, по крайней мере, помешает противнику.
Да. Мины можно прикрыть слепые зоны, перелески, а также тропы, ведущие в обход аванпостов.
Именно.
I should probably mention that just like the flowers and the containers, this is one of those objectives that after you do it once, I don't think you can make it happen again, because at this point in time, I should have like something pop up that says I completed the objective, but it never pops up, so it's just a glitched objective. Because I already did it. I think I did this mission once for like A rank, but then I screwed up something, so I had to repeat it again. And now here I am doing it again, but it's not popping up. Oh, and look at that. Like, I think because he was in like I think because he was like in a falling animation or something, it took him way longer to actually call in an alert, but here we are. That was really strange. That was a really strange thing. So yeah, I threw a sleeping grenade and it didn't make anyone sleep. But like that was so strange, right? Like how the guy just jumped out. He had like a big red exclamation mark on him, but it took him like 4 or 5 seconds or something to call in an alert, and I stopped it before that. It took him way longer than it normally would. It was just funny. So yeah, there we go. Those are the 3 targets extracted. No, 2. Because just like another mission where I have to extract a commander, if I extract all 3 of them, I can't do the other objective without exiting the hot zone. So instead, I'm going to keep one of the commanders. I'm going to keep one of the commanders around, just so that I can complete the other objective. And this is kind of the point where, like, the other objective thing. Remember what I was talking about when I was talking about how, pretty much how I'm kind of like having trouble deciding whether or not like this game's like mission structure is repetitive or not, because I'm like playing all the optional objectives are just there to add more longevity to the game. And then boom, I post captured, whatever. Because I mean, the main missions may have variety. Maybe the optional objectives like kind of add a lot of very samey, repetitive like stuff to the missions. And this mission is a good example of that, because this optional objective is like half of the mission, and it's like across like half of the map away. It's just like, it turns what was just, oh, listen to these dudes talk and extract all of them, into a, now you have to go all the way over there and rescue prisoners. And it's just like, what? Honestly, like, I mean, rescuing the prisoner is like one of the most fun parts of this mission though. So just I'm very divided on it. But it is kind of like, it's weird, man. It's weird. And also, like, it kind of adds a little bit of strategy in approaching all the objectives, because I can't extract this dude yet. And also, I can't have him waking up while I'm trying to rescue the prisoner. And I don't have D-Horse with me. And, well, to be fair, a smart thing would be just to call D-Horse. But what I'm going to do instead of doing that is I'm just going to wake this guy up, hold him up, and have him held up on the ground. And that pretty much keeps him stable. So yeah, you see there, like, I already completed like the whole listen to those guys like talk objectives. So it's already like crossed off, but not like crossed off for this particular run. It's annoying. It's really annoying. Yeah. So we're just slowly running over to the next part. I'm not a big fan of all this empty space. Like there has got to be a better way, because nothing interesting is happening here. Like, I don't know, if it was like shorter distances, then maybe. Though to be fair, I guess maybe the game expects you to use D-Horse or D-Walker to kind of make your way over there, and that probably would have been a fun way to solve it. But it's like open world. Also, I don't know, the environments get a little bit samey, though I did say something in Metal Gear Solid 4 to the effect that that game may look better than 5, and I'm a little crazy for saying that, because 5 looks amazing for, like, its generation. Like, oh my goodness. And also that it ran so smooth on, like, the current gen consoles at that time. Just like, like, smooth visuals and frame rate. Like, yeah, perfect combination. Perfect combination. Yes. And also, like, I mean, Death Stranding also looks amazing, but it has this issue with, like, the uncanny valley, which, honestly, the Phantom Pain doesn't suffer nearly as hard from, because, like, it has more unique faces and whatnot. Or maybe, like, the motion capture was just a little harder. Though, to be fair, Death Stranding was also, like, kind of leaning way, way harder on the mocap, like, faces and stuff. And in that department, Yakuza was less uncanny valley, though Yakuza's visuals aren't exactly as big budget and polished, though. I mean, Dragon Engine looks quite nice though. So yeah, here we go. This is the place where we rescued Miller from, and we're returning again to rescue more people from it. So here, I'm gonna wake this guy up, gonna hold him up and just have him there until I complete my objective over there with the prisoners.
Where are your friends?
You have arrived at your destination.
Gotta love D-Dog. So yeah, I'm gonna try to rescue the prisoner on the right first. And this mission is just going to pretty much spiral out of control at one point. Like, I don't know, this base is just like that, with missions just kind of going haywire. Because it's just like, it's such a populated place. And, wait, am I rescuing one prisoner, or like 2 prisoners, or 3 prisoners? Wait, what's that green icon on the right? Like, I mean, it was like walking around. I don't know what was going on. So yeah, but I try to rescue one prisoner, but when I'm trying to extract them out of the area, something weird happens, got complicated. I think an enemy like took notice of me, or while I was trying to like take out enemies, when I was trying to take out enemies, maybe one person saw like the unconscious body, got worried, and it just kind of spiraled out of control. And oh, wait, who am I gonna rescue first? Oh, okay, this guy. I mean, oh, no. Something really insane happens here. Because, like, the guard up there heard me opening the door. Like, apparently there's a silent way to open doors, but I'm not very familiar with it. Because every time I try, it doesn't work. I thought that, like, holding your weapon while opening the door was the silent way, but it's not. So, yeah, here I'm going to get into the box and just kind of wait for this guy to come downstairs, check out the area. And then once that happens, I'm going to try to get out with the prisoner. But then even a lot more complications start happening. So yeah, here, this guy's looking there, but it gives me the chance to pop out, get a shot. Very nice. But now, I'm going to try to exit. And when I try to exit, then the door opening leads to even more complications. I've got to stop opening doors while drawing a weapon. And yeah, now that guy's like pretty much attracted by the sound. But then now we have a whole group over here. Like, we have this guy, then we have those guys over there. It's just like, oh, it gets complicated. So yeah, he's just checking the place out, and I'm honestly kind of waiting for the chance to like take him out. But then we got like those guards on the left, and like they're gonna be in it. Look at how close they are, and now I'm walking and like knock something over, and it like attracted their attention. Like, I mean, I thought I screwed everything up here, but I somehow found a way to like get past it. But like the way I get past it is insane. Like the guard AI is just insanely stupid. Like, I'm gonna try to knock this guy out. How did those other guys on the like over there did not see me? What? I think it might be because of the doggy. Because like they were shooing away the dog, they might have been looking at the dog, but they were familiar that this dude got knocked out, but they don't know I'm there. What? And now I noticed that I didn't have to mess with that place at all, because there is a back door right there to kind of slowly make my way through it. And I'm just kind of worried if that guy heard me, but I think because like an alarm state is going off, now they're just gonna get off and start scouring the area. Yeah, this is the part where everything kind of goes off the rails. And I'm just kind of, I'm not studying this guy, because like this guy could be life or death for me right now. And yep, just there we go. Be careful, you know, study your surroundings, yada 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 yada. Oh, I think here I'm trying to move away so I can extract this guy's, and then once I extract this guy, I'm gonna go back for the other prisoner. And like, here's what I'm saying. Like, this is a majority of like the gameplay mission. I don't know, I mean, the beginning part at the base, I mean, it's a pretty substantial amount of gameplay, but here, like, it's adding a good chunk of time to, like, the mission as well. Just this one random optional objective, we're just rescuing a bunch of, like, nobody prisoners. And I guess that's kind of, like, why some people kind of get a little frustrated, because you're just kind of doing stuff for the sake of it, and, like, that's pretty fun, because, like, this gameplay is fun. But for those who want a more, like, focused story approach, like, they don't want to be playing side missions during the main missions, it's just kind of like, man... Come on, to be fair, I mean, these main missions do have good structure to them. The side ops are a lot more loose. They just kind of, oh, do this in this area. You know, I mean, they're side ops. They're pretty much main ops with less thought, but sometimes, like, some of the thought that goes into the main ops is a little worrying. Though, I guess most of it just is these extra objectives, not exactly the main objectives. Because, I mean, I don't know, so far, I mean, the main objectives have been alright. Like, you know, I can't really find that many issues with, like, the main objectives so far. Like, we've had a good chunk of variety with locations, with, like, just how to approach places and all that, guards, yada 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 yada. Though I'm not ready to fully analyze that yet because I still have to do all the other missions and the boss fights and yeah, though story-wise there's something to be like desired. There's something left to be desired with like the pacing and structure and whatnot. And there we go, we have our second prisoner. And then once we pretty much get this guy out of the way, we're pretty much out of the area. And then I'll have to extract the commander, and then I actually forget if I leave by helicopter or by hot zone. I think it's probably hot zone.
Extraction.
Oh, but I failed because those guys are right there. Man, even if you can see everyone with D-Dog, sometimes these guys can just catch you off guard because, you know, the camera's so close that you have to kind of do a full 360 to kind of get a full like sense of your surroundings, especially when you're crouched because like your vision is like shorter there. Now I'm just slowly trying to like ghost my way past these enemies while carrying a body because just confrontation is just going to make things harder. Oh, I think I'm just going to extract this guy right here. Nice. Sometimes guards will notice bodies and shoot them, like will notice balloons and shoot them down, and sometimes they won't, probably because a wall was in their way or just because they're too shocked, I don't know. It's just weird. So yeah, we've completed all our objectives, so now we just gotta get the hell on out of here. I don't know, I've talked about videos which like praise Metal Gear Solid 5, which I like, though there is one which I'm not really big on, and that's Michael Sabas, I might have mispronounced that, like video. It's called like Metal Gear Solid 5 is a anti-war masterpiece, and like that video, I don't know, like a lot of the things he says about how Metal Gear Solid 5 is anti-war could honestly be said about most of the other games, like even Peace Walker. And then like the points which are specific to like Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't know, a lot of his like praises are kind of based on the assumption that you like certain other aspects of the game, like, oh yes, the gameplay is just absolutely perfect, 100%. Like, you know, he's just gonna gloss over that. But to be fair, his video wasn't really much about the gameplay, so much about the story and thematic. So okay, cool. And then he says something along the lines of, oh yeah, chapter 1 was just thrilling, epic 80s action film. And I just can't agree with that because there was so much padding and just kind of tedium to chapter 1. So when he says that the whole big point was that, oh, chapter 1 was awesome, but then chapter 2 was the meta narrative where the full themes of like war and phantom pain come full circle, and it's just like that's what I was feeling in the first chapter. Like, I don't know, like if you're not going to clarify how chapter 1 was like this awesome epic like journey, then I'm just not going to buy the rest of the points you're making. Because the whole meta narrative thing kind of falls flat if you didn't like chapter 1 or were like kind of getting tired of it. Oh yeah, so anyways, new mission, new objectives. Let me go over that right now. So this is mission 8, Occupation Forces. So pretty much your main mission is secure the deployment plans, eliminate the colonel, eliminate all tanks, and the secondary objectives is secure the deployment plans. I did that. Extract the colonel, yeah. Eliminate the colonel and all tanks before they reach Smashy Fort. Extract a prisoner from Sakare village, I don't know how to pronounce that, and extract all tanks. So now the funny thing is, in this mission, I believe in like the first 3 to 4 minutes, I am about to complete all the main objectives. And then the rest of the mission is just completing the secondary objectives. So yeah, you have to drop off at a certain point, and frankly, I don't know what certain point that is. I'm sorry about that. It's just in this area right here where if you run forward, you'll find wolves. So just like, you know, pretty much keep, I don't know, just choose between like your drop-off points and until you get to this point, and yeah, pretty much just kind of run forward. But then at a certain point, we're gonna take like a big left. And the reason we're gonna do that is because we're pretty much en route to meet the tanks like very soon right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to put a bunch of decoys in front of the road that the tanks are going to be on to pretty much slow down the tanks and trucks so we can pretty much extract them all in one go. And like, I mean, this video would be so much shorter if I just did all the main missions instead of just doing all the main missions and objectives. Because like, I mean, I could just do this and then just exfiltrate out of the hot zone and I'm pretty much done. But nah, we're doing the extra objectives, at least for this mission. So yeah, here we're just running. Oh yeah, the point where you want to start putting decoys is once you reach like this section right here. This little like hallmark, there's a term for this when there's a very notable piece of land. Or like a hallmark, a sightseeing tour. So yeah, once you reach that point right there, I don't know, there's a very specific word for this, but I'm just forgetting it. Yeah, once you reach this point, just start throwing decoys all over the place, and then there's also going to come a point where you're going to want to stick to the left and just kind of hide out in the bushes and wait for the truck and like tank to pass you by. But you do want to like hide somewhere which is in front of the decoys you threw, so you can run around like behind the tanks and trucks and then start I'm forgetting that word too. Oh no, language is escaping me. The English tongue. Oh, I know some Spanish though. Tienes que ponerle balloons al tanque. Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, they already noticed the decoy and the tank is taking some time to blow them away. So now I'm just kind of sneaking past these tanks and trucks until I can run straight behind them and put a balloon on them. And yeah, an advantage of replaying these missions is that I have way higher tech than I would have on like a single new game, because if you're just playing this on like on a fresh new game, you're gonna have to do a lot of grinding to get like your support teams and like intel R&D teams to like the point where they can actually develop balloons that can just carry tanks away. Because if you don't have these balloons, then I just don't know how you're gonna solve this. And yeah, also I don't know, Metal Gear Solid 5 has a lot of contextual like animations or like just actions which are very contextual in nature. So if you press Y and move towards this truck, then you're going to jump on top of it. But if you stand still and hold Y, you put a balloon on it. And there we go. That's the main objective done. And now we're going to spend the rest of this mission doing side objectives. One of those side objectives is actually getting the deployment plans. So you would only really want the deployment plans if you were like trying to find the tanks. But I already knew where the tanks were and I've already extracted them. So it's like the deployment plans are pretty much just pointless now. I'm only going to get them so that I can complete all the objectives in this mission. It's insanity.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
So yeah, I believe like the only objectives left there are pretty much secure the deployment plans and extract the prisoner from the village. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So here we're just tediously running to our next objective. I'm sure that this has been mentioned in other reviews, but this game has such a great flow to it. I don't know, especially with the way Mother Base works. Because I don't know, I mean, like, everything kind of taking, like, actual real time to develop. Like, it can be very exploitive, especially with the online weapons, taking, like, 23 hours, 24 hours. But there's this great flow to just kind of, you know, putting something in deployment, going out, doing a mission, coming back, and just, you know, that thing is now ready to be taken into battle. Or the way I would do it is when I was like, I don't know, studying strategies or taking a break from the game, I would just leave the game running and then boom, the weapons were developing while that was happening. It's a really great thing. I don't know, I mean, like, the 23-hour like development wheels is like stupid and dumb, but not only the 1 hour, 2 hours, you know, I'm fine with that. I don't know, it's just like, it just gives me something to do while I'm just, I don't know, it gives the game something to do, it gives me something to wait for, just constant progression, constant development. And I don't know, whenever you're doing a mission and you reach a checkpoint, you'll hear about all the new materials you got, you know, you'll hear about new soldiers at your base, you know, just constant development forward and forward while you're still engaging with this moment-to-moment gameplay. It's just really nice. So yeah, this is another one of those missions that like the side objectives can kind of just drag out the experience. I mean, and they're pretty fun, but it's just like, oh, we're rescuing another prisoner at another base, and it's like, okay, no, this is a new base. In fact, I don't even know like which base this shows up in. Cause is this a new base for like the amount of missions I've played? I don't know. But we're at a new base, rescuing a prisoner again. I don't know, prisoner extraction is something which happens a lot in Metal Gear Solid 5, though to be fair, prisoner extraction is like one of the best objectives, because it's just like, you go in, you get a guy, now you have to get out. Like, the amount of fun gameplay that can happen from just that simple premise is just honestly going to have pretty endless replay value, despite how, like, you know, ordinary, like, the objective is, especially since these prisoners are no one special. Like, you're just like, okay, we're going to rescue this guy, and that's pretty much about it. Like, okay. So yeah, here I'm pretty much going to find this little secret path here where I just climb up here to the rock to pretty much rush on over to like a house I have to go to get the deployment plans. And like this house, it has like a very special trademark to it. There's a hallmark, just like a visual cue. It's like the red flag there, the red flag house there, like all the way at the top there. That's where the deployment plans are, and I'm just gonna sneak on my way over there. But yeah, like the mother base mechanic was really great in Peace Walker, but it's even better here, I'd say. And also being able to visit mother base is nice, even though it is a completely empty husk, lifeless, like just corporate. I don't think the word corporate applies to that, though. To be fair, I guess it could be pretty corporate for the war economy or whatnot. I don't know. All you got is like the zoo. And it's like you can't really do anything fun with the animals. You just look at them, you know, just like the zoo. Those certain zoos have certain fun things you can do with the animals. And yeah, this guy's kind of looking away, so we're gonna sneak on over to him. And he's wearing one of those riot shields. So like, no, not riot shields, but like the riot suits. So like bullets, non-lethal bullets, really aren't gonna do anything to them. Though I know one thing which I've kind of learned is that, and it's gonna happen later on in this video, is that if an enemy's wearing like a helmet or like a vest, which protects them from like non-lethal bullets or whatnot, you can always shoot them in the balls and the legs, maybe in the ankles, and the non-lethal bullets will work. So sometimes you don't really want to aim high or in the middle. You want to aim all the way down. Get some low shots in there. Though to be fair, if enemies are wearing helmets, I mean, if you get a good shot to the face, I mean, it could still knock them out. But a lot of the time I end up hitting the helmet because it's kind of a very small window there, whether it's the face or helmet. So I'm better off just hitting them in the balls. And I don't know, one advantage of the sniper rifle is that I think it knocks out enemies faster than like the tranquilizer bullet. That's like the tranq gun, like the little pistol. So yeah, so if I have the sniper rifle, I either just shoot them in the chest or shoot them in the balls. Though I do end up getting a lot of headshots because I didn't realize this at first. So here I'm waiting for this enemy to pass by, do a big jump there, and like, I mean, this is like the magic of the optional objectives. I would not be doing any of this if I was just doing the main objectives, but here we are doing all this fun little sneaking just to rescue a random prisoner, which they added to kind of add more replay value to the game. I mean, it's cool, and it also makes like my approach to like doing each of these missions a lot more complicated and like a lot more engaging. So it's like nice because I'm thinking about a lot more per mission.
Enemy presence detected.
Like, none of the other Metal Gear games really have this kind of like engagement in a sense. Metal Gear Solid 1, you're just going from A to B, and then when you're backtracking, you go back to get something, and then you go back to B again. And, well, to be fair, I mean, Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2, I have no damage to those games, so I don't want to comment too much on them. Metal Gear Solid 2, it played around with some fun objectives, like the bomb disposal stuff, kind of like more sneaking stuff. But it was still mostly A to B. Snake Eater, like, it had optional objectives. It did not have optional objectives. It had optional areas which had fun sneaking you could do to get certain equipment and stuff. Though for one of my type of no damage videos, I could just skip that entire area. Though I mean, those areas are fun, and I do like that they're there, and they have some of the best sneaking in the game. So it's like, you know, very nice, very nice. So yeah, here I have the prisoner, and I'm just making my escape pretty much. But yeah, and then Guns of the Patriots, oh my goodness, Guns of the Patriots is just like a more restrictive Snake Eater, and I don't like that. And also, like, half of the game just does not play to its strengths at all. Like, it's still fun, but honestly, I'm kind of forcing myself to love it because, like, I just love, like, that first couple chapters. I mean, love's a strong word. I don't know, my replay of the game has kind of made things a little bit more dire, per se. Like, I don't know, I'm a little less gung-ho about Metal Gear Solid 4 after my no damage of it. But those first two chapters, like, do have some pretty unique, fun stealth gameplay. And then 3, 4, 5 just kind of never do it again. Or do it in very, very brief sections, and I don't like that. And then Peace Walker. Well, I don't know, the Achilles heel of Peace Walker is just that its stealth is way too simple. And I'm just not big on that. And I mean, like, it's very fun to speed through, but it's just like, it's not gonna match like the enjoyment I get out of Phantom Pain. Like, I never really liked Peace Walker more than Phantom Pain. Like, Peace Walker, I mean, it has a lot of ideas which Phantom Pain I think should take like note from, but overall I still think Phantom Pain is much more fun than Peace Walker.
Arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
like, I don't know, Peace Walker, like every main op in like the first 4 chapters of that game were story focused. You were constantly like having progression with the narrative and whatnot, while in the Phantom Pain that's not really true. Honestly, like some of these missions, some of these main op missions really should have just been like friggin' like side ops. Just like how Peace Walker had a lot of side ops while you were doing the main ops and stuff. And then once you reach like chapter 5, or in this game's case chapter 2, then you add a lot more like miscellaneous, like, oh, I'm just doing bloody work for this company here and there, like type missions. And it probably would fit the thematics of the Phantom Pain especially better. Though to be fair, Peace Walker doesn't handle that section the best, because Peace Walker just has a lot of padding. Like chapter 5 is annoying in Peace Walker. I did make a video on Peace Walker where I no-damaged all the main ops, so go watch that for more info on my thoughts on Peace Walker. It's funny how I've done a video on almost every single Metal Gear Solid game, so I could just say, oh yeah, if you want my extended thoughts on that game, go watch my video, my no-damage video on it. So yeah, it's funny. But so this mission, I will not be doing all the objectives. I am solely going for S rank. So the way I'm going to get S rank is I'm going to put my horse in front of a tank, and then I'm going to sneak behind it, exfiltrate it, and then I'm going to like smoke a vape for a little bit, and then I'm gonna leave. And yeah, like you need to drop off at a very certain point to kind of get to this tank. And I honestly gotta jot these down, like these certain points I drop off at. I like, you know, drop in at, because like they're very important for strategies and whatnot, especially if you want to copy my strategies here. Those, to be fair, like, I mean, this isn't exactly my strategy, but yeah, whatever. But yeah, pretty much like drop your horse off. There's a tank all the way over there, so I'm just gonna run all the way to that tank over there, and I'm gonna get off of my horse right here. I'm gonna run to the side to kind of be all sneaky on the tank, and then once the tank just, yeah, I'm just sneak. Because, man, the reason I'm not doing all the objectives on this mission is because it is insane. Like, in order to get S rank and do all the objectives at the exact same time, you would have to get like a picture-perfect path through like this massive world. You have to know exactly when a prisoner is going to show up. You have to know exactly where to go after each one. It's too much to handle. Like, honestly, the mission may not even be that badly designed. It's just too much, man. I'm not ready for this. So I'm just going to ignore it. So yeah, here, since you have to wait 13 minutes for this mission to be done, I'm instead just going to light up a blunt. And well, a vape blunt. Let's call it a e-cigarette. And then boom. Not only does the helicopter show up faster, but now we're done with the mission. We just leave. And one of the reasons why I'm going to get S rank on this mission, because I just achieved a no trace run. I did not fire my gun a single time. I was not spotted a single time. And I'm just going to leave with those things in mind. And like I said, I don't know all the requirements to get a no trace run, but I just did them, and we're out. So like I did this mission extremely fast. So to be fair, I don't think, like, since I used the e-cigarette here, like the Phantom cigar, like the time you like sped through is actually added to your in-game time. So like it's not exactly like, because this only took me 3 to 4 minutes like of real time, that it would show up as 3 to 4 minutes as of like in-game time, because in-game time my timer is actually going to be at 17 minutes. But still, S rank, baby, let's go. See how you see that no trace like bonus? It's a lot, which gives me the nice beautiful S rank. Let's go. But oh, those objectives, I hate that. Now we're here at a mission which I'm actually going to do all the objectives for. So yeah, this is mission 10, Angel with Broken Wings. Alright, so all the objectives for this mission is, well, we have to extract a pretty much prisoner called Malik. And the secondary objectives are to extract an armored escort vehicle, extract 3 prisoners from Lamar Kale Palace, I don't know how to pronounce that, extract 2 prisoners from the Yako Obo supply outpost, don't know how to pronounce that, and listen to the last conversation between the transport truck driver and Malik. So this mission could be pretty complicated, so I don't know, it's a little hard to follow, but pretty much what I'm going to do is I'm going to get down from this helicopter. I'm going to mark the prisoner and the person driving him once I enter this location, and also when I'm entering this location I'm going to be running. There's going to be landmines near the place I'm running at, though I am going to pretty much run in such a way where I'm going to avoid the landmines, and there really isn't that much to say while I'm running over there, but pretty much like the area which we're going to right now, we're going to mark 1 prisoner who's going to go away, and then there's 3 people we have to rescue. So there's 1 like in a little container place, then there's 2 in like the big palace, and then once we do that we're going to go to we're pretty much going to, since we marked like the vehicle which left this area, I'm going to mark that vehicle on my map, since like as an objective. So I'm going to pretty much follow the tank, like pretty much run after it. And there's the mines. I'm going to run after the tank because there's going to come a certain point where like the tank and the truck stop, and that'll pretty much be the time to pretty much stand behind them, listen to a conversation. Though to be fair, I'm not sure if you actually have to listen to that conversation in order to complete the objective, but it does give you the chance to do one of the objectives, that's to extract the tank. So pretty much like once the conversation at that point stops, you extract the tank, and then you have to rescue 2 prisoners plus the 1 guy which you actually have to rescue. But before you do that, you have to get to you pretty much like align yourself against a certain wall, and you're able to hear the last conversation pretty well. So yeah, run all the way to the right here because we pretty much have to get this guy in green over there. Though before we do that, we have to mark the people leaving. I don't know if I do that. I really should do that. I really ought to mark the prisoner over there before I rescue this guy, but I guess I'm not doing it. I really need to do that. Why am I not doing that right now? That is, unless I did it before and I didn't notice. Wait, what's going on here? So yeah, like immediately go up here, get this guy. There'll be a guy who notices you, but he won't be too big of an issue as long as you didn't make any commotion while getting here. Like you really need to approach this area like as in a very quick, suffice manner, because if you don't like quickly rescue these prisoners, they're all gonna get executed. So you have to like immediately get this guy, because if you don't get this guy immediately, he's going to be executed. Oh yeah, I marked the tank. There we go. So I marked the tank, but to be fair, you should have marked that earlier. But also you can't waste too much time because these prisoners are they're about to be executed. So you have to, rush through this pretty quickly. And I think I kind of buy myself some time by alerting some of these guards by taking this guy out. I don't know exactly what I do, frankly, but I will be saving these 2 prisoners here. So yeah, I'm just trying to make my way inside this building. Just all that nice improvisational stealth type thing. And, I mean, this guy, you gotta watch out for that guy. But there's like a guy all the way at the top which you need to watch out for too. And I'm going to take him out very quickly. But right now, I'm just gonna take this guy who the dog has marked. Very stealthily though. And there's a guy all the way at the top here at one of the searchlights. And I'm just going to choke him out. But we gotta go all the way to the top here. So yeah, there's like a guy on the 3rd floor, a guy on the 2nd floor. I've already extracted the first prisoner, which was in like that little prison, like truck trailer thing. And now we have 2 more guys to rescue at this place. And then once we do that, I'm going to mark the tank on my map, and I'm gonna pretty much run after it. But yeah, here we go. 2nd prisoner, I got him from the 3rd floor, and I'm just going to pretty much run up to the stairs here and pretty much drop him off there. So yeah, here for the 2nd prisoner, he's like on the 2nd floor, and the 2nd floor is all kind of destroyed and dilapidated, so it's like a little bit of a puzzle trying to get to him. In fact, you can even approach him just by climbing outside these windows, though to be fair, when you're outside, the enemy can kind of see you easier, and it's a little bit of trouble. But here we go, we have the 3rd prisoner, and I don't know exactly where I'm going to drop him off. I think I'm going to drop him off right here on the ground floor. Oh yeah, you also need to rescue these prisoners very quickly because you want to actually catch up to the tank and the truck before they enter the base over there. Like you want to get to them before they get to the point where they're stopping at the little bridge area. So it's very much, you gotta be in a rush to complete this mission, and the old D-horse will help with that a lot more than just running on foot. But hey, I was able to do it running on foot, so whatever. It's possible, though D-horse is the much smarter way to go about things, or I don't know, D-walker if you're feeling fancy. To be fair, if this is a completely new game, then you wouldn't have access to D-walker, but that doesn't matter. I'm doing this on New Game Plus, practically. Yeah. It's kind of a lot like how New Game Plus works in Peace Walker. If you haven't seen that video, you should go watch it. Yeah, I've already showed my Portable Ops video, so you can always just go watch that. Like, yeah, I think Portable Ops is probably the predecessor to like the type of gameplay that would appear in the Phantom Pain in a lot of ways. Honestly, like very similar objectives, like get intel, interrogate someone. Well, I don't think you ever have to interrogate someone as an objective in this level, but capturing people or whatnot. Like, I don't know, Portable Ops has a lot of good ideas. It's just let down by its clunky controls it's somewhat small levels, though I do kind of like how the levels have multiple ways through and out, and also having to carry people slowly. That was a bad idea. And just how you didn't need to exit. You didn't need an exit plan for most levels. So like that just kind of let down Portable Ops quite a bit. So here there's like a little base which you have to sneak past. So if you're on D-Horse, you could just lay on the side of D-Horse and they wouldn't see you. But I have to do actual sneaking. And it definitely slows me down quite a bit. So it should be noted that you are not faster than a tank if you're running really fast. So to be fair, I'm not sure if I have all the speed upgrades. I mean, I did upgrade my speed, I'd say quite a bit, but I'm not like the fastest yet, at least to my knowledge, I believe. Like, I don't know, Metal Gear Solid 5 has this like insane post game where you could collect a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like it takes a lot of grinding, it takes a lot of commitment, but it's pretty fun. And also how you can replay missions with all that post game like content and weapons and outfits and yada 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 yada. All right, but we're past that tank. We're past like that camp now, so I'm gonna run past them. A fair warning though, like when you run, you're way more visible to enemies. I don't know, I've had enemies like notice me from like 50 to 60 yards and like cause a full-on like alert, you know, red exclamation point. So you really gotta watch out for that. So yeah, here we're just running over our boy D-Dog to the objective, which is a moving tank. And then there's a funny thing that happens when I actually reach the tank. Oh yeah, there's the tank right there, baby. And there's our prisoner, which we will be rescuing later, but we can't really rescue him right now. In fact, like we're at the exact point we wanna. No, we're not. It's a bridge that comes later on. It's a place like this, but later on. They're gonna stop and they're gonna have a little conversation. Though I don't think it's necessary to listen to that conversation, but since I'm here, I might as well. And also, you're better off being very close to the tank when it's about you're better off being close to the transport trunk and the tank, the transport truck and the tank when they're about to cross over into the bridge and they have a little stop, because it's a perfect moment to take out the tank. But you can't exactly take out the tank immediately because it kind of interrupts the conversation and it may glitch out the final conversation you want to have. Like, man, listening into conversations is not this game's strong point, but it's there. It's an extra objective. It forces you to be sneaky, but it's like not the most well coded. I know nothing about coding. I'm just saying that like it breaks too easily. The scripting and there's a little glitching and the marking that the objective being marked down. It's glitchy. Yeah, I think this is the point. So now at this point, there's gonna be two soldiers like walking past you. So instead, we're just gonna sneak our way here, like near these bushes, so we can be very close to the tank, so we can like extract it once the transport truck moves forward. But at the very least, be hidden from the two soldiers which are walking past me. And also, you might as well wait for the conversation to finish, so that the soldiers who are driving the truck don't notice that you just like ballooned one of their tanks.
Последнее время слухи стали совсем странными. Война затянулась, все малость тронулись умом. Ты себя тоже береги.
Спасибо за помощь.
Будь начеку. Какой же с него ангел, если Бог дал его деревне сгореть, а? У него теперь никого нет. Один надеемся. Ладно, пока.
So yeah, like once that whole conversation is done, just make your way to the tank and just get it out. And also, it's really funny how once I reach the tank, like the objective marker erase thing just keeps appearing over and over and over and over and over and over. It doesn't stop. Just look at it keep going. What is that? Stop. Oh, once I reach the tank, I also have to wait for this conversation to pretty much stop. But at the very least, we're right next to the tank, so we can just extract it whenever we want. Whenever I want, frankly. The base we're going to be approaching is probably one of the hardest bases to kind of sneak around freely in. It's a very restrictive area. I mean, you can approach it in a way that makes it a lot easier, but you really can't walk through the front door and like make it out unscathed. You kind of have to clear out the entire top section. Honestly, I have no idea how someone would ghost that section. However, I do know someone who has tried it, Sappy Joker Gaming, who helped me a lot in my Portable Ops video and my Peace Walker video. Like, yeah, they helped me a lot in my Peace Walker and Portable Ops videos. So, like, yo, shout out to that guy. He's also doing he's currently doing a ghost run of the missions in the Phantom Pain. So, yeah, go watch his videos for some sick ghosting. So, yeah, I mean, I might check out his video to see how he ghosted, like, this area. Because, I don't know, this area is just, like, weird. I mean, there's multiple entrances. There's like a crawl space, which you can enter like a little vent. But if you like vent in this game, you're going to end up on the other side with a lot of enemies on that other side, and I just don't know how to deal with that. And also, it's just not the strategy I'm going to be applying for this section. So yeah, here, once you reach this section, this is the time when I have to listen to a conversation. Now, I believe there's an enemy on my right. I might have already taken them out, or I might take them out in the future. But yeah, we pretty much just stand here, and then once the prisoner gets a little closer to us, we're going to move a little bit to the left. Okay, I'm not going to take out the guy on the right, but yeah, this is pretty much the conversation. So yeah, we're just going to wait this out pretty much. And I'm just not going to talk. I'm just going to let these guys talk.
Он же умрет. Ну и что? В смысле? У нас четкий приказ. Не теряй времени и отведи его в комнату для допроса. Выполняй приказ, или я доложу начальству.
Понял.
So what happens here is a very slow and tedious section where these dudes are just going to slowly move the prisoner over to his new containment cell to kind of talk more dialogue to him. But I will say, during these like conversation moments, there's a little bit of like foreshadowing, like, oh, here's the man on fire. Like, what? The guy from the hospital? And he's like, oh, he burned down the village. Like, oh, really? Deadass? And then when we go to Africa, you can actually visit the village he burned. It's like, yo. Though, to be fair, that village he burned does look suspiciously a lot like a certain location in one of the trailers with that one cutscene with Venom Snake going, ah! Like that thing. But that's not in the game. There is no scene with Venom Snake just screaming his head off like that, though that animation does show up in a later mission. The scream is gone, and I don't know, in a game about going nuclear. Well, that's another thing. The trailers use that song "Nuclear" a lot, and I remember the hype around this game where people just kept making posts about how they were going nuclear and all that. But yeah, Venom Snake here really doesn't end up going nuclear, which is just kind of like, aw. I wanted the nuclear scene. I also wanted to revisit Camp Omega from Ground Zeroes because that's probably my favorite level out of like the 5 duology. Like, I don't know, the levels and like outposts presented in this game are really good. Like, there's a lot of really good like design to them, multiple paths, and like a pretty big area. And even though they are smaller than the Camp Omega stuff, they tend to populate these smaller areas with even more enemies to make them challenging, and I like that. So it's like, all right, cool. But man, I don't know, the Camp Omega stuff is just kind of a sore no. And to be fair, this game has a ton of content, so it's not exactly missing something by not having Camp Omega. However, the Kevy Reviews Things video brought up an amazing way they could have brought back Camp Omega as kind of a way to build into the final twist of the game, you know, like, because Venom Snake has never visited Camp Omega, so maybe once he goes there, he finds out, like, the big secret of the game. And to be fair, I don't know if I really wanted to be discussing the ending of the game at the very beginning of the game, but man, that topic is really interesting. I really would like to dig more into it. I hope I can remember that I want to dig into this when I make that final video, though I know we have, what, like, an hour 36 minutes left of commentary to do and also missions to do, whatever. So yeah, there we go. I listened to the entire conversation. So yeah, once we do that, we're pretty much going to go around this building until we find a ladder to climb up on. And yeah, there's a guy here, so I'm just going to take him out. Yeah, and there's a guy up there. I'm also going to take them out. And I'm pretty much just going to start clearing out most of this base, though I'm not exactly planning on like clearing the entire outpost, though, because that's not really what I need to do. But I actually forget if I do or don't. So yeah, the 2 prisoners are over there, like the optional objective, and now the main prisoner is on my right over there. So yeah, I mean, just doing the main objectives, like, I mean, it's not, I'm not, I'm starting over my words, but I don't know, the main objectives just interest me so much because, like, I could just do the main objectives and have like these really speedy, like speed running type like videos with no damage, where like I just like immediately like bomb rush the people holding like this one prisoner. I extract that one prisoner, then I leave. I don't know, like it has like I mean, I feel like doing only the main objectives could be really funny, and maybe it could be its own video. Though to be fair, after I make a video as massive as this one, I don't think I want to revisit the Phantom Pain. I don't know. I'm more the type of guy. Oh yeah, so as you can see there, I don't know, one of the guards noticed that I blew someone away with a balloon, and I just kind of snuck away from them pretty nicely. Now that I'm remembering it, you do actually end up revisiting that hospital, but it's just the tutorial level again, and I'll just talk about that more during that actual level. But yeah, I don't know, revisiting the hospital as an actual like level and not just scripted gameplay where if you mess up once the entire thing goes wrong, then you know, yeah. So yeah, once you climb up here, since I took out the guy in the watchtower, we don't need to do that, and now we're just going to slowly choke these guys out over here. And this kind of reminds me of that one Ground Zeroes level, which was trying to be like a Metal Gear Solid 1 homage, because it had these same two guards like just overlooking the spotlights and stuff. And now here I am back again, taking out these two guards overlooking the spotlight. But yeah, Camp Omega is such a like a well-designed level. Oh yeah, I did a video on Ground Zeroes if you want to go watch that. I adopt more speedrun strategies, and that game doesn't really have any optional objectives, so I just did the main objective and dipped out of each level, which makes my playthroughs of those things a lot faster. Though because I'm adopting speedrun strategies where I kind of like perfect route those things, it's pretty exciting. I'd say. I don't know, if you're not really into the slower, more methodical gameplay, I'm not sure if this is methodical gameplay per se, but definitely slower, more sneaky gameplay, you can always watch my Ground Zeroes video where I do very fast like speedrun strategies. So yeah, here I'm just kind of sniping the enemies from up above, since I already took out the enemies from like down. Since I'm taking out the below enemies from up above, since I already took out the enemies from above around me. And now here, like one way to approach it is to go in from the other side and take out the 3 enemies surrounding this guy, surrounding the prisoner. But you don't really have to do that. You could just go in from this window, unlock this door, which this door is already going to be unlocked, then just take out this one guy and then take out the prisoner there. You don't really need to mess with the 2 other guys. So that's kind of my difference from the strategy which I took from Mike. I'm instead going to go in from this way and get the prisoner here. And now things are going to get a little bit more complicated because I still have to rescue the other 2 prisoners. And they're on the other side of the map. And some of these guys are either I forgot to take them out, or they're starting to wake up from when I took them out, and it gets a little rascally, little crazy, let's say. So yeah, I just leave the main prisoner there, and I guess the reason I don't extract them immediately is because maybe they'll just immediately end the objective, or it could just alert some of the enemies who are still alive. That guy in the watchtower has just woken up, sadly. I don't know, something I noticed, or maybe it's just true of all the tranquilized weapons, is, I don't know, but I think maybe it's only the sniper rifles. That enemies tend to wake up pretty fast from the sniper rifle. Not as fast as, you know, a rocket punch or whatnot, but I don't know. I've had people who have woken up suspiciously fast from my sniper rifle fire. Oh yeah, so you can use decoys of yourself, but the enemies can use decoys of themselves too. However, I really like the decoys because I think it may actually like lower the enemy counts in the level, but I might be wrong on that. It's just kind of it's a great relief to just like see something that looks like an enemy, but it's just a balloon. Like it's such a great relief. So yeah, here we go, prisoner 1. I'm going to try. Oh no, something really crazy happens here. Like I have like an enemy knocked out there and the prisoner. So what the guy who I just ballooned is not the prisoner, it's an enemy. So then like I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take this prisoner out there too, and I'm going to like I thought like at this moment I thought that I ballooned the prisoner, but I did not. So I'm like, why is the prisoner still there? That's really strange. So here I'm having a lot of trouble trying to put this guy down. I don't know, this is one thing I don't like. You have to hold B to drop a prisoner, but holding B also picks up a weapon. So I'm just struggling here. Like there's an enemy who's like trying to like, you know, beat me up here, and it's just like here I rely on the dog. And I have the stun knife for the dog now, so I can non-lethally incapacitate enemies with my doggy. So yeah, it was really crazy trying to like actually get this guy to go, but it just did not work because I was picking up like a dumbass weapon. And there we go, we are almost done. We just need to pick up the prisoner I left over there, the main objective. And just hopefully I can sneak through here without the enemies noticing me. We seem to be pretty good. I mean, there's some guys on the outside, but you don't really need to mess with them. I've already called the helicopter just to save on time when I actually, you know, get to the helicopter, because that thing takes a while to arrive. So might as well call it early before, you know, heading over there. Like you don't want to call it when you're at the location. It's just like 2 to 3 minutes of waiting around, and in a video this long you do not want to wait around too much. So yeah, we got this prisoner, and I don't know, since we don't really have anything else to do, I mean, I might as well just carry him to the helicopter, you know, give him a nice comfortable ride. Not everyone needs the balloon jerk, like kind of the jerk from how like fast it goes, you know, just like the snapping wind. There's a term for this. I keep forgetting terms for like things which may or may not be important.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Support helicopter has arrived.
I have no idea what that fire is. I think it's just the enemies are firing at the helicopter. I don't know why. I guess it's just too close to the area, but thankfully they're not going to notice me boarding the helicopter, even if they are shooting at the helicopter. I'm not even sure if that's what they're shooting at, though, is it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's find out.
Target extracted. Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss.
Gaining altitude.
Mission info has been updated.
Nah, I don't think it was, but that was a weird noise. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Who knows?
Departing.
Exfiltrated
That's it.
hostile.
You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Alright, the objectives for this mission: eliminate Quiet and determine what to do with Quiet. The secondary objectives are do it without using lethal weapons and do it without and neutralize Quiet without non-firearm attacks. What this pretty much means is that you can't shoot her. So pretty much what we're going to do here is we're going to call in a supply marker to drop in on her head, and that'll take her out. And apparently you can, oh yeah, so here I make her shoot once and then I start running. You pretty much like stick to the left and you'll be pretty good here. So you have to take a very specific path. I don't know, my strategy here is I'm going to wait for this supply drop to pretty much like take her out, and then once like it drops on her, I'm going to go to the position, I'm going to go to the place where she's going to reposition herself. I'm going to sneak behind her and I'm going to give her a good kick, and that's pretty much going to end this fight because I don't know, the first time you fight her, she has like 0 health. Like one supply drop attack drops her health by 50. What? And then like the kick is another 50. So it's pretty much, she pretty much goes down in like 2 hits, which is like, what? I don't know. Thankfully, there is a more challenging version of this boss fight with more health, though to be fair, I don't know exactly if I'm going to enjoy it that much, though it does exist. But like this is too little, man. Like, I don't know, this boss fight's pretty neat. It's not as good as like The End or Crying Wolf per se, but it's a nice like simplified mainstream, like streamlined version of those fights, for lack of a better word. I don't know. Like, it's not as good as those fights, but it's, you know, it's a pretty nice, cool fight with a lot of different, unique ways to approach it. Like that. Like, there's a lot of variety here, but there's also a lot of room to cheese. And apparently, like, a rocket punch attack is not a firearm. However, when I used the rocket punch, I did not get the objective, so I don't recommend using the rocket punch. Now, I also hear that the stun, like, weapon, look at that. That's ridiculous, dude. Like, her outfit is so stupid. It has nothing to do with her character, with the idea of language. It doesn't really help the romance between, like, Venom Snake and her. Like, I don't know. Like, in order to fully analyze her character, I'd have to, like, bring up a better example of, like, this kind of dynamic done before. I don't know, like, a sort of romantic dynamic between 2 characters who can't speak with each other. Now, it would be even more convenient if I could find a dynamic between 2 people who have 2 different languages and can't communicate with each other besides that, but still form a romantic bond because of it. I sure do wish I had like an example of that kind of bond in some sort of literature, film, hell, music, but I don't have any examples to bring up. That will simply be the research I have to do for the next video. I don't know. Down in the comments, if you all could list down every single time I say I needed to research on something and like jot down what I said I needed to research, that would be very helpful so that I could have a nice little note to pretty much actually research that for the next video. So yeah, that's the quiet mission, and we're pretty much done here.
Altitude.
Alright, so for this mission, it's a pretty big mission because it's like a big main story mission where things like actually happen and stuff. So the objectives are: make contact with Dr. Emmerich, extract Dr. Emmerich, extract 3 walker gears from the central base camp, extract Dr. Emmerich without him taking damage, secure the glamour model vertical poster, and secure the blueprint at the same place as the vertical poster. Now here I'm going to run and punch this guy a bunch. Or not. I'm just going to knock him down on his ass. But yeah, I pretty much have this like one area here routed down to like a bit of a science. So yeah, once I take that guy out, I'm just going to start rolling down the hill here to pretty much be as stealthy as possible while still having some speed going on instead of just crawling the whole way there. Though to be fair, I don't exactly know how fast this rolling is, but I assume it's pretty fast because like, I don't know, it feels nice, it feels good. Also, when you're rolling down here, there's going to be an enemy over there, which you have to watch out. You have to wait for him to turn around, and thankfully, he's going to turn around like at the exact point I'm rolling down the hill. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. So we don't have to worry about him anymore. Also, when you're rolling down this hill, you have to stay on the road. Do not get on like the sand or desert, or else you'll become more visible to the enemies around you, and you do not want that. I don't know why, but there's just more camouflaged on this road here wearing like the sneaking suit. So yeah, there's this guy on the road here. I'm going to wait until like I'm like 30 meters in front of him, and then I'm going to take him out. Very nice. And then once we take this guy out, it's just pretty much rolling down this hill until you reach the cardboard fast travel of this game. Now, the first time I did this mission, I thought that I forgot to get one of the cardboard box like travel pamphlets or whatever for the other area. So I actually did a side op to go to like the next area of this mission and to see if I missed it, but no, I did not miss it. What actually happened, see, when I got on the sand, the enemy noticed me. But yeah, what actually happened, the reason I couldn't travel between outposts using the fast travel feature was because I alerted the enemy somewhat. Like right now, the enemy's a little bit alerted, and since that is happening, you cannot use this fast travel feature until they're not alerted. So you can only use this when the base is like completely calm. Thankfully, they will be completely calm very soon, but right now they are not. So this mission could be a little complicated if you don't know what you're doing, but if you have a good idea of what you're doing, it pretty much just amounts to taking care of nearly the entire base, almost like clearing the outpost, but I don't exactly do that. I left a few people alive because there is a lot of people in the outpost. So yeah, once there's no more suspicion about you, you just travel to this place, and it's pretty much how you save a ton of time in this mission. And even though I am saving a lot of time, this mission is still going to take quite a while to beat. It's a long mission, I'd say. This game is filled with long missions, though, especially with all the optional objectives and whatnot. But if I only did the main objective, it would cut down on so much of the time. Because I wouldn't have to deal with the walker gears or like getting any vertical poster or getting any blueprints or whatnot. All I would have to do is just make contact with Emmerich. He's like in the base. There's like 3 big, huge buildings in this area, and like the one on the left, like on the very, very left, that's where Emmerich is. So you just go there and get him, and that's the main objective done until you have to sneak away from the boss fight in this level. And there's a bit of a boss fight in this level, yes there is. But I have to deal with optional objectives. Yeah, I knock that guy out, then I run into this building which has the blueprint I need, which is one of the objectives. And now once I get this blueprint, I'm going to put a marker on the place which has the vertical poster of this like bikini lady, which you have to get, and that is also one of the objectives. However, I'm not going to go for that one immediately because I'm going to instead go for the walker gears. So the walker gears is like the weapon that's introduced in this level. It's pretty much like a tiny little robot people ride, and it's pretty cool. But I need to collect 3 of them. However, all 3 of them have enemies riding them, so I pretty much have to like sneak behind the enemies or take out the enemies before I can get those walker gears. So yeah, I'm following a pretty specific path. I mean, once I knock out that guy, I'm going to climb up here to get a better vantage point and also just go to the other area. And yeah, there's like 2 guards up here. I just took out one of them. And the next one, I believe I'm going to call my dog to take him out. But look how ridiculously long it takes for my dog. Or am I? Oh, I'm not. Okay, I guess that was like a previous failed attempt that I tried it. Or maybe it will be this attempt. I don't know. Let's see this. Let's see this.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
No. I guess I won't call my dog. Maybe that happens later in the mission. I mean, I'll definitely be using my dog to knock out enemies, but I guess no. Maybe it was something which happened in like a failed attempt of this mission. I don't know. One time I did this mission, I got S rank. It was awesome, but I failed one of the extra objectives. The objective where Huey takes damage, and I failed it for like the stupidest reason possible. It was like a really funny reason too, but it was like, it was so painful because I really, really wanted that S rank. No, I really wanted like that S rank all objectives mission, but I failed one of the objectives. I failed one of the objectives, and it just was not right. So yeah, here I believe I'm going to shoot this guy in the chest or the ass. No, I shot him in a pretty good place, and now he is falling asleep. So yeah, Ground Zeroes, back to that topic. So I don't know, Ground Zeroes had these side ops which had like a sort of story going on, but they were mostly just filler. And a lot of the missions in the Phantom Pain are kind of like that too. I don't know, like I was kind of more willing to forgive this in Ground Zeroes because it's like, oh, it's a paid demo. The only mission that matters is like, you know, the Ground Zeroes mission. The rest of it is just there to pad out the game time so that they could like justify a $40 price tag. It doesn't justify it at all, but you know, whatever. But here we are in the Phantom Pain, the full game, and they're still doing this to an extent. Though, to be fair, the Phantom Pain has a lot more variety with its levels, a lot more content to work with, but it's still doing that thing where missions will have like a lot of lore, and like in this game it is connected to the overall story, but it still has that same vibe of, oh, it's just some random side story, right? Even though it may be tangentially connected to the overall story of revenge and Phantom Pains and all that, yada yada, whatever. I'll be more coherent about my story discussions in the next video. Take a shot every time I say I'm gonna do something in the next video. So yeah, I don't know. One way you could you could get these walker gears is to sneak behind these guys and then hold them up before they turn around and like, you know, get you. However, the way I'm doing it is I'm playing it much more safe because there's a helicopter around. And like, I mean, I have done an attempt where I like walked behind these guys and like held them up, but with the helicopter around, I don't have that room to experiment. I'm gonna take it a lot more safe, and also I'm just taking out any enemy that might look at me wrong, just so that. Also, another advantage of taking out all the enemies in the area is that it makes extracting Emmerich a lot easier, because you will have to exit this building. Once again, exit strategies, adding that nice layer of complexity to stealth games. I don't know, Thief Gold, or Thief the Dark Project, one of the first 3D stealth games of all time, it had this genius thing with its difficulty, where on normal difficulty, your objective would be steal this amount of gold and steal the scepter. So you would go into the building, you would steal a certain amount of gold, and then you would steal like the main objective, and then the mission would end right then and there. However, on hard, the objective was more like, okay, steal more gold, steal the scepter, and then exit the level. Like, just with that small addition, everything changes. Everything's a lot more complicated. You have to be more sneaky than usual. It's just brilliant. Like, levels that actually require you to exit them. Like, I don't know. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory had quite a lot of the levels in Splinter Cell Chaos Theory have a similar mindset, though some of them are more linear than others, but Splinter Cell Chaos Theory is still a brilliant stealth game. I made a no damage video that came, if you want to see that too. I've also made a no damage video of Splinter Cell 1, Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, and Splinter Cell Conviction. No, I have not done Double Agent yet. No, I have not done Blacklist yet. No, I have not done the Game Boy Advance port of Splinter Cell. You're gonna have to wait on those. And yes, I shall be plugging my stealth videos for the rest of the runtime here. But yeah, I'm just taking these guys out. I don't really know what more to say. My objective is take out 3 walker gears. I believe I've taken out 2 of them so far, and then I have to go to a certain place to get a poster of a chick in a bikini, and that's pretty much how it's gonna go. And then once I do that, I can finally actually do the main objective, which is get Emmerich out of the place.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I feel like a lot of people remember, Phantom Pain, one thing that it kind of lacks is novelty missions per se. I don't know, like those big set piece type things. And you know, a lot of people I think have a lot of nostalgia for like those old set pieces and all that, and like they do have a tendency to be pretty swag a lot of the time. But there's also a lot of the time in those previous games where those set pieces just kind of suck. Metal Gear Solid 1 has like a whole series of set pieces in the second half that just are like the whole elevator fights, like climbing up the stairway. Just I don't know, they're all kind of horrible. And Metal Gear Solid 2 has the swimming section, which is just like Snake Eater's a lot better about having cool set pieces, but it does have like the 30-minute rail shooter section that goes on for too long, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it goes on for too long. And then for the entire second half, it's just kind of because I don't know, another video about Metal Gear Solid 5. This one video that doesn't like Metal Gear Solid 5 is the Gaming Brits video on just pretty much why the Phantom Pain was disappointing. And this was released like pretty close to like the release day of like the Phantom Pain, so you know, like he was one of them, he was there. And it's pretty much him going over how disappointed he was in the game. And I think it was definitely a paradigm shift for like discussion of the Phantom Pain, because I don't know, everyone else was like giving it 10s. You know, GameStop was giving it a 10. Like every single review site was like saying that it was a perfect game. And then there was like a huge backlash after that where it's like, oh, but fans don't think it was a perfect game. And it's like, ooh, the whole controversy of the Phantom Pain just happened there. And I was there at ground zero with a rather shifting opinion, though I still rather enjoyed the game and put 100 hours into it. But yeah, I don't know, the Gaming Brit, he brings up this thing about how previous Metal... Oh yeah, this is where you get the Bikini Girl poster. I just got it. That's one of the objectives done. But yeah, I don't know, the Gaming Brit brings up this thing about, I don't know, how previous Metal Gear Solid games were like a constant barrage of like insanity. Like, you know, at every turn, there would be something like insane and awesome happening. And that's kind of true, but then there's like some of those insane things that happen kind of sucked. Like Metal Gear Solid 4, like I don't know, yeah, like I mean, it was constantly doing something that was like cool, but at the same time it was constantly undermining its core like solid stealth gameplay, because Metal Gear Solid 4 at its core is a very solid like stealth game mechanically. Like I don't know, you have so many different options on how to approach things. Like here's the rocket punch. I think it's really funny. Like there's so many ways to like approach areas. It's like a great level of, like skill and just, I don't know, depth to like its controls, its mechanics and all that. It's just that the levels don't let you take advantage of it all the time, especially in the second half. So it's just kind of like, aww. So it's like, I mean, even if Metal Gear Solid 4 is like, you know, the DMC of like, it's like the DMC of like stealth games in the same way like DMC is like the most keynote thing out of hack and slash games. It doesn't really matter when the levels don't let you take advantage of its best points. And like, I think that's pretty much the thing which the Phantom Pain does. It designs its levels to pretty much allow you to take advantage of its best points, of its stealth and gameplay. Though maybe at the cost of interesting kind of story progression or scenarios.
It is a long way there. Why don't you use that walker gear of his? No way. We can't trust him. How do we know this crap will even work?
So yeah, here we're just escorting Huey out of this building, and I'm just gonna take this guy out before moving on. And there's gonna come a point where like they pretty much called the, oh yeah, I ran out of my silencer just in time. So yeah, at this point, like the helicopter is going to come in and pretty much raid the place in a sense. I don't know, like Miller or Ocelot here calls the helicopter way too close to the base. So now everyone at this base starts shooting at it. Like, what? Are you serious, man? Like, come on. But thankfully, since like the bullets never hit me, and also you don't exactly have to board the helicopter in this mission. You only have to like be very close to it, like pretty much like right next to it, and then it activates a cutscene, so that it transitions to like the boss fight, event fight of sorts. I don't know, like a lot of these boss fights haven't really felt like boss fights. I don't know, like the type of boss fights where you just avoid them entirely and don't affect their health don't really feel like boss fights, because you're not really fighting them, you're just avoiding them. You're not dealing with the issue at hand. So you're not really engaging with the boss fight in that sense. I don't know. Like you kind of are, but you're not. So yeah, I don't know. Usually when this kind of thing happens, where these dudes start shooting at the helicopter, they're doing it right at this location. But for some reason, they're doing it way over there, which is honestly really lucky for me, because I just don't have to deal with them at all. I don't know. Usually by this point, my silencers would be both dead, so I would just use D-Dog to like incapacitate all of them, but I don't have to deal with that, which does save some time. And now here's the big monster. Now you could shoot a bunch of rockets at it, but when I tried that, not much of anything happened, so instead I'm just gonna run away from it. But apparently you could stun this boss fight and like win against it technically, but I just was not able to with my equipment, which is kind of weird because my equipment's pretty high level, but whatever, I'm just gonna run away from this thing. So the strategy here is we'll run away from him in this part, then hide behind this rock is gonna shoot some machine gun fire, and then once it shoots like the machine gun fire, then you start running towards like your objective over the helicopter over there. But you don't stay at the helicopter because you haven't lost the robot yet. So just keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. And then once you reach like the helicopter point, you run past that helicopter point and you start just running, running, running until you reach a certain rock, and then you just hide behind that rock and just wait it out pretty much. Yeah, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. It's very tense, it's very tense, very tense. Run past that, run past that. We ain't got time for that. And, you know, make sure Huey doesn't take any damage. And also, the reason Huey took damage in like my failed attempt is because I dropped him at a weird angle, and then like the game like shot him up in the sky, like kind of like a Kiwami 2 like Dragon Engine thing, and then he just dropped down from really high, like from really like high height, and he took damage from that. So yeah, pretty much run, run, run until, I don't know, you reach this point, then just hide out here pretty much. He's going to send out some scanner robots over there, but they're not going to see you here. So, you know, very nice. Also, I should probably mention that hiding in a cardboard box does not hide you from these scanners or the robot, because, I don't know, the times where I hid in a cardboard box from this robot, he just noticed me. So, don't depend on that. I will say this is a very cool set piece because, I don't know, at the end of the game you will be destroying this robot, but it's kind of cool that they introduce it with sneaking. Like, oh, this is still a stealth game, right? Let's sneak away from the giant robot. Very nice. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that you can actually make D-Dog wait, and the reason you'd want to make him wait is because sometimes when you're trying to be really sneaky, D-Dog has a tendency to kind of put himself into rooms where you do not want him to be, and then the enemies will notice D-Dog and be like, hey, shoot, shoot, and that might ruin certain patterns if you're trying to go for something. So yeah, I ran away from the robot once he wasn't looking at me, though to be fair, the robot catches a glimpse of me again once I reach this point here, and it's like, ah. So he'll actually know where I am once I reach the helicopter, though thankfully once I'm the, but how... you know the dream, once I'm on the helicopter, any damage which the helicopter takes is not damage onto me, it's just damage onto the helicopter, so that's very nice. And it's also not damage onto Huey. Yeah, you see that? That does not count. It's all the helicopter, baby. I don't know, so like this game's UI, like I don't know, whenever like a hit marker appears, but it's like yellow, that means you got like, you're being hit, but you're being shielded. Now if you take a hit and it's red, then you're actually taking damage, and whenever you take damage, it will show something like, oh, taken hit 1 or 1 hit taken. It'll show up on the screen, and in this video you're never going to see that show up because I'm never going to take damage. That's how it is. Though I do have a tendency to take damage sometimes in the previous Metal Gear Solid videos because there's just certain sections which are flat out impossible to avoid damage. You'll simply have to see the videos to know what I'm talking about. So yeah, pretty much destroy the little missile things that it like shoots up, and then once it does this big thing, just kind of shoot down onto like its red light, and then that blows up the giant robot. The dub.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Alright, new objectives for the first mission in Africa. Alright, so these objectives, they are... Main objectives: shut down the oil transfer pump, destroy the oily water separator tank. The secondary objectives are extract the 4 child soldiers being trained at Massa Village, exfiltrate the hot zone before Minfinda oil field is sealed off. I don't know how to pronounce that. Extract the lapid-faced vulture from the burned down village, and extract 4 walker gears sealing off, I don't know how to pronounce that, oil field, Minfinda oil field. Like, man, they even say it in the game, but I don't know how to pronounce that. Also, I will say, doing this commentary for this long, like we're 3 hours 32 minutes in, and like I swear I've adopted some vocal cord I've Oh my goodness, I have adopted some vocal cord parasites of my own. Oh man, like it's really straining the voice cords. I really should not be trying to do this all in one day. I should probably like go to bed right now, but I'm not gonna do that. So this mission, it can be somewhat complicated, though it is a pretty nice intro to Africa. It's kind of like the first mission of the game, Phantom Limbs, in the sense that it's a nice, impressive showcase for the game. In fact, when they were showing like E3 footage of this game or whatnot, I don't know, like tech demo footage of it or whatnot, like I believe this is the level that was used as like the showcase, and everyone's like, whoa, that's really impressive early game footage. And now we are playing through it, and it is still very impressive. All the foliage, like the way the light shines through everything, just beautiful, beautiful. Also, this is one of those levels where you can't control the time or the weather, so you pretty much have to enter at the time the game wants you to enter. And at some point there will be rain in this mission. So yeah, pretty much here, we're going to run all the way over here. We're going to snipe this guy overlooking this. And then we're going to punch the guy over there, even though he's going to look at us and go, wow! But I'm going to punch him really, really hard.
The map has been updated.
And then after that, I'm going to approach this building from the left. But before I do that, I'm going to extract these guys out of the hot zone just so that they don't alert me later on. Yeah. And now here, I accidentally tried to balloon that guy, Fulton, extract that guy, but I knew better. However, I cannot say the same for a future guy, which I'm going to try to Fulton extract. Wait, didn't that already happen? Didn't I try to extract someone and the balloon popped? I think that already happened, but maybe it didn't. Maybe it'll happen in a future mission in this video. Let's see. But yeah, right now I'm going to approach this level from the left. I'm just going to slowly take out all these dudes. And this is the area where the 4 child soldiers are at. And yeah, I'm going to use my doggy just to save up on tranquilizer, suppressor, ammo, whatever. Also, this will be the mission where I call in supply drops to refill my suppressor. Because for the final section of this mission, I will be adopting an approach where I'm going to just eliminate everyone at the base. Just cause. See, I want to take out that guy. I'm going to take out that guy. And those guys notice me, though. Thankfully, this little suspicion thing goes away. Because if you're like too suspicious, the child soldiers start running out of like the mission area. You do not want that. Now, yeah, this game has child soldiers, which honestly I think is a pretty neat thing to see. I mean, like, child soldiers are not a neat thing. It's a horrible like reality of war in the back then and still in the current day. It's horrible, but like Metal Gear Solid has been talking about child soldiers. Yeah, here I'm just gonna snipe them from way across the map. I'm gonna try to like put them all to sleep from here. And also, thankfully, I've upgraded my Fulton extraction, my Fulton recovery balloons to be able to like Fulton and extract child soldiers. However, if you're playing this for the first time, you may not have that upgrade. Just be careful. And if you don't have that upgrade, you could put these children into a truck and then Fulton extract that truck, and that will carry them out of the mission area. Though I do not need to mess around with that busy work. So yeah, I take out all the kids, and then I take out the dudes, and then we're just gonna Fulton extract all of them all at once, and that completes one of the objectives. But yeah, like Metal Gear Solid has been talking about child soldiers since like Metal Gear 2. And then it gets brought up again in Metal Gear Solid 2. And it's just like, it's a consistent theme throughout the series, which just slowly keeps getting more and more developed. Like, that's kind of true of like Metal Gear Solid as a whole. Like, I mean, with the whole child soldiers thing, I mean, it also comes back in Peace Walker as a pretty insidious thing as Big Boss starts hiring child soldiers. You know, it's like something you don't notice at first, but like, I mean, if you're actually like paying attention and not just being entranced by the charisma of Big Boss, he's doing something pretty horrible. Just like hiring child soldiers and like, what? So like, yeah, he ruined, like Big Boss, like the OG Big Boss, like ruined Chico's life by just forcing him to like shoot people and all that. Like, it's crazy. Now here we are, and this time we're actually seeing child soldiers out in action, just like the rest of the series has been talking about for a while. So I don't know, something which like could be a bit of a, so it's like something which is a very politically charged move about like war and whatnot has now become kind of a world building asset of like, well, Metal Gear Solid. So it's not just like a political thing, it's part of the universe, and it feels very like, what's the word, lived in per sense. Though to be fair, I'm not really referring to the child soldiers, though it is part of like Metal Gear Solid politics and whatnot. I'm referring more to nukes, Because I don't know, I mean, you start off with like what, Metal Gear Solid 1, where like there's a bunch of like pretty ham-fisted monologues about nukes, but as the series goes along, they continue developing like this discussion about nukes and whatnot through like its game mechanics and whatnot, through its game mechanics, like its characters and settings and whatnot. Because you go from Metal Gear Solid 1, and then like Metal Gear Solid 2 is kind of like, and I don't know how Metal Gear Solid 2 applies to everything, but then you have like Metal Gear Solid 3 where like nukes are back again, kind of part of the story with Davy Crockett. And then you get to Peace Walker, which is about nuclear deterrence. And now here we are at the Phantom Pain, where like you can steal other players' nukes to get like an ending where pretty much you get rid of all the nukes in the world and then just kind of work to shut them down from here on. Then it's just like it's gone past just being like some ham-fisted monologue in Metal Gear Solid 1 to just being such a lived-in like aspect of like the Metal Gear Solid world that it's just very natural to it by this point. And like that's probably why the politics of this game aren't as egregious as someone saying Trump is very bad. So I don't know, that's probably why some people like get upset at other games, like which could be a little bit like ham-fisted politically, but not something like Metal Gear Solid, because Metal Gear Solid has had over 20 years to develop its ideas and whatnot. If you guys know the YouTuber Erant Signal, he brought this idea up during his review of of Resident Evil 5. So if you watch that, he'll talk about how Resident Evil 5 kind of tries to tackle similar ideas with the war economy, but it kind of falls flat on its ass because it's Resident Evil 5, and it has not been building this idea for like nearly 2 decades, like Metal Gear Solid has been doing it. So yeah, like just apply that to pretty much any game which people like take issue with politically to compared to Metal Gear Solid. Like Metal Gear Solid is not very subtle or smart about the way it handles its politics, but it is dedicated and it has been slowly building upon itself over just a long period of time, and that's like probably one of its most impressive assets, though it's not exactly the most well handled. So yeah, here we're going. So after you get child soldiers, we have to run to this base here, like this little outpost here, to take out these 4 guys. Because what's gonna happen later on at the end of the mission is that 4 Walker Gears are gonna show up. However, if you don't take out this post, those 4 Walker Gears are gonna be like manned by people. However, if you take out everyone at this post, at the end of this level, only 2 Walker Gears are going to show up, and then there's going to be 2 empty Walker Gears in this exact location. Oh yeah, this is the part where I try to extract someone and I fail. So yeah, it's very important that you extract everyone here just to make your life easier with extracting all the Walker Gears.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So yeah, like extracting people at this base is not one of the main objectives. However, it will help you complete one of the main objectives later on. So be sure to come to this exact location to clear out this base. And now we're going to go hunt for that vulture, which is like halfway across the map. And thankfully I have D-Dog with me to help me find this vulture, though the vulture is a little bit of a cunt because either the vulture could just be sitting somewhere, he'll just be wasting your time flying around, and there's just no way you're gonna land a shot when it's flying around. At least I'm not gonna land a shot, so I have to kind of wait for it to set foot somewhere where I can actually aim and shoot it. But yeah, we're just running over there. Like, the amount of time it takes to get from place to place isn't as long as some other open world games, but those other open world games are more about their settings and have a little bit more to do in them, while Metal Gear Solid 5 is just look at all this empty terrain with, like, you know, some animals, I guess, some flowers, some diamonds maybe, and that's about it. And it's just like, man, that's not enough. Like, we need a little bit more to justify the whole open world thing, because like the sandbox stealth can happen without having all this empty terrain to travel through. You can have that just by having big levels, like a Hitman style game, or like a Ground Zero style game. Just have like multiple missions that are just put in like multiple locations, like the Ground Zero's location. Though it's like, I mean, like, the open world stuff has some advantages. I mean, side ups, like, you can just walk to one in the open world. That's nice. But just like, man, there needs to be a better utilization of this empty terrain. Because it's so much empty terrain, man. Like, come on. And to be fair, I mean, I don't know. I've spent a good chunk of this channel playing Yakuza, and like those open worlds are small but so densely packed with stuff. So like, you know, you just walk like a couple like square meters and you'll find something to do in that world. But to be fair, that game, you can't exactly manipulate the open world you walk around in, because like the game is very much split up into walking around and combat sections. While in Metal Gear Solid 5, it all blends into like one play style per se. So yeah. And now here I'm trying to shoot this bird, but like my skills are just not good at shooting the birds. I'm just gonna have to wait for this vulture to come down here. And oh yeah, the vulture is at the burned village, so it's like, ooh, very spooky. And like when you enter this village, a spooky track plays, and that kind of gets me to the music. So I never really had strong impressions about the Phantom Pain score. I don't know. I just kind of assumed, like most people, that it's just kind of more generic outing than some of the previous soundtracks, but I don't know, that's a little unfair to it, because there is quite a few like really good tense tracks throughout, but most of it does tend to be a little bit more atmospheric, more like mood setting music, though I will say it does do a very good job kind of shifting between action and like calm tones. And I do kind of like the musical stings whenever you like exit a level or whatnot, like the whole little piano, I don't know if it's piano chords or whatnot, but the whole little musical stings that happen when you like complete a level, or like when you get on like when you get on D horse, where it goes like dun 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 dun. Like there's a lot of really great like sound editing throughout this game. And also I will say that, I don't know, I mean, I did watch the Kevy Review Stings like review of the Phantom Pain, and he loves this soundtrack. I don't know if I can share his same enthusiasm, but you know, it does quite a few things well, and it's used pretty well throughout the game. Though I don't think it's gonna beat out stuff like Snake Eater. To be fair, I haven't exactly listened to the Snake Eater and this soundtrack by themselves, and frankly, I just don't have the time. However, for research for the next video, Take That Shot, I might just take some time to actually listen to like maybe all the Metal Gear soundtracks by themselves, just, you know, to get a better appreciation for them and just kind of get a better standing on which one I find to be my favorite out of the bunch. And yeah, I just shot that guy in the ass and he is about to fall asleep. So yeah, my strategy here is I'm going to take out every single person in this level. And yes, I did reload a checkpoint because this objective is very spontaneous, and you can screw it up very easily, so might as well just take out a single checkpoint. I'm still gonna get that S rank, so who cares? Yeah, I wanted to climb that, but you can't climb that, and I'm very sad about that. So yeah, I'm just going in through the front door, but I'm taking everyone out while I'm crawling through the front door. So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to go to like the big red like bucket or barrel or pipe or drainage thing, whatever you call it, of like fun, and I'm gonna put a C4 on it. Then I'm going to go to a switch in like the top tower there. I'm gonna press it, and then I'm going to exit the level. I'm going to like exit the level from like such a far away distance that it won't affect me, and I'm gonna blow the thing up. It's gonna activate a cutscene, and then oh yeah, while I'm running away, I'm gonna set a couple decoys on the road. And then I'm going to blow things up, which will activate a cutscene where walker gears get involved. And since I already put some decoys on the road, those walker gears are going to get distracted by the decoys. And then I can just take pot shots at them with my sniper rifle. And that will end the level. But before I do that, I'm just going to eliminate every single person in this area. Just one by one. I mean, I'm not going to do it all at once per se. I mean, I'm going to be doing it as I'm walking to my objective. But I will be doing it. I mentioned that I'm feeling a little bit of vocal cord parasites, so to be fair, going in by the lore in this game, if I did have vocal cord parasites, I would be dead by now. So yeah, I don't want that, like for real. It's just my voice is straining, it's like a little scratchy, little ouchy there because I talk too much. But I still got a job to do, you know, so I can't die. The vocal parasite isn't gonna kill me because like I got a job to do. Like it's not over yet. And I have to keep talking about niche topics which aren't related to this video. Except they are. They're related to Metal Gear as a whole, but I don't know. I mentioned that I will be talking about Joe Biden in my Lost Judgment video. Just be prepared for that whenever Lost Judgment comes out. Be ready. It's coming. So I guess I'll talk about the voice acting in this game. It's phenomenal. really, I think everyone in this game gives an absolutely great performance, though I can't say I know everyone's names. I'll probably research that for the next video. But Keith Sutherland. So I don't really have any attachment to the actor. I don't know, I haven't seen 24, though I am kind of interested in seeing 24 now, but he does a great job in this game in Ground Zero. It's just such a shame that they don't really give him much to do, but with the little that he does say, it's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. Like, I don't know, just David Hayter, I like him a lot in this series, though he doesn't exactly have the range which Keith Sutherland has. I don't know, David Hayter, like, the thing about his voice, it's very much like a cartoony voice, but it fits Metal Gear, because Metal Gear was very cartoony, especially Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, you had 3, yada yada, like, they were very cartoon games, so, like, his cartoon voice, like, fit, and when I say cartoon, that's not negative. It's just that, like, it's such an exaggerated and over-the-top voice, but, like, the character is also a very exaggerated, over-the-top character. It fits him really well, like, the growling, like, just the raspiness of everything. I mean, like, he kept it a little bit more natural in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, but come 3, Portable Ops 4, like, he's really putting it on there. Though, to be fair, in 4, I think it's a really great performance, just because, like, he's trying to play a much older character, so he plays with the raspiness, like, a lot, like, the growling, just the... I don't know how to do it, but whatever he does, like, he does it a lot more in 4, but I think it's a really great performance. Like, it really sells the fact that this dude is old, and he does an older voice in Peace Walker too, and I think it's wonderful there as well, but he can't really do a sad scene without growling, can he? In the same way that, like, Keith Sutherland can do it with a kind of softness to his voice. Like, I don't know, Keith Sutherland, like, he has this range to, like, have this, like, softness to, like, the emotional scenes, while also still growling, while also still showing, like, urgency and, like, being tired, kind of winded, in a way that David Hayter just really couldn't with the type of voice he was doing for Solid Snake. And I appreciate it a lot. And now here I'm in a really dicey situation, because, like, the guard noticed me, and, like, I tried to send my dog after the guy, but when I sent my dog after the guy, my dog just got shot up, and he did not knock him out. And now we have this guy who I need to take care of, and there we go. I took care of him by slamming him against the fence. So that was a really weak slam, I'm not gonna lie. It didn't sound or look like it had any impact, but it did. And now here I'm just going to try to extract these guys. I can't extract that guy. And there's enemies approaching in my position, because, like, that one guy called the radio, and I think I knocked him out before he could continue talking with the radio guy. And it's like, oh my goodness, there's so much happening right at this moment. And this is the reason why I restarted the checkpoint, because I ran into a situation that was, like, exactly like this, but I failed. But this time I don't plan on failing. So yeah, I'm just like, ooh boy, there's guys coming in from there, there's guys coming in from the left, like, oh my goodness. But yeah, Keith Sutherland, really good job as Venom Snake here, though he probably shouldn't have played Big Boss in Ground Zeroes, because, well, Venom Snake is a different character, so having a different voice honestly fits pretty well. But for that voice to also apply to the original Big Boss is a little weird. Like, but to be fair, to have David Hayter voicing Big Boss in Ground Zeroes would have just made the twist of the Phantom Pain way too obvious. So having Keither voice, you know, Big Boss in Ground Zeroes makes sense. However, it would have been nice to have David Hayter return for, like, the finale of the Phantom Pain. You know, it would have been, like, a nice intentional decision. Like, oh, it kind of brings the twist full circle. And David Hayter is really good at giving, like, these ending speeches. I mean, just look at the secret ending speech of, like, Peace Walker. Like, that just gives chills, like, the way he delivers that. Like, oh my goodness. So I'm kind of sad to see him go, and I'm kind of sad to see him go not because of any meta-narrative reason, but more because Kojima just didn't like him that much for some reason or whatnot. Like, he tried to replace him with Kurt Russell in Metal Gear Solid 3, but Kurt Russell didn't want to take the role, so it's like, ah. And now here, the silencer of my sniper rifle ran out, so now I'm trying to snipe this guy with a pistol. I don't know, I would like to get into voice acting, though, I don't know, I have not done any work to do that. I don't have any voice demos or have any connections in the voice acting realm. I simply just do these commentary videos, and sometimes I pretend to be other characters, though. Impression game, my impression game isn't the best. I can't really say which character I'm good at impersonating, though it would be funny to record some meme about a character, though I don't really have a voice that's accurate to any character, and if I do, I don't know, let me know what character I sound very similar to, because I don't know. I simply don't know. I mean, I did the dub for Yakuza 7, thank you Sega for hiring me for that. I don't know, I dubbed Yakuza 7 scene, like, I don't know, the Brotherhood, the loss of Brotherhood. I uploaded the clip on my channel because it was like the only thing which Sega allowed me to dub for Yakuza 7, which was very nice. I don't know, it's actually a separate dub from like the original dub of the game, and it's only available in like the demo version of 7, which is only released to a couple insiders such as me. So I did get unique footage to like the Yakuza 7 dub, and I did upload it on this channel. I put it under Mimi because I think it's a pretty funny scene, though it was a very serious dubbing effort, and I'm just glad that Sega gave me the opportunity to actually dub the game. So now here we have the final enemy of the location. So stuff like this, like clearing out outposts, reminds me a lot of like the Batman games, like the Arkham games, because you know you're just clearing them out one by one. You can see like the fear infesting the enemies as you slowly take them out one by one. Though I don't know, the fear isn't really present here. It's more like these dudes are just kind of, you know, in a hurry or kind of like startled or spontaneous. And this guy, there's like a quiet loneliness to his situation because there's no one else to help him. Like it's just him.
Outpost captured.
Like there's no music, no nothing, and I'm just here. And now I just took him out, and I'm going to go upstairs to pretty much press a button, and then I'm going to exit this area, throw a couple decoys on the road, and that'll be very close to the ending of this mission, but it won't be the ending.
Please select a drop point. Supplies requested. That has been. You have arrived.
So yeah, I called another supply request because there's going to be an upcoming section where I'm going to be shooting a lot of non-lethal like sniper rifle rounds, and I'm going to need the sniper rifle to like quickly incapacitate the walker gear dudes because I don't know, the pistol doesn't incapacitate them fast enough, and it's going to be very complicated. So instead, I am going to use the sniper rifle to make quicker work of them. So yeah, I just activated that, and there's no one at the base, so I can just leave. And I'm going to leave on the right side, because that's pretty much where like that base which I took out during this mission, like that's where it is, and that's where the next couple walker gears are going to be. And also I believe like when you blow up the C4, you just spawn there automatically, but I'm just going to leave in order to pick up that supply drop there, and also to put a couple decoys on this map. And apparently there's claymores around this area, but I never saw one, which honestly just means that they're placed really well, because you know usually with these claymore things you don't want the enemy to see them, you want them to walk on them by accident and get blown up. Though it seems they didn't put any on the main road, which is just fine for me because I'm on the main road, but there are a few you know on the outskirts, and I'm checking my map to see where they are, but they never come in my path, which is nice. And now there's some like hyenas over there. I'm gonna shoot them with non-lethal rounds. Little assault rifle, there's no one around to hear it, so why not? Get the little laser sight, reminds me of the Call of Duties, though to be fair, I guess that's maybe a little alarming that Call of Duty has inserted the image of like red dot laser sights into like a lot of people just from the games or whatnot. And no, I don't play Warzone. I don't really play many multiplayer games these days, and also Warzone's like 256 gigabytes. My laptop, my PS4, whatever console I have cannot handle that. It just can't. And I'm just not that interested in Warzone, frankly. And there we go. I put the decoys there. I blew up the CS4, and now here we are. We're raining now, and now I'm just gonna try to get those D-walkers. And to be fair, I did complete the objective, so I could just leave, but I did not complete all the objectives. Also, one of the objectives is kind of weird. Like one of those objectives is you have to exit the area before the oil field is shut down, but there's no one in the area to shut it down. So I just kind of wonder, you know, how does that work? And to be fair, I think one good way to avoid the oil field being shut down is just to leave the area really quickly. But I have some extra business to deal with. But even with this extra business, I try to leave quickly, and I do think I leave quite quickly. And I did get the objective, so I'm happy about that. So now I just have to reposition myself to shoot this guy, though. Yeah, and there we go. He noticed the decoy, and now they're very suspicious. I'm really trying to get a good angle. And also, I don't know, shooting these guys is hard because most of the time I just end up shooting the robot and not the guy, which is sad. But they're going to position themselves in a much easier fashion right now, so I can get a good shot at them. Very nice, very nice. Now this guy's just gonna turn around so I can get a... Oh, nope, they're both taken out. And now I did not notice like the entire squad behind me. Now they're noticing me. They're very close to me. So I'm like, okay, doggy, go take care of them, please. And now this guy is about to notice me, but I'm going to knock him out at the exact right time. Like, look at this. He noticed me, but then he fell asleep. That is such a clutch moment. And now here I'm just trying to take all these guys out because like my dog is not doing a good job of taking them out. And now I have to switch to the pistol. Like, oh my goodness, it's so intense. All of this, everything happening all at once. I should not have been able to perfect stealth that, but I did. Very, very nice. That was so nice to see.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Please select a support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
Like, I do really like Kiefer Sutherland's performance, but I don't know, it's just that he doesn't exactly have the same inflections David Hayter has, and that's kind of weird because David Hayter's been in the role for quite some time. Like, he has a certain way of talking with other characters, so I don't know, when Kiefer Sutherland just kind of comes in trying to imitate that, it comes off a little weird, which kind of works fine for Venom Snake, but not so much for the original Big Boss. So it's just a little weird and out there. Though Metal Gear Solid has always been known for its pretty phenomenal voice acting, and like I don't know, I mean Metal Gear Solid 1, like everyone praised that game for how good its voice acting is, and to this day it's still some pretty solid voice acting. Metal Gear Solid 2 is a little more awkward with its voice acting, but it still has some pretty good talents and some good deliveries here and there, but also a lot of awkward stuff. Snake Eater plays a lot more into goofy stuff. Like I don't know, this is kind of the point where David Hayter starts growling a lot after his lines. He really didn't do it that much in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, but 3 he really does it, and Portable Ops he exaggerates it more. And to be fair, these aren't exactly negative things. I quite like the growling a lot of the time, though. It could kind of maybe kill certain scenes perhaps, but you know, the growling kind of gives Big Boss his own distinctive character. Metal Gear. I don't really know exactly how to do a Big Boss voice. All I know is how to do the screaming Liquid voice, though to be fair, I'm a little too tired to be screaming at this time of the night right now. So yeah, we're just gonna exit the zone right now, but yeah. 4, like, phenomenal voice acting, like, probably the best voice acting up to that point. And now we're at 5, which is probably the best voice acting of the series up to this point. It's really great stuff. Like, everyone gives their A game. Robert Atkins down, like, the way he delivers certain lines is downright chilling. Such powerful deliveries from that guy. Same thing with Christopher Lee. No, that's not the name of the guy who voices Otacon. I got it wrong. But the guy who voices Otacon, well, the guy who voices Huey in this game, phenomenal job as well. It's a really like powerful performance. And well, Troy Baker isn't everything, but he does all right as Ocelot. Though I do have a preference for Patrick Zimmerman. Though I don't think Zimmerman would have been able to deliver the same kind of performance which Troy Baker delivers in this game. And also the guy which voices Ocelot in 3. He was really good in that game, though once again, I'm not sure if he would have been able to deliver the same type of performance he does in this game as he did in Snake Eater, though I don't know, it would have been nice to bring him back, though Troy Baker's alright. He does a pretty good job as Ocelot. Alright, so next mission here. The objectives for this mission are... It's mission 14. Oh dear, mission 14. Mission 14, hold up, I'm trying to find the... I'm really trying to find the objectives. I don't know, I'm looking on this website here. I ain't gonna lie, the website's IGN, I'm sorry guys. I am looking at like the objectives and sub-objectives on an IGN walkthrough. Oh no, oh dear. Oh no, I can't find it. It's not loading, no. Oh dear. Oh, here we go, okay, mission 14, Lingua Franca. It's a pretty complicated mission, so okay. The primary objectives are identify the Afrikaans interpreter, identify the Viscount, extract the Viscount. Secondary objectives are pinpoint the location of the 4 prisoners from an intel file, extract 3 prisoners being held at Kiziba camp, extract a materials container from Kiziba camp, and listen to all 4 prisoner interrogations. So yeah, this is another mission where you have to listen to conversations, and that can be pretty like spotty. However, during this mission, I actually caused a little bit of an alert, but I was still able to listen to the final conversation, so I was very lucky in that regard. So here, I'm going to make my way over here and like pretty much scan this guy, and then once I scan this guy, I'm going to listen to the little conversation here. Though I don't think it's that important, but I'm just going to listen to them through the scope here. We will not be using the scope to listen to conversations in future runs, but I will be using it right here. Wait, future runs? I can't. I mean, for future missions, I might still be using the scope, but I think for future conversations, in this mission specifically, I won't be doing that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm unsure. So yeah, once the prisoner starts running over here, I forget if I have to mark a location to follow. I think I do. I don't. I don't know. I think like the main thing I have to do is pretty much run all the way to the right here, because we're pretty much going to go to the place. No, yeah, I'm gonna mark a place. We're going over there. This map location, that's where we're going. So I'm pretty much gonna run all the way over here. Like, I don't know, there's a certain term for what I'm doing here. I'm like edging the terrain. I'm like paralleling the terrain. I know this term because I saw a video where some Spec Ops dudes like saw Metal Gear Solid 5 footage, and they talked about how you are not supposed to parallel the terrain because it makes you easier to spot to the enemy. But that is exactly what I'm doing, and it's a video game, so it works. So yeah, you don't exactly have to enter the... I'm gonna do it anyways. There's actually a very special animation from the stairs where you could like throw someone off this tower from the stairs, but I decided to just climb up here and just do this, which wastes time, but you know, whatever. We're here, we're there, and now we're gonna take this watchtower guy out since we have the time. So yeah, this is mostly just following very slow moving targets to their locations, which they are going to have conversations in. And then when they're moving from place to place, I'll just take out a couple people around the area, and that's pretty much how this entire run is going to go. Well, this mission in particular. There's an enemy here, which I can also take out because I have the time, because the translator over there takes a very long time doing anything of no. There's some material containers which I'm going to use to exit the level later on. You'll see what I mean. So yeah, just throw that guy up there. Very nice. And once again, back to running, or not. I don't know. I think now's a good time for running. You can start running right now, man. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna run over to this little house here, and we're pretty much gonna stand behind it. What am I doing? Am I just being cautious now? Oh, it's because it's up there, but still, why am I being cautious like right now? I don't get that. And this is my video, so it's just a little weird. Oh, I guess I'm just being sneaky now that I'm just at the location. Like, even if I rush, it's kind of like, you know, if you're going out with like your mom or dad to a place and they have the car. If you run to the car first, it doesn't really matter because you don't have the keys, and they're not really gonna unlock it until they're at the car. So it's like, bruh, this is the same situation here. Like, there's no point in running towards this place when they're way slower than you ever will be, even if you take it slow. So now I'm just gonna hide out in this little grass and wait for these two guys to pretty much enter that little bus stop. I don't know what to call it. And then just once they're there, I'm going to get a little closer to hear the conversation. And that's pretty much about it. And also, I'm going to tell D-Dog to wait a lot, because if D-Dog gets in front of them and like disrupts their conversation, it may glitch out, and I don't want that. So like, I'm gonna try to mark this prisoner for later.
Analysis complete.
But yeah, like I'm just gonna continue telling D-Dog to wait. Though do be careful though, because the same command that tells him to wait could also be the command that tells him to... It could also be the same command that tells him to whistle or like bark, and you don't want that. So once you have him waiting, do not press that button again, because there will be a whistle button. It's very dangerous. You know, you have to be very careful about this. Oh, they're talking. I guess I'll let them talk.
Oh, I only know it wasn't Minneapolis source.
Dit was 'n anonieme bron.
Moenie voetbal vat nie.
You're not fooling anybody.
Ask any of the others. No one knows anything.
Hy sê jy moet die ander probeer vra.
O, jy wil 'n same storie opkom. Dit, so kom jy nie die prutte kan vertrou nie. Weet jy hoeveel Afrikaners sit onder die hele geleide in die Boereoorlog?
You made up a story with the others. You British are all liars. You know how much the Afrikaners suffered because of you in the Boer War.
That wasn't me.
Hy sê dit was nie hy nie.
Maar dit was julle wat ons verraai het.
But it was you that betrayed us.
It wasn't me. It was the Viscount. Genoeg! As jy niks weet nie, is ons seker klaar.
So yeah, after they're done with the conversation, this guy gets in that position. We're gonna knock him out, and then once we knock him out, we're gonna also extract a prisoner. And these two guys are gonna get into a car. And don't worry, as long as you keep a good distance from their viewpoints, they're not going to see you. Though do also keep a good distance so that they don't hear you carrying, like Fulton extracting this guy away. And they're going to be gone pretty shortly, and we don't really have to worry about them. Now, once I extract the prisoner, I'm going to mark a location, though that's not exactly the location where I have to go. But it will help me get to the location where I have to go, because by the time I get to like the place which I marked, there's going to be like a green arrow over the horizon, and that green arrow is where the next batch of prisoners are, and also where the next conversation is. So it's weird. I don't know. Like learning where to go in these like areas, like the exact locations you have to go is a little hard. It's a little hard to memorize. Though one thing which helps is that you pretty much just follow the translator to where they go, and that's where the prisoners are going to be. So like I mean, you could learn areas to like ambush the interpreter of sorts before he gets there, so you can just be hiding out, chilling, and wait for the dude to show up like I just did beforehand. But I'm not. But I am doing that. But it's just that you don't exactly have to do that. You could just follow the interpreter, and it could work out fine. But instead, I'm just running across this field, like paralleling the environment, which is a bad thing to do if you're doing this stuff. But whatever. This video game. And now I'm actually going to do the cool little animation. Take that guy out, boom, knock him down on the floor. Very nice. Now I'm kind of running out of miscellaneous topics to talk about during the video, so yeah, there might be more moments of silence per se. But there's been a lot of moments of silence throughout this video regardless. Oh, actually, there was one thing I wanted to talk about. That there's like a neat little story going on here where like the Viscount is a bit of an asshole because he pretty much like contacted us through like, I don't know, one of his helpers or whatnot to pretty much rescue only him, even though like he's pretty much the one who caused all the problems for the rest of his co-mates here. So it's just like, we have a little standalone story of sorts, though I have zero idea how it relates to like the entire story as a whole. If someone could answer that for me, that'd be nice. But that's just kind of like one of the reasons why the Phantom Pain doesn't feel as like climactic as the other ones, just because I don't know, you have stuff like this. It's like, alright, it's a neat little side story, but how does it relate to the full story? And to be fair, like I might be off base with this mission in particular, because there's probably there might be a good connection to the rest of the story with this mission, or there might not be. I'd have to play the rest of the game, maybe do a little research with the cassette tapes. It's just weird, man. It's weird. Because all that happens after like you beat this mission is that, oh, this guy's a real asshole. We're gonna put him in the brink. We gotta be careful with this guy. Oh, I think this guy gives us some interesting information about what's happening with walker gear developments. I don't know. Like he gives us some information about the overall story, but like the story that's happening right now really doesn't matter much. Besides kind of introducing this motif of language, because we have this interpreter which interprets the English language, so that is a theme of the game, and now we've reached this conversation. So I mean, it's kind of neat that theme is being introduced not introduced, but it's being like repeated here, the theme of language, translation, yada yada yada. But anyways, they're talking, so I'm gonna stop talking.
Talk. Where did you get the information on the MPLA's oil field rights?
We don't know anything, I swear.
I swear I'll get van niks.
Believe us.
So jy verwag van my om te glo. Jy het die MPLA gekontak op inligting van 'n anonieme bron.
You mean you attempted to contact the MPLA based on information from an unknown source?
We thought it was suspicious, sure. But we stood to make a lot of money out of it.
Dit was verdag, maar hulle wou 'n wins maak.
We're businessmen.
Ons is sakemanne.
Sakemanne. Jy grap seker. Gefaalde huursoldate wat die land probeer kaalstroof.
You're a joke, not businessmen. Failed mercenaries trying to skin this country.
We didn't try to hide anything. The Viscount said to keep quiet for now. That's all.
Sy sê hulle het nie bedoel om iets weg te steek nie, maar die burggraaf het hulle stilgehou.
Ah, dus als die burggraaf se skuld. Goed. Die burggraaf kan ons die res vertel.
En 'n Viscount kan tel us the rest.
Wait, she had nothing to do with this.
Moenie bekommerd wees nie. Die hel is groot genoeg vir julle albei.
Now this section is really dicey because like you need to take out pretty much all the guards surrounding these two prisoners. You know, you also have to wait for the translator and like the dude with the translator to kind of move away so you can take out all these guys without causing an alert. But I end up causing a mini alert regardless, which is pretty sad. And I thought like I screwed the mission over, but I decided to continue on anyways. Whatever, maybe it'll be fine, and it actually ended up being fine. So I was really happy about that. And yeah, I'm just gonna start by taking this guy out. And I don't know why he said I need help. I don't know why he said that. But now I'm just gonna start slowly taking each of these guys out one by one. I'm trying to get headshots to make it immediate, but if I don't make it immediate, one guy might reach for his radio and I'll be very sad. And I do think that's what happens. So, but right now I'm just taking those guys out. And there's a few guys over there which I also need to take out. And I forget if I accidentally like Fulton extract someone and make a loud noise, because if I do that, then that will be very sad. It might actually be here. This is the second time I've made that mistake, and I believe that it's because of that like someone noticed that I carried someone in a balloon. Or it might just be that, oh no, it's just that guy. He noticed that I carried someone away in a balloon. And look at this dude's field of vision. What a smart guy. Okay, so the reason the alert happened is because there was someone up here which I forgot to take out. So yeah, just that whole thing. And now I'm just... And D-Dog, you have a tendency to get in the way when I'm firing, because I believe in the previous mission, like I tried to fire like someone with a sniper rifle, and then D-Dog got in the way and he took the bullet, the non-lethal bullet, and then my bond with D-Dog decreased, and it was like, bruh, come on, man. So yeah, here just slowly extracting everyone, at least trying to extract everyone, and now we have this guy over here which I need to take care of, and I'm going to shoot him through like this little fence here. There we go, that's taken care of. And now we have those two guys over there. The translator has already dipped, which I do want him to dip because I do not want him anywhere near this location. I want him to continue on to his final conversation, and thankfully I think the reason I'm not too screwed is because it is his final conversation, so he's going to move to like a completely different area and I can still listen to that final conversation. And here we have someone else calling in radio, and I'm only going to fire once he's done talking because I do not want to cause a bigger alert than I already have. Man, oh man, this game, I'm telling you, improvisation is key.
Trouble, give us a call. We may be able to offer some advice.
So here I'm going to complete one of the objectives of this mission, which is getting intel, which, well, I mean, it's still pretty useful to get the intel at this point because I do need to know the location of the final hostage place per se, though if I got this intel earlier I could have known the other places ahead of time, but to be fair, I already know the other places ahead of time. Yeah. So here I shot the house to kind of stop this guy dead in his tracks, and then I got a better shot of him, and that's just, smart gameplay. I don't think this is the first time I've done this in a Metal Gear Solid video. I've definitely done it in previous ones. Though in Snake Eater, it was more dangerous to do that because it would cause like an instant caution alert, and unless you took out that guard immediately. I mean, it will probably do the same thing here as well, which I also took the guard out immediately. Now, this is the other objective, extracting material containers, and this objective is also bugged. Like, this mission is particularly bugged with extracting material containers because there's a possibility that even if you extract a container, like, the game won't tell you that you completed the objective, which is really frustrating when you spend so much time trying to complete that objective and then it doesn't complete. So yeah, I just extracted 2 material containers and the objective did not complete. And whether it completes or not, well, you're about to find out at the end of this like mission. So yeah, now I'm just running to the next location, which is going to be a little house. No, actually no, not at all. The thing which the yellow marker there, like my waypoint over there, is actually going to take me to where the prisoner is. But the prisoner is not at the house yet. This prisoner is being escorted by a guard. So I can at the very least track the prisoner now. Like, look, D-Dog's going to bring him up right now. D-Dog. Oh, to be fair, I'm pretty far away from the location at the moment. I've just a lot of more running, as you usually do. Yeah, there we go. There's the guard, and then there's the prisoner. So now I'm going to... That's the Viscount. That's the asshole, which has caused all the problems in this mission. So now they're over there, but I know where, like, the house is. The house where they're going to interrogate this guy. So I can kind of just go to that house. But now I marked that guy, so I know when they're going to show up to the house. So very, very nice. So to be fair, D-Dog probably would have noticed these guys before I tracked this guy. But at the very least, I know for a fact that that is the Viscount. I don't really know what a Viscount is. Yeah.
Placed. Caution, rain approaching.
I really love this mission just because, like, the way the rain starts approaching at the end of this part, it makes it really epic and, like, cinematic how now the mission's going to get epic. Like, let's go. I keep doing this thing because I've kind of ran out of things to talk about 4 hours and 19 minutes in, which is... This is already the longest commentary video I've done on this channel so far, and I just hope that my next couple of Phantom Pain videos aren't going to be this long. Like, oh man. Like, ooh.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
So it seems that there's already some people inside the house. We do not want to touch those people because it could accidentally, like, glitch out this final conversation, and we do not want that. Frankly, you do not want to, like, upset these people in any way, though I may accidentally upset them. But I won't be taking out these people inside the house, but I will be taking out some people around the house. Like the guy in the watchtower over there, the guy over there, like, you know, might as well take him out now while I still can, but... First guy up is the guy at the watchtower. So I'm going to approach him and I'm going to make a bit of a fatal mistake, but for some reason it ended up being not fatal. Also, if you can notice that the Viscount is really far away from this location, so it's going to take forever for that guy to show up. So I have a bit of time to kind of take care of the situation. Like, honestly, it's a little bit obnoxious how long it takes for the Viscount to appear, but honestly, it's kind of a hidden blessing in disguise if you're trying to just clear out this room before they show up. So we got this guy out here just chilling out in the rain. I'm going to take care of him. If we got this guy up here in the ladder, I'm going to take care of him. However, this is like the one time you do not want to throw him from the edge. You kind of want to climb up and take him out silently because, look at that, an exclamation point popped up, but then they don't do anything about it, and that's really weird. Like, also, it's raining, so I don't know how they heard that. I mean, to be fair, it's honestly a pretty reasonable thing to hear when it's raining, but, like, I would prefer they don't. But for some reason, even though they did hear that, they didn't go investigate, which I'm very happy about. I guess, like, their script is weird. Like, they're scripted to, like, stay there for a conversation, so, like, even if they're interrupted, they may not, like, leave that conversation unless the interruption's, like, strong enough. I have zero idea what I'm talking about. I'm just theorizing at this point. And yeah, we're just here. The final containers, which I will be extracting are also near this area. And now I'm just going to take out this enemy while still waiting for the other enemies to show up. And also I'm trying to make it that the enemies over there don't see me, because I really don't want that to happen. And also this guy's a little feisty, a little like jittery, a little jumpy, so you know, gotta be careful about that. And also I guess he's taking a bit more of a standard position because he's trying to guard the conversation or the interrogation. But I'm just gonna take him out, just clearing out this entire area before this interrogation takes place. And yeah, just the Rain's really nice detail. I'm just glad to see Rain from Ground Zeroes back at it again. I don't know, what are all the Metal Gear Solid games with Rain in them? There was Metal Gear Solid 2. There was not Metal Gear Solid 4, but Metal Gear Solid 4 had nice snow effects. Yeah, it was 2. It was 5. Yeah. It's funny that all the games with Rain in them are some of the most divisive entries in the entire franchise. Like, I don't know, from what I've played so far at Metal Gear Solid 5, honestly, it's probably in my top 3 of the Metal Gear Solid games. And, like, I don't know, like, maybe that opinion will change as I go along, but this has been a really fun journey. I don't know, the PS2 games are still my favorite out of the bunch because story and meta game reasons, whatever. But 5's gameplay loop is really satisfying despite the lack of interesting scenarios some chunk of the times. And now we're going to listen into our final conversation. Wait.
He does not believe you.
Maar als jij zo graag je immer wilt zoeken,
You must die. You will make it.
stay. Nooit meer die Britten gewerkt.
We never should have worked with the Brits.
Nationalist.
Geen nationalist.
Apartheid van het last voor mij.
Give us the times.
Apartheid is bezig om tot het einde te komen.
Dus, gans van een verraaier.
That is some attitude from a traitor.
What am I supposed to say? Trust me.
Hy verwag nie dat jy hom moet vertrou nie.
But how about we make a deal?
Hy sê hy moet probeer om 'n ooreenkoms te sluit.
Daardie is niets te
That door is closed already.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
So now, I don't know, like the guards here can act a little bit unpredictably. Like these two guys run off all the way up the mountain, but like your guards may not always do that. So just, you have to be very adaptive to the situation. But for me, I can just climb through this window, knock this guy out, and just rescue this hostage. A little bit of an asshole, but you know, he's the main objective, so whatever. And we're pretty much done with this mission, and except for the material container, because for some reason that objective has not marked yet, so I still have to collect more material containers. So I'll just do that. And yeah, like I said, this may be my top 3 ranking. Like on my top 3 Metal Gear Solid games will probably be like 3, 2, 5, Peace Walker, 4. Honestly, I'm very divisive about whether I like 4 or Peace Walker more. Like honestly, it's back and forth. Honestly, I probably put 4 over Peace Walker. So it'd be like 2, 3, like 3, 2, 3, 2, 5, 4. Peace Walker, 1 Portable Ops out of the ones I've played in. Are those all the ones I've played in? Yeah, here we're just going to escape by extracting this container, and it's this container that, like, I guess completes the mission tasks for some reason, and then boom, we're done with this mission. And no, Twin Snakes would be below 1.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
So I guess that puts it above Portable Ops. Yeah. Now we have the final mission of this video. So now we have the final objectives I have to talk about. So, Footprints of Phantoms. So the primary objective is eliminate all walker gears. The secondary objectives are extract 2 prisoners at the place, extract all walker gears. Eliminate all walker gears. That's the primary objective, but a secondary objective is to extract all of them. We have to pick a certain type of flower, the Degeles lutea, and extract the truck from the same place. And this is pretty much the final mission of this video. It's a very short mission compared to the other ones, and I'm going to be trying out eliminate every single person at the base approach. Like, I mean, it's gonna be really epic. It's gonna be really fast. Like, it's gonna be hectic. It's gonna be, I think, a pretty fun finale for this video. And I will say, sadly, that the first minute or two of this mission is just me running to the location like all the other missions, so I'm just not gonna talk until we get there.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
The targets.
Well, that was a lovely jog, and now here we have to extract that truck. However, there's 2 enemies guarding it, so I'm just going to pull out my rocket punch and I'm going to blast both of them right in the face. Now, the thing about knocking enemies out with this rocket punch is that they're going to wake up really fast. I have to go really quickly to these enemies and extract them before they do. And now, yes, first extract the truck, since extracting the enemies first and then running back to the truck is just gonna waste time. So instead, extract the truck, and now we're gonna get the enemies. Very nice, very nice. And yeah, also get that guy over there. And now we're going to be approaching this place from the right because I'm going to be taking out this entire outpost. I'm gonna take out every single enemy, and that requires me going to this guy over here. It will simply make my life easier, so I might as well do it. So yeah, snipe that guy right there. He's taken out. It's over. It's out. It's over. And then there's 2 guys up there, which I believe I will be taking out with rocket punch. Just pull out the rocket punch right now. Rocket punch right now. Yeah, rocket punch. Like, oh man, the climax of this mission, I say I do a very good job with it, but we're not there yet. Instead, I'm taking it very slowly because there's I believe 3 guys I need to take out with rocket punch. You have 1, 2, 3, and I believe we have a walker gear very nearby. And now there we go. We gotta run up there and just extract everyone. Yeah, there we go. We have a few walker gears over here. So boom, we're already very close to our objective, which is great progress here, great time. Just lovely, lovely stuff. But there's some enemies over there, and the enemies are placed in such a way which I believe rocket punch will not help me, because I don't know, usually most of the times when I use rocket punch over there, I end up taking out 2 enemies but not the 3rd enemy, and then I try to take out the 3rd enemy with CQC, but then by the time I do that, the other 2 enemies have already woken up, and now I'm going to bring out my dog, and my dog is going to get shot up a lot. I'm sorry, doggy. And then I'm going to start shooting people from the sidelines, or CQCing people from the sidelines, while my doggy pretty much takes all the heat. And now we've entered an alert state of sorts, but that's okay because there aren't going to be any more enemies by the time I'm done with this place. And now here we go. CQC, baby. There's a cool thing you can do in this game where you can switch your gun while you're shooting, though since I'm not really going for an action approach, I have never done that in this video, but it is something you can do. Just like all the other Metal Gear games, there's a lot of little control quirks and gameplay systems which you may never know about, just because they're so weird and out there. I don't think that's the right way to describe them, but just because they're so intricate, or the game never tells you can do it, it's sick that there's stuff like that, the gameplay tech. The Kojima games always have a ton of gameplay tech to them, and I really like that about them. And that's another thing I really like about Death Stranding, is that there's a lot of gameplay tech to the way you move and stuff. So yeah, Nah, I'm gonna stop talking about Death Stranding. I need to save any material about that game for a Death Stranding video, but I don't plan to do a Death Stranding video anytime soon. Though I will say, since I just talked about my rankings of the Metal Gear Solid series, I have spoiled like a potential, like how I would rank those games. And also, I actually have played Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2, so I might as well talk about where I would rank those. Now, Metal Gear 1, I'd probably put at the bottom. Metal Gear 2, I'd probably put either above or below Metal Gear Solid 1. Like, that game kicks ass. Though I have not done a no damage video on Metal Gear 1 or Metal Gear 2, so I gotta return to those games and see if my opinion changes for the better or worse. Alright, so by this point I have already extracted 4 Walker Gears, which I already completed the main objective, but we still have, I believe, 1 more prisoner to save, and also I gotta clear out the rest of the space.
No targets remaining. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. You gotta extract him.
And boom, the entire outpost has been captured. I just need to pretty much save the prisoners. Wait, have I saved all the prisoners yet, or nah? Alright, let's look behind me. Are there any prisoners? There's still, oh, 2 left. What? Well, I guess I just cleared out the entire base, and now I can just take out these prisoners in peace. Well, not take them out, but like bring them back to my base. Very nice. And then after that, I have to collect the flower. And honestly, I have a little bit of difficulty finding the flower, but I do end up finding it at some point. And oh man. Alright, honestly, there's 3 minutes left, but I'm still having quite a bit of trouble, like thinking about like what to say for commentary and whatnot. Like, I'm trying to look for a yellow flower, but I can't really find it. Like, I know what the place where the flower is like looks like. It's kind of like to the top right, but I thought maybe if I run around, D-Dog will like, I don't know, notify it on the map, but he never really does that to the extent that I want him to. Like, that place I just marked, it does not have the flower I'm looking for. Now some new enemies are popping up. I guess some scavengers, some wanderers, some people who just patrol around areas. Just not the residents of this like outpost, but just people who wander around. Because that sooner or later this outpost is gonna get repopulated. No matter how many times you conquer it, the enemies are gonna come back and they're gonna repopulate it. There's just no getting around that. It's not like you're gonna put mother-based people here and control Afghanistan or Africa. Like that's just evil. Like, why would you do that? So yeah, here I'm just trying to see if there's like any flower here, and I think at some point I just give up and start running around the area trying to find it on my own. Oh, actually I'm going to try to take out these guys, but then there comes a certain point I'm like, it's not worth it, and instead I go and chase after the flower, which is to the top right over here. So just kind of climb. Thank you. That is a balloon. That is not a real person. So I just kind of climb all the way to the top here, and like in that little hole, that little crevice over there, I don't know how to describe it, I don't know the exact word, but around here there should be a flower. I checked the map to see if D-Dog has noted anything, but he has not, because he's just being a feisty little dog right now. I guess like me shooting him with tranquilizer darts in mission 13, just he was not very happy about that. And yeah, around this point, this is where the flower is. We have some flowers which are not the objective here, and now we have the yellowish flower, and now we're done, and now we're going to leave the mission area. And yeah, thanks for watching, and the next video I plan on doing is, well, the Phantom Pain main ops 16 through 31, pretty much complete chapter 1, and then the third video, the final video, will probably be just chapter 2 as a whole, unless chapter 2 is too long to do as a whole, but we'll just have to wait and see. And yeah, and then after that, who knows what I'm gonna make. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you all then.
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.